The House General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will now come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Meyer.
Here.
Vice Chair Moody.
Present.
Representative Darby.
Present.
Representative Dyson.
Here.
Representative Gomez.
Here.
A quorum is present. Chairman Flores.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer. Members, the chair now calls the Senate General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Flores,
Present.
Vice Chair Perry,
Here.
Senator Hughes,
Here.
Senator Colhorst, Senator Menendez.
A quorum is present. Chairman Meyer? Great. Okay, I'll call. Are you ready to proceed? So today we will hear invited testimony to give additional context on the information that we learned yesterday. We will hear from the Eastland family, relevant state agencies, and finally, the families of campers, both survivors and victims. Members of the public can leave comments through the comment portal linked on both meeting notices. And with that, I will open up invited testimony and call up our first panel of witnesses. The chair calls Britt Eastland, Richard Eastland, Edward Eastland, and Mary Liz Eastland. If you all come forward, please, and take a seat. Good morning. Thank you all for being here.
Morning.
And if you would, I'm going to begin on my left. So we'll begin. Just state your name,
Yes, sir.
your
My
title,
My name is Richard Eastland.
and speak into the mic, and you may begin,
Oh,
please.
sorry. My name is Richard Eastland. I run the kitchen.
You can move the microphone up so people can hear. Your name, your title, and you speak into the mic.
Hello, my name is Richard Eastland, and I run the kitchens at Camp Mystic.
Good morning. My name is Britt Eastland, and I'm a director at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake.
Good morning. My name is Mary Liz Eastland, and I am a director at Camp Mystic Guadalupe River.
My name is Edward Eastland, and I'm also a director at Camp Mystic Guadalupe River.
So you may begin.
My name is Edward Eastland, and I'm here testifying on behalf of my family, myself, and Camp Mystic. I would like to thank the Lieutenant Governor and Speaker for forming these committees, and I would like to thank the senators and representatives for serving on them. And I would like to thank the investigators for taking the time to interview us and to really listen to us. Thank you for your presentation yesterday. Judge Massengale was right yesterday, and I want to speak directly to the Heavens 27 families. I think about the night of the flood every moment of every day. We tried our hardest that night, and it wasn't enough to save your daughters. We were devastated alongside you. I regret not communicating more with each of you earlier, and I'm so sorry. Every morning, waking up is hard. Every moment of every day is hard, and yet that pain feels like nothing compared to what you're going through. To talk openly about our pain feels like I'm insulting you, so I've largely remained quiet. This flood, we did not see coming, and Ms. Garrett pointed out yesterday that my father, Dick Eastland, was on his toes that night, actively searching for information about the weather. He started looking at the weather 30 minutes before we were even in a flood warning. He looked upstream of us at the UGRA and GBRA river sensors, and those river gauge sensors were offline, so we could only rely on the gauges downstream of us. We looked at the radar. The storm was moving to the northeast and to the southwest of us. There was nothing behind it, so it felt like it had to end soon. Instead, for reasons I still do not understand, that storm cell stopped in its tracks, completely above us, anchored to our location, and swirled around us for 4 hours straight. And as the flood warnings updated, it is clear that even the experts didn't understand exactly what was happening on the ground at the time. At 3:19, the National Weather Service was predicting this to be a 5-year flood. At 3:33 a.m., they predicted it to be a 10-year flood. Ms. Garrett pointed out yesterday that my dad was underwater at 3:51 a.m. And at 4 a.m., when we were close to the peak of the flood, the National Weather Service was predicting this to be only a 25-year flood. My father called on us to start evacuating the cabins closest to our dam at 3 a.m. when it became apparent that this heavy rain event was growing into a large flood. It was the same thing he had done in 1978 and in 1987. During those floods, water never got inside any of the cabins. Our evacuation that night started off as precautionary and then quickly changed to an emergency. I understand completely when people point out the things we could have done that morning. I think about those things every day. A flood 3 feet lower would have made a lot of our actions seem better, and a flood 3 feet higher would have made a lot of our actions seem worse. I do believe that all of our actions that morning were based on reason from the knowledge we had from previous floods and in the moment. Our concept of high ground has now changed forever. Even with this flood being what it was, we feel like we have failed our parents. When you drop your children off with us, you're putting them in our care, the same way you all surely feel when your children's friends sleep over at your house. You would fight for them. You would put your life on the line for them to keep them safe. And if harm came to them, you would be devastated. These girls were our youngest campers, and they're amazing counselors who we watched grow up. The world was a better place with them in it. And the anger at us for not being able to keep them safe feels completely reasonable. I have no excuses. I have the truth of what actions I took that night, and my family is here with me, and we're honored to answer any questions you have. Sorry.
Thank you for your statement. Does anyone else wish to testify?
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman. We're available to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and being willing to openly public. To be clear, everybody lost something that day, including Texas. And I don't want to discount the efforts as late as they were. I don't question you weren't doing what you thought was best at the time. But I do have some concerns and some things that we went through yesterday for sure. But specifically, it's just about where we go from here a little bit. So I think owning a camp or managing a business, period, if it's licensed with the state of Texas, is a privilege. I don't think we dole out licenses haphazardly. I think that we do it with some forethought and expectation that you're serving the public good. So would you agree? And I'm going to speak to Edward mainly because you were kind of in the line of fire in that tranche. But what would you say that being able to run a camp this long in its history, is that a privilege?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I think so. And I was looking at the transcripts of first day, second day, and third day, and there was a kind of and I don't know how to explain it any different. You're currently under an application to renew a license, and there's 27 deficiencies on that application. And I would have thought, after coming out of July of 25, that every I, every T, everything on that application would have been pristine with all answers, all questions, any particular area that you could have shored up that we got it, we got the message, we recognize shortfalls. But what I read through the transcripts was really concerning from an attitude perspective. And what I mean by that, when you personally were presented with the question, Are you responsible for the app? I think your response was yes. And then the details of that application, you were very removed from, that someone else did it, and this finger pointing. And second piece of that was, it was an upload from prior year information was one of the remarks. And so it just floored me that after all that the families and the state and y'all have been through as a family, that the response could be anything but, I made a mistake, I guess I didn't read it right, or I don't know what you're asking there, but it was more of a, we just did status quo. We just followed suit and uploaded what was on the previous information on those lines. So it's kind of a cavalier, I don't mean that to be disrespectful, but this nonchalant kind of process of we're just going to move forward as if everything's okay now. And so what would you say to that perspective that I walked away from looking at that I don't know who did that or somebody else loaded it, and then 27 deficiencies post-event. How do you reconcile that?
Yes, sir. I believe you were referring to the description of activities that was uploaded. It was my brother Richard and our now full-time employee Glenn Yankee did the application, and I believe that description of activities was something that we had used years prior. It was a PDF, and it had references to the Guadalupe River, and that was a mistake.
Let me ask this, is the application different than the prior applications now that the law, there was different sections and different things on there to ask for, and we'll have dishes up later that
Yes, sir.
some holes in that.
It was, yes, sir. It was different.
But you personally didn't get involved in responding to the new sections even, or did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. It's important to know this, and it's not meant to be anything other than just information, I think, for the committees. But what was an average because you run an account for 2 months, right? 2 30-day periods?
There are, at Guadalupe River, there before this, it was 2 30-day periods and then 1 2-week session.
What would Camp Cypress 2 30-day periods look like as far as gross revenues go? You got 900 applications on file. What is a gross and a net revenue from that?
We didn't have the same sessions at
But
Cypress
going
Lake.
forward, what could you expect under a Cypress? 900 kids, 2 months, so it'd be 1,800 kids, I'm guessing. What is a typical gross and net revenue off of a camp operations for a summer? And you can use the prior, you can use Mystic. So
I'm sorry.
you can use Mystic then. What was a typical revenue summer for a camp?
I don't want to guess. I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry.
Anybody on the
was-
panel have a clue what the gross revenues for a 2 months camp operation looks like for a Mystic?
I think, thank you, Senator. I think with the enrollment we see for if we're able to, God willing, open Cypress Lake Camp this summer, we, based on the tuition we set, I think our estimates for gross revenue with the enrollment was between $3 and $4 million.
So for 1 month or for both months?
No, for the 6 weeks. We had scheduled 6 10-day sessions, so that way if there was any girls that wanted to come from Guadalupe River Camp, they could come their sessions with their friends and their cabin mates, and then we shortened our 3 sessions at Cypress Lake so that those girls could come with their friends and cabin mates.
So roughly 6 million gross.
No, sir. For both, for all 6 sessions, if we had over 850 enrolled still, my estimation was between 3 and 4 million gross.
Okay, 3 and 4 gross. And service business, my background of a CPA, usually net around 50% of that, so to speak, and have some general overhead. So a lot was made yesterday about the ability to find counselors. It's hard to find counselors, and it's hard to find workers, period. It's just a different environment today. What's your pay for a counselor? How much do you pay for senior level counselor?
Yes, you're right. It depends on their age, but it's around $1,000 per counselor.
For the camp?
Yes.
And
If I
if
could
you're,
stop for just a moment, if you can please state your names.
Oh, I'm sorry,
when you
Mary
speak.
Liz Eastland.
For the
In a
record.
normal
Thank you.
summer, like a 2025 summer, a normal sessions, different than what we would try to be doing this summer. It was around 1,000, but it changed for different certifications you had or different heads of things, you know.
so
So I say $1,000 as a ballpark.
So compared to a private sector job where a kid might work at Starbucks, it'd be $15, $16 an hour for 20, 30 hours. They're not doing it for the money,
Correct.
obviously.
Correct.
But at the same time, being the market we have, if you can't find people to want to work, then typically you would raise the cost or what you're paying. So did you raise the amounts that you were paying to try to bring more counselors in?
We include bonuses for bringing friends, things like that, and then each year we do increase the pay a certain percentage, just in general.
But you really didn't do anything different
No, sir.
with the.
I didn't have a hard time finding counselors for second term 2025. It was our most popular term.
Okay. My understanding is you get up a deposit. Is it 50% of deposit
For campers?
for this this current licensing? You've got deposits on file.
Yes, sir. The deposit, the application deposit is $400, just flat.
Okay, it's just a flat application fee. It's not an actual deposit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Fully refundable.
Fully refundable. Have you used any of that money to bring this next camp up to speed to meet the new criteria? And I understand it's a little higher ground, but clearly there are things that you didn't have until after the bills passed. So how much of your resource, and you may have borrowed money to do it, I don't know where you're getting your money, how that's working, but how much have you invested in this new camp?
Thank you, Senator. If it's okay if I talk,
Sure.
being the director of Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, we, first off, thank you all for forming this committee. Really appreciate all your efforts and improvements going into the future based on everything that's happened. I'd also like to point out that appreciate y'all appointing these investigators, Ms. Garrett, Judge Massengale, Kim and Heather. They've all been so professional and very kind and respectful to all that people they've interviewed. We have supported the Heavens 27 legislation, and we knew that if we were ever going to, again, be able to operate camp, we needed to go above and beyond, and we had no plans to open the Camp Mystic Guadalupe River campus this summer especially. And because Cypress Lake did not have sustain any flood damage, we were fortunate, but we knew still we needed to go above and beyond all this great legislation. And so we got together with area camps. We were grateful to know that funding would be coming for government-funded flood alarm and alert systems, but we wanted to get ahead of it to show any parents that had concerns that we were going to go ahead and make sure these were implemented before the summer. And so we've probably before this summer, our Hill Country area camps, West Kirk County will have over 100 River Century Towers, a company that was formed after the flood from Liberty, Texas. And also it's not part of the legislation, but we are putting in 2 huge generators that will back up the office and our dining hall, so we will have power to communicate with emergency personnel, given that, as y'all know, cell service is still pretty bad in our area. We're working to get a tower as well on one of our large hills, so our whole community can benefit. And so we will be able to have power and water for our pump in case of emergency. Also, I don't think it was part of the legislation for walkie-talkies. I think most camps did not have walkie-talkies in cabins, but we are going to have walkie-talkies in every cabin with NOAA weather alerts. That way counselors can automatically hear any weather alerts in their cabin with their campers. And we are going to implement extensive training on evacuations, not just for flood, but for fire, tornado, intruder. And we're going to, specifically for some of those evacuations and emergencies, we're going to have training for our counselors in they always come a day and a half before campers come. And we will train them, and within 48 hours, we will conduct drills for our campers and staff. We have now a gatehouse at Cypress Lake outside the entrance. We're going to have 24-hour security at all times this summer, again, if we're allowed to operate. And we have done a flood risk assessment, Senator, that proves that all cabins are out of the 500-year floodplain at Cypress Lake, and all of them except 2 are out of the 1,000-year floodplain. And we have already made corrections to those deficiencies that you named, and we'll be submitting them probably today or tomorrow.
So kind of go to your dad. Is it fair to say pretty heavy-handed as far as outside what he thought was right? Let me ask it this way. All of these things should have been being done anyway, even under current code, evacuation plans. Shelter in place is not an evac plan by definition, right? And so now you all have an evac plan. Now you are going to do muster. Now you're going to do all these things. But I want to remind people that stuff was already supposed to be done. And I've said it 100 times yesterday. I'm almost certain none of the other camps were doing any of it either. And if I'm wrong on that, I apologize. But just the flavor of that industry right now. So your dad actually evac'd in prior floods. So it wasn't something that he wasn't willing or wanting to do or could do, or he just chose not to do it for different reasons. But my thought here is hindsight's 20/20 for both eyes, both lens. But at the same time, that doesn't excuse the outcome or the consequences. So I'll say it this way. I don't think, and I'm going to separate the conversations from keeping a camp open or not. I think Mystic is a camp. I think at the end of the day, who operates that camp is really a different conversation. And when dishes comes up, the line of questioning that I'll have for them is at what point, and they're going to just say, well, it's up to the legislature. And I want to be clear, at least from this legislator, not legislature, but this tour, that there's a point where the consequences of not doing your job is so significant and so consequential that you don't have the privilege of running a business that you were prior to. And I think that comes from a lot of different policy perspectives, but our system of justice has a large deterrent factor in it. And my perspective is if y'all are left as a operator in any form or fashion, what deterrent does that send to another operator that I can have kids die on my watch and still be an operator? I think we're in a really hard position here because there is no easy answer, and there's no answer that doesn't impact people. But I just don't believe, honestly, with the investigative facts that lined out, and I'll use the very experience that your dad had, and the fact that in prior floods he exercised good judgment, but he missed it on this one. And then when you compound it with the whole air of disconnect from communications, well, that's great. I want my kids to be disconnected from phones, but you still have to have a level of responsibility and accountability in your leadership teams that have to be connected. And that was just a significant, and I bet you again, every camp has that policy. But here's where I'm at. We have to make a decision going forward. So I said it yesterday. The rehashing of this issue for parents and have to relive this whole scenario every day of their lives all over again is somewhat contingent upon how y'all react after this hearing. Because what we're going to hear from Dishes today is literally because of government code and short-sightedness of it not being able to accommodate a camp owner that has had loss of life other than an accidental, something they should have been able to prevent. It's going to allow a process play out past the camp season. So legally, y'all probably get to stay in existence. But I will tell you from this guy's perspective, and I don't know what my other members are, whatever statute tweaks, whatever laws we make, or whatever rules we have to devise, y'all will not be an operator next session, next season, if I can have anything to say with that. Because you just missed it, and it was tragic. But Mystic itself can stay with a different operator. But that's where I've evolved to after going through this twice now, yesterday and at the sites. There just has to be a certain level of finality to it. And leaving you as an operator doesn't provide that finality. And again, loss of life on both sides.
Chairman Meyer. Chairman Meyer.
Members, any questions? Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here and participating with the investigators. As they've reported to us, you've sat with them for a number of hours and have given unfettered access so that they can do their job. And that allows us to do our job. So I want to thank you for that. It's hard not to recognize, and I think Casey said yesterday, like there's a crater of trauma. I kind of think about it when you drop, rock in water and how it ripples out. The ripples of trauma are all over that region, within your own family, with the other families that we're going to hear from later today. We've heard from members of the community, and so we are not we're not ignorant of that. In fact, I think it sits very heavily in this room. And so I want to ask each one of you, I know you all are people of deep faith. Part of the mission that y'all engage in is faith-based and rooted in faith. I'd like to ask each one of you, what are you individually doing? I can hear it in your voice, Edward, right?
Yes.
You talked about there's not a day that goes by. And we heard the timeline of events, and you're a real person that went through that, and we can sit and look at a timeline, but that was what was going on and the things that you were experiencing. What are you doing? What are the rest of y'all doing to deal with your grief and your trauma? What have you been doing since this? Because, as you said, it sits in your mind every day, as well it should. So what are you doing to bring yourself to a point of healing, or trying to process what is really incomprehensible?
So I have a lot of wonderful people who are helping me, especially my wife. We've never been closer. My faith has never been stronger. I'm also getting counseling. I think we all are. But I just have a mantra ever since, just do the next right thing. And I'm trying to do that. And sometimes it's hard to find out what the next right thing is. And the amount of time that has gone by is, it feels like this happened last week still for me. It's not necessarily, every hour's different. Every hour, I have good hours, I have bad hours. It's just, all I can do is do the next right thing. And that's what I've been living by.
Okay. Would y'all be comfortable sharing what does that personal process look like for the other three of you here?
I think it's similar. Edward and I have a similar process. We work together a lot, and we work with professionals, counseling, and different things. And I think I've always just said do this hour, and whatever that next thing in the hour is, and just keeping our family together and taking care of what's right in front of us.
Thank you, Representative Moody. I also am receiving therapy counseling. I meet with someone different than the therapist that I meet with. I go also with my wife, and I also have been trying to just pour into my family and our close friends. And we pray every day to God. We'll never understand why this happened, but we just trying to, like as Edward and Mary Liz said, we're just trying to do the next best thing every day and lean on Him. And there's not a day that goes by that we don't pray for these precious girls and their families, and for so many in our community. And the last thing we want to do is create any more pain for these wonderful families that are grieving. We feel like we'd be just like them, very angry when their most precious treasure is taken from them. And we just pray that there will be kindness through this process as facts continue to come out. We just believe. I read Ephesians 4:32 this morning, that we just pray that as the facts continue to come out, that hearts will heal, and that people will understand that we did our absolute best in unimaginable circumstances. And I just want to say one other thing, that I appreciate Ms. Garrett stating that appreciate all the work she's done in the past couple months in her investigation. But I know time was limited, and she wasn't able to talk to experts that we believe, hydrologists and engineers, if the investigation can continue, will help determine the magnitude of this flood, and also hopefully understanding everything, but talking to people in our community that were affected. I think that helps get a big picture of what happened. But we're just praying that, and we know time will help.
Hello, Representative Moody. Like my other family members, I did seek counseling. I've been lax in it. I don't know. The grief has been in waves. There's some days where you can function and some days where you can't. I don't think I've done a very good job of dealing with the grief. And I find peace in my family, and I find peace in our community.
I appreciate that, and I guess I ask that because none of these things is happening in a vacuum, right? It's our understanding that folks have applied and want to come back to be in your care. And so I think it's an important question to ask of where you all are at in that process, because how does that, and whoever wants to weigh in on this, how do you think your personal journey in dealing with that trauma and grief will impact how you manage and care for children as you're still moving through what is an incredibly difficult process?
Well, so a few weeks ago, we had open houses at the Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, and I told a lot of the parents this. I was anxious to see how I would react when they came, but it was the most amazing 2 weekends, being surrounded by campers, by wonderful parents, and it felt like the best thing for us at the time, and it was wonderful. And I know that it sounds like, I mean, we've changed, definitely, but we are in that camping industry that only people in it understand, and we absolutely love what we do, and we just have this incredible peace with working at a summer camp.
But I will say, I think we're willing to take a step back if camp can go on. That's okay with us. If we're willing to step back and take a pause as this family, I think that's appropriate and okay, and I'm willing to do that.
I appreciate, Mary Liz, I appreciate you saying that. And you mentioned Ephesians 4:32, which talks about kindness and compassion. It's in short supply in our world in general. But when there's such grief and trauma, it's through kindness and compassion that possibly there's a level of healing that can take place. And I don't think that's a short journey. I don't think it's a journey that can be traveled in the next handful of weeks. I think it's a lifelong journey for everybody that went through this. And so I appreciate you sharing that with us, because we can talk about code provisions and bureaucracy and checklists. And I'm sure we're going to do a lot of work on those things. But those are empty words on paper if they don't meet with people on the ground that are doing the right thing as best they can, one day at a time. And I know that I won't speak for all of my colleagues, but I'm not here to create a checklist. I'm here to try to figure out how we change a culture of complacency that we were, very clearly talked to about. And to Senator Perry's point, I don't think this is limited. I think this is probably pervasive. And as a young father who's sending my son to camp this summer for the first time, I think about these things in a more profound way than I ever have. And we need to figure out how to do that in a way that works for everybody, and that is respectful of the very profound loss that's taken place, yours and everybody else's. So thank you for sharing that. I know that's personal to share, and so I appreciate you doing that. I want to talk about communication. I know we, last summer, heard from officials from Kerr County, City of Kerrville, the River Authority, and for those of us that sat on those committees, I don't think you'll find many of us that were satisfied with level of communication going on the ground. And so we did not get to hear from you all at that point in time. And so if any of you or multiple of you want to weigh in on local communication, either from the county, the city, emergency personnel, in the run-up to the flood, or I'd say, we heard a lot about post-event, just chaos. Anything that you'd like to add to some of that from your perspective, operating the camp?
I'll speak to some of that. You mentioned beforehand, before the event, Edward and I do serve on the Hunt Volunteer Fire Department, and we did not get any communication from them before. If you're talking about local people.
Was that because of the inability to receive communication because of
No.
issues with, or that it was possible to receive communication, you just didn't?
I'm talking about maybe July 3rd. We could have gotten an email if information had been given to the county and then dispersed among the volunteer fire departments. We would have gotten an email about that. Any kind of alert would have come that way, and we didn't receive that. So there's a local issue there, whether they saw the TDM alerts or what they knew before, what they zoomed in on. Those things that were brought up yesterday. I'm not sure where our community leaders fell in that, and I can't speak on that, but I know that we didn't get any information from our local fire department, and I don't think they had any information. Post-flood, I will echo the chaos. I did the best that I could, and I did not do well. I will admit that. I didn't do perfectly, and I don't admit to do perfectly, and I tried my best to communicate with everybody that I could with the resources that I had. And then once the Texas Rangers took over, there was more, but then there was still a disconnect with the EOC and who was giving information to whom. And there was a lot of disconnect there.
Okay.
That's from my perspective. I don't know if anybody else wants to add.
Do you have anything else to add on that front?
I don't believe so, but what specific do you mean with the first people who came out to camp with their communications?
Well, I think and I'd like to hear about that, because I think just knowing what that interaction looked like for you all there. Who is it? What are they saying? What are they doing? And then that, I know we're going to hear from TDM a little bit later, and understand that we heard from them for a significant amount of time last summer about their decision to deploy resources to the area in anticipation of the flood. So, there were things moving on the ground. There's a disconnect here somewhere, and that's what I'm trying to drive at.
That's kind of my point in mentioning our local volunteer fire department. I don't think they knew any. I don't know that, I can't speak to it, but from the information that we got on our end as members, we did not hear about any deployment of resources to our county, to our area specifically. I don't know that that's true or not. I'm just telling you what I know from my.
That wasn't information that flowed down to you all.
Correct. And then the first person that came on the scene at Camp Mystic that I saw was the game warden. And I gave him the list of people that we were missing at the time and the number 27. And there was a lot of false information. I think they mentioned on Facebook, everybody saying everybody at Mystic was found. And I specifically was texting people that I knew that person to please take that down. That is not true. I wanted to make sure true information was getting out as quickly as I could, and the first person I was able to get that to was the game warden, who was the first person I saw on site. I don't know if y'all saw anybody else on site before that.
Richard Eastland. On the 5th, the governor came out, and Chief Kidd came out as well. And my brothers, my sister-in-laws, they were in town, so I was the only one at the camp to guide them around. I showed them the buildings, and what happened in a sort of a similar tour that y'all did. But Chief Kidd and Governor Abbott did ask, what do y'all need? And I asked for two things. I said, we need security here at the camp because people were coming in. I was afraid of just somebody coming in and messing with something. And then I specifically said, and we need more people looking. We need more search and rescue. And I will say, they stepped up and they did a very good job on both of those things.
Okay. It in prior years, was it normal for the local emergency personnel to communicate with you about risks or anything else in the area? Was that a common type of communication, or was it always lacking?
No, our Hunt Volunteer Fire Department is very good about sending information. Typically, it's about burn bans in our area, and so we frequently get emails from them about local needs and about training and about. It's a lot of lovely older men volunteers that send a lot of different emails and would have sent that information had they had it.
And if I may speak also, Representative Moody, going back to July 4th, I was very impressed by the response by Tatum definitely after the flood. I can't say to the effect what Tatum, to my knowledge, our local officials did not get what Tatum was laying out in the days before the flood. But after the flood happened, when we had no power, no Wi-Fi, no electricity, and I found out a little bit after 7 a.m. Just the nightmare that appeared to be happening at the campus next door at Camp Mystic Guadalupe River, because I was at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake. I went up with one of my sons and with Glenn Yunke to the highest point I could get to, where we got one bar of service and started making calls to 911. I made 2 different 911 calls. I'm not blaming anybody. The weather was still pretty bad, a horrible time to come in by helicopter. But when no one was coming fast enough, in my mind, I made a phone call to a contact that I knew might be able to get somebody, and he put me in touch with Nim Kidd right away. It was sometime after 9 o'clock, and Nim Kidd told me with all confidence that he would be sending help. And shortly after, probably less than an hour, the game wardens showed up a little after 10 a.m. and started taking control. So that's my perspective on what happened on July 4th that morning.
Okay. I know we've had some conversation about counselors, ages of counselors, who they were supervising, the number per cabin. My legislative director was a Mystic camper, and so had a little bit of personal experience in understanding the history of the camp just from within our own office. I think we talked about yesterday, we're trying to identify when that ratio started to struggle to stay at 3, because I think, as Ms. Garrett pointed out yesterday, even the most routine things could become problematic if you're short-staffed in the cabin. So when did that start to erode, I guess, for lack of a better term?
I want to just take a minute to recognize our amazing counselors. We have an amazing group of counselors that return year after year, and they were heroes that night. They really were. And I told them that next day, that they were incredible. And we have counselors that come for 3 and 4 years and then go off, and they are leaders in our country, and it's really incredible. And we watch them grow up, and I just can't say enough wonderful things about our counselors. I think we have the best counselors in the state, but maybe I'm biased. I don't think there was an erosion. I think the industry standard is interesting for counselors, and I think y'all have done a really good job with your new act, the Camp Health Safety Act, to put the ratio such in the cabins that you did. I think that would be really wonderful going forward in camp safety. We didn't have that before in terms of in the cabin ratios, and so I think that's a really good addition that you did, and I would keep that. A lot of other camps often ask us, how do you keep your campers coming so long? Because we actually have industry standard, for example, our son, this will be his last year as a camper, and he's 16. He'll be a counselor at 17, still in high school. So we have always had campers go until 17 and then become counselors later, just to set a little bit of an industry standard there. And if you look back in our memory books, similar to the way that Ms. Garrett did, you will see that back in the 80s, even we had 2 counselors and twins often because of the size of the cabin and the number of campers in the cabin. It's not always about, it's more about how many campers are in a cabin. For example, I was a counselor in 2003 and I had 13 campers with 1 other counselor. So it's not necessarily an issue or an erosion issue. It's just how we staff within the camp in our business. I'm not sure how other people staff. I don't know that they have 3 in a cabin in other places. I don't know what that standard is, which is why I'm thankful that you put that in there so that we can have a better industry standard across the board, and we support that.
Okay. So not necessarily something that eroded over time, but it was staffing decisions made each individual session.
Yes.
As to
correct.
what? Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
What, and I might come back with some more questions, but I just want to end with this, and whoever wants to answer. Obviously, we've gone over everything in pretty fine detail, but based on your judgment, your personal judgment, do you think you met or exceeded the safety expectations of campers in the summer of 2025?
Thank you, Representative. This is Britt Eastland. I believe, based on what we knew then, we acted reasonably, but now that we know what this river can do, we're thankful for the legislation, and we're ready. Everyone, I think, in the camping community is ready to make changes, and we're thankful for the great legislation y'all put forward.
I've been more instrumental in the infirmary side. And I have worked with our camp doctor, who's our medical director, and we have a good plan in place for safety and medical, and so I can speak to that. And then I think that we've improved a lot of safety in different areas that maybe haven't been touched on. For example, we used to do a river water safety, but it wasn't an American Red Cross lifeguarding course. And so in 2011 and 12, I became a lifeguard, and then also became a lifeguard instructor, and since then have increased our water safety in lifeguarding. And that's just one example of things that we've done to increase safety before this.
Okay. I think the phrase used yesterday quite a bit was a culture of complacency. You do things the way you do things now because you always did them that way before. This worked in 1978, 1987, so it'll work now. And again, whoever wants to weigh in on that, I'd like y'all to give us your perspective, because that's what we keep hearing and being talked about. You all are the operators. Can you talk to me about a culture of complacency? Is that something that, obviously, hindsight 2020, is that something that you can reflect on and look back at? And do you have something to tell this committee about that?
It's a very good question, Representative. I don't think that we had a culture of complacency. I would disagree with that. I think my father was very diligent that night. I know that we failed these families behind us. I do know that. And if we could change anything about it, if we could have done the things that y'all have thought of, that we have thought of, we would do it. But we, just like every year, we would think, how can we make camp more fun? We would also think, how can we make camp more safe? And over the years, we see those little things. We do those little things. The That night, I don't think my dad was complacent. I think he was diligent. He was up early. He was checking for information 30 minutes before that 1:14 a.m. warning. I know people are upset that he didn't act on what we know now, but he was looking for that information, and he couldn't find it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There was, I think it was a text message shared with us where there's reference to a 4-inch rise in the water, 4-inch rise in the water, I think is what it stated. I think it was a text to your mother.
Maybe my mother?
I think to your mother.
I
Yes.
think it was 4 inches of rain.
It was 4 inches of rain or 4 inches of
rain.
rise? Okay,
Inches of
all
rain.
right.
So
2:33 a.m., 2:33 a.m. is speaking. 2:33 a.m., 4 inches.
Yeah. And is there any significance to that amount? We've heard some testimony. There is some significance to that marker. What is its significance to you all when that's a data point that's known at about 2:30 in the morning?
yes, I think Ms. Garrett specifically talked about how that would have meant something to my father because he served on the UGRA. When he called Edward and he said, we've had 2 inches of rain, that meant something to my father. When he texted my mother and said, we've had 4 inches of rain, that meant something. And I think that does go to that 114 alert. You look at, here, let me just pull up what the information was. So a lot of talk about that 114 flash flood warning has been about just the warning itself. You were warned. But the context of the rainfall amount is important. They said between 1 to 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 2 to 3 inches in 1 hour, and additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. And y'all, if you like the flash flood watch from July 3rd, talked about 1 to 3 inches expected and up to, I think, 5 to 7 inches isolated. But you don't know what that does to our basin, right? That amount, you don't know if that's tremendous or if it's less. But to my father, it did mean that it meant something. The amount of rain we got in a 24-hour period in that basin was 16 inches. It was 16 inches. And even more importantly, it was almost 12 inches. I think it's 11.94 inches of rain in a 3-hour period. And it's about the time that rain is coming down, because over a longer amount of time, it's not as bad. Shorter amount of time, it's very bad. And that was not accurately showing what was happening. Those warnings were not showing what was happening on the ground. And so when I say my dad was in the dark looking for that information, he couldn't find it because the radar wasn't showing it, the National Weather Service wasn't showing it, and the gauges that were upstream of us on the South Fork were no longer in service.
All right. Thank you all for that. I may have some other questions as we circle back around, but that's what I have for now. Thank you so much.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you each for being here. No one, I don't believe anyone has any doubt for your love of those children and your loving what you do and what your family has done there. Many of us represent folks back home who lost children, and then other Mystic families who did not. And we know that it's a close-knit community and really a unique community, and y'all certainly know that as well. We have to talk about these things, and we don't apologize for that. We have to ask these questions, and we thank you for cooperating with us. with the chair's discretion, I'm going to have a few, and we'll probably come back and visit again before we're done. But I want to go back on a couple of things that Speaker Moody spaded up, which I also had in my notes. And Mrs. Eastland, on counselors, I want to learn a little bit more about that. Thank you for, you mentioned it in your remarks, and then Speaker Moody asked you about it. So Ms. Garrett talked about speaking with other families, other Mystic families from years past. And I want to say, even folks I've heard from, there is this sense that that the default was 3 counselors per cabin, but it sounds like we were wrong about that. I'm not fussing at you. I want to understand. We were talking about an erosion. I think Ms. Garrett was trying to say maybe that it's harder to get counselors. She was maybe trying to figure out why. But is that a false impression that the default used to be 3 counselors per cabin? I know there's ratios overall, but
Yeah.
getting back to cabins, regardless of what the law was that the default at one time, or were we mistaken about that? The 3 counselors per cabin.
I think that's a good default, yes, but I think it is all dependent on the size of the cabin and the number of campers in the cabin. So it's not necessarily default for each cabin. For example, the Twins 1 and Twins 2 cabins are small, and my father-in-law actually wanted to remodel them and make them bigger, and I said no because I like them smaller with the smaller amount of campers. And so then you go into larger cabins, like one of our cabins on the hill is called Hangover, and that has maybe 40 campers. So there's just, it's different for different size buildings and different amount of campers in that age group. It is not a default. A goal is to have 3 in cabins, yes, but there are varying degrees of need for different reasons.
So that's helpful. So the goal will be to have 3, but depending on the cabin, that may or may not be the case.
Correct. Like I had 13 campers. It would have been a lot to have 3 counselors when I was a counselor with just one other counselor in 2003.
And so if we were talking about Bubble, for example, or Twins 1 and 2, as smaller cabins, are you saying they would tend to have less than 3 anyway? Or I
Yes.
don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to understand.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And like I said, looking back, even starting in the 80s, there were oftentimes 2 counselors in Twins and Bubble because of the number of campers in those cabins.
And let me pause for a minute and ask if anybody else remembers that differently. I'll ask each of you. Is that nobody's lying, but is that everybody else's recollection? Y'all have been there at different times. Some of us are different ages. Everybody agree with that, Mr. Eastland?
Yes, sir. When I was growing up, it was not uncommon for 2 counselors or 3 counselors. It depended upon the cabin.
Mr. Eastland?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, that's my recollection, and also that's actually what we did at Cypress Lake Camp, which opened in 2020. It's about half the size of the larger Guadalupe River Camp, and it was because our cabins are smaller sizes. We often we had less counselors, and we'd have about 2 for every cabin.
Mr. Eastland?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
Along those lines, let's talk about the ages and experience of the counselors. We that term I guess counselorette, that came up. So based on what we heard yesterday and based on your experience, tell us if I'm a first-year counselor, what am I called? Am I treated differently? Am I categorized differently than a more experienced counselor?
You're categorized differently, but you do the same work as the other counselors, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. It does. And I think we know the answer. What is the age of the youngest counselors? The counselors.
We ask that they have finished high school, and if you've not been a Mystic camper before, we ask that you have potentially had a year of college, that there are variances to all these unwritten rules within our business. But typically, if you have not been a camper before, we like you to have had a year of college, and if you've been a camper with us, then you can come after high school.
Do we ever have any under 17?
Not under 17, no, sir.
So maybe some still in high school. Might that be a variance depending on the circumstances?
No, sir. You cannot be a counselor if you are a high school student, but according to your birthday, you might have a summer birthday that makes you younger for your grade, et cetera. So you might be 17 in that regard.
Yes, ma'am. That was me. I understand that. Okay. everybody else agree with that? Is that your understanding of how that worked? And any corrections or clarifications? We need to understand this very well. Mr. Eastland.
Yes, sir. We focus more on their grade level than their actual age. So things like you can't come to camp until you finish second grade, and you can't be a counselor until you finished high school.
Okay. Mr. Eastland.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I would agree with what my brother and sister-in-law said.
I agree completely.
Thank you very much. And so, I understand that all the counselors do the same work, regardless of their level of experience. Whether we have 2 or 3 campers per cabin, what's our policy on experience versus first-year counselors in a given cabin? Is there a policy about that?
No, not necessarily. My policy is, everybody wants to be on Senior Hill because they think that's fun, but the age of the counselor matters to me. I'm not going to put a 18-year-old with 15-year-olds because that's a difficult age gap to help control them, basically. And so the younger counselors are put with the younger campers because they also were just campers, and they are incredible at answering all the several questions the 8-year-olds have about all the things, and so they do a wonderful job, our ETs do a wonderful job with the younger campers.
Okay, thank you. For my next question, we're going to focus on the flats.
Okay.
So not Senior Hill, so generally younger girls than Senior Hill, but cabin by cabin, there's a relative age difference in the girls. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. They 8 years old through 12, 13. It's basically elementary age on the flats, to keep it simple.
So for the youngest girls on the flats, is there a policy about whether they have experienced counselors? Is it just whoever wants to serve in a given cabin? Tell us how that process works and how it worked going into July of last year.
Yes. On their application, they can specify the age group they want, and they can specify even a cabin that they want. And so oftentimes the twins counselors do specify, I want the babies. And so that's great. And we put them in there. The experience of the counselor doesn't matter in that scenario to me. Because they know camp and the traditions very well, and they are better than a brand new counselor with babies that have questions about what kind of shoes to wear to an activity, or where something is, or what clothes to wear that day. Every counselor that's been a camper knows all those answers very well.
Everybody agree with that? Thank you.
Yes,
That's
sir.
okay. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. There was we heard testimony based on interviews that on the flats, those cabins with the older girls tended to be more popular. Again, we're talking about the flats, older among those elementary school girls, that it was maybe more difficult to fill those spots in bubbles and twins because the little girls needed more help, needed more care. Did you hear that? Did you hear that testimony yesterday?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that what do you tell us what you think about that? Is that accurate?
Well, like I just mentioned, a lot of these counselors asked to be in the baby cabins. And so I don't know how else to answer that, except that they either ask for it or they enjoy it. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it's not difficult to staff the twins cabins.
Okay. So if there were 2 counselors rather than 3 in Bubble Inn and in twins, that was not because of a lack of counselors. That was a policy decision we made based on all the circumstances.
Yes, sir.
And was that the case in July of last year?
Yes, sir. Those were smaller cabins with fewer campers. So like I've said, all the different variables that go into putting counselors in cabins would have pertained then as well.
Thank you. I've got a couple. Did you want to say something, Mr. Eastland? Okay, I apologize. Thank you. I didn't want to misread a cue. Thank you. And I'll ask a couple of questions now to the entire panel, and we may go down or may just see who volunteers. But the flash flood warning. I think everybody here knows the difference between a watch and a warning, And we're going to make, I think, one thing we might think about doing, we probably need to do is make sure that maybe we even teach that in K through 12, so everybody knows the difference between a watch and a warning and what that means. My able team member suggested that. But there was testimony yesterday about some of the lawyers said there'd been X number of flash flood warnings, and then there was a question about how many had been during camp season. So my question, let's start with some numbers. If you know, in the last 5 years, how many flash flood warnings for the camp, the area covering the camp, during camp season, if you know? And I don't know the answer to these questions. This is not a trap. We need to know the answer to these questions. Anybody know?
No, and I would probably be the one to know more than my brothers and my sister-in-law. But that's probably what Ms. Garrett said might be accurate. That during the summer months, there were only 3 flash flood warnings since 2009. Is that what you're asking, Senator?
Well, thank you for your answer. I was starting with 5 years, but I think 2009. Well, no, that's okay. 2009 was the measure she described it. So you believe she's right? The only.
I have not looked at the data. I haven't. The only one that I've looked at is from 21 that was an extremely similar warning that led to a 1 foot rise. But I'm not sure if that was during the summer months or not. I'm sorry.
And so, if we're talking about the warnings received during camp, flash flood warnings are not, and I don't want to suggest we ignore watches. We sure can't do that. But we're talking about warnings.
Yes, sir.
So would it be fair to say that they are not common? Flash flood warnings are not a common occurrence.
I would say they're not a common occurrence. There's an engineer who told me that maybe you get 4 a year. So I'm not sure if that's true or not. But
So oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no.
Okay. In the context of Camp Mystic camp season, are flash flood warnings a common occurrence?
I would say we've had a lot of droughts, and so I would answer that it is not common for the 10 years that I've been there that we've gotten flash flood warnings. But I will agree with what my brother said that from what I've looked at and the hydrologist that's talked to us that in the last 25 years it's been on average through the whole year about 4 a year. And so close to 100 flash flood warnings that my understanding estimated about 1 to 3 inches of rain.
But during camp season, do you have a sense for what the number is during camp season over that period, Mr. Eastland?
I know they've happened when I've been there, and I know they've happened when I was a kid growing up out there, but I can't give you a number.
Any thoughts on that, Ms. Eastland?
I don't have any thoughts on it. I've been at camp during flooding events, but I don't know if they were warnings or watches. I'm not sure.
Mr. Eastland?
Yes, I agree. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number, but it's happened before. Yes, sir.
Speaker Moody was talking about the 4 inches, and Speaker, I apologize for interrupting. I happened to have the timestamp, and I thought that might be helpful. Thank you for letting me interrupt. I'd like to visit a little bit more about that. Again, you have the best information on a lot of this that we're looking for, the folks who are available to testify. And so, Mr. Eastland, you mentioned that 4 inches would have meant something to your father. There was communication at 2 inches. There was communication. Now we have 4 inches. That was at 2:33. How many other flooding events or how many other storms do you remember during camp season when we got 4 inches in that time frame?
I would say I don't know about where previous floods that I had grown up out there where we were at 4 inches. But I do know that my dad, my father, would have known that because he was so instrumental in getting the 1990 automated flood system that Kerr County used. And he would look at that data upstream of us. And so those numbers that would come in would mean something to him. It would mean, oh, they had 3 inches here, and what that would mean for us downriver.
And I'd add to that, Senator, that I thank Ms. Garrett for showing that video that I guess we posted back in 2018 in the off-season in October of flooding that was happening at Mystic. And my family can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was a 4-inch rain flood that happened, which is a large flood at Camp Mystic.
So was it common to receive 4 inches in that time frame?
4 inches was not common. 4 inches was not, but it wasn't the sort of thing that would cause what happened. It was 12 inches that is what caused what happened. 12 inches in 3 hours. I asked an engineer recently, because of the watch number, the outlier was 7 inches. And I said, well, if we had received 7 inches in the sort of same time span, and he said, well, okay, you got 90% of that rain in the first 3 hours, what that would be like. And he said that if it was a 6-hour period, you would have a 50-year flood. And if it was a 3-hour period with 7 inches of rain, it would probably go about 6 inches into Bug House. I know y'all all went into Bug House. That's the last cabin on the end by the dam, and you can see the roof there where it went up. It got 11 inches inside that building. So my point here is
11 feet.
Oh, yes, sorry, 11 feet. 11 feet inside of that building. My point is, if those numbers had been what was actually happening, that would have been the kind of flood. And that was the kind of flood he was looking for. Still a very serious flood, but he was looking and seeing if that was going to happen.
Mr. Eastland, that 4 inches, 2:33 a.m., and I realize you were there and you were doing a lot. But at 2:33 a.m., when your dad seemed to recognize that was a big deal, do you remember that happening before, 4 inches in that time period?
I believe it was maybe mentioned to me that night by my dad. When he first called me, he said the 2 inches in the last hour. But I don't remember. I don't think we had a conversation about the 4 inches. I know he texted my mom that.
Do you remember other storms where you got 4 inches in that amount of time?
Oh, yes, sir.
During camp season while campers were present?
Yes, sir.
How common was that?
That's a good question. I can. We probably had. That's a good question. I don't have the answer right off the top of my head, but I'm sure we could look up the data.
Any thoughts on that, Mrs. Eastland?
I don't know the exact inches that we've gotten in previous floods that I've participated in at camp as a camper and counselor, but if there have been rises in the river, for sure. And I don't know the inches of that, but if it's 4 inches, then I've seen that. Yes, sir.
No question that your father was looking at the weather and looking at all those apps and looking at those gauges, and no question about that. And my next question is difficult, and I apologize, and it's going to require speculation. But as we go through the timeline, again, 233 was 4 inches, and then we'd had the counselors come up from the end of the road to let us know water was coming in, and then at 2:55, when Francis radios from the gatehouse, water's in the gatehouse, and you may know, Mr. Eastland, from communications that night, I apologize, was that the trigger? Was that when your late father said, okay, we need to evacuate those girls. I'm asking. It appears to me that's what did it, but we don't know if he was looking at these numbers, looking for a number or a level or an event. Is that what it appears chronologically that that's what did it? But do you know? And then can you speculate if you don't know?
Yes, sir. When Frances called from the gate, I was trying to reach her for a while, and her radio cut off, and I kept repeating, "Frances, can you hear me?" And my dad, after one time I said that, interrupted me and said, "We need to start getting campers out of Bug House."
It's right around 3 a.m. Is that right, your recollection?
Yes, sir, correct.
Mr. Eastland.
And I could be wrong, Senator, but Edward, I think it's important that was it still precautionary? I wasn't over there, but to my understanding, it was still precautionary for Bug House.
Yes, it was.
When you say it's still precautionary, well, go ahead, then I'll ask you what you mean by that.
Yes, so the water hadn't actually reached the floor of Bug House at that point. When we drove down there, it was touching the back side of the cabin.
That was at 237 or thereabouts.
And I believe y'all saw Bug House. It's on a hill, and one side of it almost looks like it's 2 stories. The front door is on the higher part, and so there's a corner that's closer to the river that was, I believe, in 78 and 87. I don't know if it was touching that corner, but that's what caused my dad to want to get them out just out of precaution.
Senator, you said 237. I think he's talking about 3 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. 237 was driving back down there with the counselors to check it out, but 3 o'clock is the point where the water was where you're describing.
Yes, sir.
I'm
sorry
I'm
about
asking.
that.
I'm not telling it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Easton. You wanted to say something, I think.
Just a reminder, I think Ms. Garrett and Judge Massengill did a good job reminding everybody that they've interviewed that was, for a whole area, that was the most demonic, angry thunder and lightning storm that really anybody's ever seen. And so at that point, when Edward's saying it's precautionary, at that time when I was at Cypress Lake, checking the water levels of Cypress Creek and checking our campers and counselors and making sure I didn't need to evacuate anybody. And fortunately, it didn't get close enough to need to evacuate. But my concern at that time was if we got girls out, it was very likely they were going to be struck by lightning.
Mr. Eastland, I want to ask you a couple more things about those events right around that time. There's a photograph from our timestamp. It's 2:14 a.m. and it's with some folks from the grounds crew who had moved the canoes, which was the thing to do. That was understandable, of course. And they were in that garage, which is not far from the office, a little bit higher ground, right? It has the second story above it. Do you remember that photograph with them gathered in the garage?
Yes, sir. I took that photo.
Well, I was going to ask because I couldn't remember if you were in it. So you took that photo. So I know things were happening fast. I know it wasn't long before you were by yourself. You, Mr. Yank, and your father were in different places trying to help. Do you know if there was any more communication, or do you remember when the last time y'all talked to that group of workers in the garage after that photograph was taken in 2:14? And what we know the water got up close to them, but not up to that level, is my understanding. Do you know when the last time you had any communication with those men there in the garage?
Yes, sir. I believe it was right around the time that photo was taken. We had, after they had moved the waterfront equipment before 2 a.m., it didn't take them long, probably took them 5 or 10 minutes, and they were driving back to their cabin. And at this point, the water on Edmondson Creek, also called Bubblegum Creek, was coming up, and the road back to their cabin crosses that creek, and so they couldn't make it back to their cabin. So they stopped at the garage and I guess sought shelter under there just from the rain.
Was it unusual for Edmondson Creek, Bubblegum Creek, to block their way back to their cabin?
No, sir.
Okay. So they're at the garage. Did you or your father give them any instructions, any direction, what they could do to help, what they should be doing? What was your communication with them like? What was yours first, and we'll ask about your father.
We had drove from the office to check and see if they made it back to their cabin. After I sent that picture to my wife, she was suggesting we could use some beds that campers are usually in the infirmary. That there were no campers in there, so they could sleep there for the night. We didn't expect what happened that night at that point.
So there was no communication with them about assisting, or at that point evacuation had not yet reached our. We didn't think we were at the level to think about evacuation at that point. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, do you know if your father had any communication with them beyond that?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Was there did they have a walkie-talkie?
I believe they did, because they came after a walkie-talkie call. I didn't see someone with it on them, but I assume they had one. Yes, sir.
But the communications that took place after that, when you were trying to evacuate the girls, any communication with them? Did they hear the traffic and come help, or they anything like that? I
don't believe they responded on any of our radio calls. I didn't hear them.
Okay. Were they asked to come help?
I don't believe so.
Let me say that properly. Were they asked to come help?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Eastland, did you have something on that? You were heading toward the microphone, I thought.
I was just going to confirm about the radio call, Senator. Yes, I heard one of our men named Alberto at 1:45, confirm that he would come over when my father radioed Edward and to get some of the men to come over.
And that was coming over to move the equipment?
That's correct.
Okay, so they had a walkie-talkie at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, now we understand that you were in a position to overhear the walkie-talkie communication that night. That's my recollection, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you, once a decision was made at 3 a.m. to start moving girls out of that first cabin, was there ever any communication with those workers to come help, or any communication with them at all that you recall hearing?
Not that I recall.
So they were never asked to come help?
That's correct, but just speculating, again, I was there at Cypress Lake at 3 a.m., and I think it was still precautionary. I don't think anyone, even at 3 a.m., knew what that river was going to do in a matter of seconds and minutes.
Mr. Eastland, anything on that? Do you know anything about communication with those men? They weren't too far from you, as I recall. Help us out with what was going on, what you were doing at that time.
At that time, I was not aware of the flood.
Oh, that's right.
So I was with them later on in the morning, but at that time period, I was not aware they were there.
With the indulgence of the chairs, I may have a couple more questions, but I want to ask about one more thing at this point, Mr. Eastland, and we're not here to parse your words or to take anything out of context. I made some notes, and you were talking about the plans for opening, and you said, and I may have this wrong, but I wrote down no plans to open the Guadalupe camp this summer especially. Did you, again, I'm not fussing at you. Tell us about that. Now, we realize there's no application pending for the Guadalupe camp, but what about going forward?
Well, we're praying about that every day. We don't know what the right thing is to do, Senator, and so we have no plans for this summer to open Guadalupe River Camp, but we've heard from hundreds of families. It's not been an easy decision for us to even open Cypress Lake, but we've heard from hundreds of families that they are asking us to please open, and they trust us, and they're asking us to provide healing for their daughters.
Would opening that camp, hypothetically, down the road, would that involve putting girls back in the cabins that flooded?
Absolutely not. We, just as a family, decided we would never put anyone in a cabin that had flooded, nor would we put any campers or counselors in a building, any building that was below that July 4th line. If we were ever going to rebuild, which, like Brett said, we don't know. It's uncertain right now. It would never be below that line.
We don't have the map in front of us, but how much of the flats would be available to you if you were going to follow that, which is a good rule, by the way, thank you, but how much of the flats would be available to reuse based on that criteria?
It would have to be on the hillside if we were going to build cabins in that location. Those cabins that were on the hillside, right below it, I think they flooded maybe 6 feet on the inside above the floor level. So, I mean, that gives you maybe some perspective of like how high up we would have to go on that hill to build there.
Mr. Chairman, I may have a few questions later if that's okay, but I'll pass for now.
Chair recognizes Chair Darby.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Several of us on this committee heard testimony in Kerrville. Certainly we had Senate committee meetings on the bills that came out of those meetings, and in the House as well. And so it's good that you're here before us today, and thank you for being here, for being candid and honest. I want to ask some questions, and the morning is kind of. I have a lot of questions. I'm not gonna burden you today, nor this committee with all the questions that I do have. But do each of you believe that the investigative report that we received yesterday is substantially correct? Does it accurately reflect the situation on the ground that you were a part of that night? I presume you were here yesterday, and so I presume each of you heard that. So I would like each of you to comment on, do you believe that that report is an accurate, substantially accurate report?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Representative Darby. I feel like it was an extremely fair report. I feel like Judge Massengale and Ms. Garrett did a very good job. Like my brother Edward said, they really listened to us, and they heard us. And I thought her report was extremely accurate. And I had there were a couple little errors here and there that weren't substantial. The only thing I took, I guess, issue with was the counselor thing that we addressed earlier, and then the alert, the warnings themselves. But overall, I thought it was fantastic.
Okay. Britt?
Thank you, Representative Darby. I agree also that it was accurate in a lot of ways. My only opinion is it could be improved upon even more if the committee, recommends that. I believe Ms. Garrett admitted that she wasn't able to confirm things about the floodplain that we believe there's been some misinformation on in the media and things like that. But she wasn't able to talk to hydrologists and engineers that have studied this. And then the second group, I think would be important to, and it can be, I know the Texas Rangers are involved and we welcome that. We've been cooperating with them, and it looks like they are going to possibly do a broader scope. But I think to understand the magnitude of the flood affecting our entire community, including Camp Mystic. You have to interview some of the people affected outside of Camp Mystic.
Okay.
I thought the report was very well done. One thing that we have seen as a family is water lines in a time stamp, which I think would be helpful for you all to see that alongside their reporting and their mapping. If you do incremental times of where water level was, I think that's important too.
Well, we'll stop there. I, for one, I'm sure the committee would also be receptive. If you have information that you would like to supplement our investigative report, I think the committee chairs and the committee would welcome that. So would like to see that.
Okay.
Especially to your point about flood maps, any information you have, I think that would be important information to receive for this committee. Okay.
And yes, sir, I agree with my brothers and my wife that they did a really good job, and especially the times of where my father and Glenn and I were. I feel like that's been all over the place, where I knew what was true, and they really listened to me, and confirmed it with the cell phone data and the pictures and text messages. So I thought they did a really good job with that.
With regard to Senate Bill 1 and to House Bill 1, both chambers worked very hard to try to make some changes in not only in the statute but in the culture that we've learned about over the last few days. Did we go too far? Did we get it right? Is there things that from your perspective we should implement? And I'll ask about some of the things you've additionally done. But how about those two bills? There are some that say we went way too far. There are some that criticize us because of the broad brush that we put on paper. From your perspective, did we get it right?
I think you got a lot of things right. Like I said, I think you did a really wonderful job on some of the ratios that we talked about, and I think we would love to help you and get more dialed down on the things that we do need. I think it was a wonderful start, and we are so thankful that the parents championed that. And I think you got a lot of it right. I don't have it in front of me, but the things that we needed to change were good.
Okay.
I do think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think most of the issue is with the fiber optics requirement, and we already had that. We had that in 2016, and I do understand that some of the camps were upset about that because it would cost so much to get those. Personally, I know fiber optics is the best. I think a lot of these camps maybe have Starlink or what do you call it, or DSL, but I don't know if the fiber is something that y'all could help the other camps on if they really, I think it costs several $100,000 for some of them to get it.
The legislation created equipment that need to be brought, changes in policy, and we required a new application form with dishes. Everybody's been going through that right now. But we rely upon our operators to be forthcoming and truthful in their representations. Of course, we require our agency to verify, trust but verify. And so I'd like to direct your attention to February of 23rd of 2026, and I'm going to quote this. Camp Mystic Cypress Lake is in compliance with all aspects of the state's new camp safety laws. There is consequently no regulatory basis to deny Camp Mystic Cypress Lake its license. This was in February of 26. In March of 26, another release. The Camp Mystic Cypress Lake campus is in compliance with all aspects of the state's new camp safety laws and has implemented additional safety measures that exceed the requirements of those laws. And I'll repeat that last part. The camp has implemented additional safety measures that exceeded the requirements of those laws. Senator Perry mentioned earlier that the Department of State Health Services had noted 22 deficiencies just this past week. I guess firstly, who authorized those compliance statements that were issued in March and February? And on what basis were they made?
Thank you, Representative Darby. I'll speak to that. I first want to go back to your first question. I also agree with my brothers and my sister-in-law that I appreciate all the work y'all did to put in a great legislation for the new safety legislation that was passed in August. I do wish that I do think it can be improved on. I do wish more camps in Texas were consulted on to make it even better. But I do agree that it's a good law, and I also like that in the new legislation it requires. Now that we know what this river can do, it requires better evacuation for camps that are even above the floodplain. But that statement was based on a lot of work by my brother Richard, by Glenn, and we were just going to the statement that we put out, because we've had close to 900 families enrolled, but as you can imagine, given a lot of the tension that's out there and questions in the media about the license application process, a lot of families are wanting to make plans, and we're getting a lot of calls and questions about it, and we were confident based on everything we put into that, and we believed we had a perfect application, but we did make some mistakes, and as I mentioned earlier, we've made those corrections.
Is one of the mistakes that people draw my attention to is I guess the standard, maybe you mentioned this, Richard, that you drew from prior applications language about usage of the Guadalupe River. And I think that's created quite an emotional crisis. It is the fact that according to the information you provided, part of the Guadalupe facility was being utilized, and if I can remember right, had to do with we're going to canoe, we're going to swim, and we're going to snorkel in the river.
And
Can you understand the emotional trauma just the idea of that puts forth? Please.
Absolutely, I can understand that.
Okay.
It's hard for me to go near the Guadalupe right now, so I completely understand. The mistake was mine. I took over the licensing process, and the new amendment section required several things. They required us to map our borders. They required us to show the FEMA firm map, if any cabins were within the 100-year floodplain there on that map, to show if they were over 1,000 feet away from a floodway, and so that was largely the amendment the document that I worked on, and in that submitting of that, there was also a small part on submitting your typical schedule and activities descriptions. And while doing the process, I hadn't seen that. And then here's this document that we submit every year. And so I submitted it with it. And I really regret it, because I did not mean to cause that trauma. And I did not intend for anyone to believe that we were going to use the Guadalupe for this summer.
So it's your position, I guess the family's position, no part of the Guadalupe will be used if or when the license for operation of,
Absolutely. And there were other things in there, like Camp Craft, it said they were going to explore all 715 acres. That's not going to happen. Things like that. It is going to be confined to the Cypress Lake campus.
okay. Now, you did mention additional improvements, and I presume, did you say that you're going to file the revised application that addresses the deficiencies soon? Is
Yes,
that right?
yes,
Okay.
sir.
And you're also indicating on that application that you've made some improvements that weren't required by statute, but you thought were a good idea, including 2 generators that you installed, and I happen to agree with you. That sounds like a necessary part. Walkie-talkies installed in each cabin. I think we had language in the bills that addressed that. 24-hour security at the gatehouse. And I thought we had that anyway. I mean, that just speaks to common sense to me, that you'd have somebody at the gate 24 hours and would not let them leave at 2 in the morning, or the night watchman leave at 2 in the morning. So is it your testimony today that the application that you will submit over the next few days or week will address all these deficiencies and address any other improvements that you've made to the property that would support the granting of the license?
That is my testimony. Glenn, who we hired to be our emergency coordinator, he's largely handling the emergency plan and how we're going to drill, and so he is largely taking care of those corrections. But with talking with him, I believe that is correct, sir.
Okay, let's talk about the PA system. As you know, the committee made a field trip last week. And each of us stood by the twins 1 and 2 cabins. And it was particularly impactful looking to my right, within a few yards, the PA system speaker. Then looking to my left and seeing the stairway to the Polish, what do you call it, commissary? What is that room?
Yes, sir. The first floor is our commissary, and the second floor, it's called Polar Palace. It was called that
Polar
before
Palace, okay.
before we got Polish, though.
Okay.
It's just the
Polar, okay. So what's so striking about this is that there were, in Casey's view, several opportunities to act in a certain direction. I would love each of your assessments, and I recognize the problem is that most of the adults were cut off from the flats. But yet there were still some adults at the flats, either in the garage, the maintenance area, or I think we have what do you call them, the big three counselors. They're still counselors, but I guess they're seasoned folks. And they were down in the flats. I understand, Liz, you were not. You and Brett were not. Richard was there. But I guess my problem is you had access to a system that could have communicated with the camp, everyone at the camp. What happened, Brown? I mean,
So again,
walk me through that.
I've been through this night thousands of times, and what you were saying is a good point. I would say that in that moment and how fast it rose, it did not occur to us to run inside the office and make an announcement. Every minute was spent trying to get to the next cabin that needed help. And there's a lot of things, and y'all do make good points. I'll give you that. It's not, I don't want to make an excuse for not using it, but in that moment, I was trying to get to the next cabin every time.
I get it, and that, we're all faced, hopefully never with the tragedy that played out on July the 4th, but we're all faced with emergencies in our lives and that of our families, and we are human, and humans react differently under pressure. That's why hopefully we have plans. We have talked about it in advance. We have rehearsed it. We've planned for it. We've taught it. So I think, one of the concerns this committee has, of course, was the lack of a plan that had all those aspects of it, even though required by statute. It did not exist. I think that the testimony and the report is very clear that if there was a plan, it was in Dick Eastland's head, and then at this table executed it as he instructed you to do so. So I just it's hard to believe that you getting on a PA system as a final last-ditch effort to get people to safety, that was not even considered nor executed. And that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. And so what we're trying to do here is create impetus and action on behalf of camp owners to develop a plan in conjunction with DISHES and TDM and other professionals that map out a plan, and then asking for that plan to be rehearsed, taught to the counselors, instructive to the students, and then actually acted out in real time to demonstrate the effectiveness of the plan. So, was that never considered by the camp? I mean, did you ever have an idea that maybe we should rehearse this, or maybe we come up with a last-ditch warning on the PA system just to get everybody activated?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative. As you know, I was on the other side, but I think what happened that night when it became not precautionary anymore, the evacuations from Bug House, Look In, all the way through Tumble In, when it became that trigger point that y'all have made a good point in discussing, is those adults that were on the flats, they were cut off. As you probably heard testimony and read the transcript from the last TRO hearing, Glenn talked about it not coming from the Guadalupe River. There was rapids coming from Edmondson Creek, and there was no way for them to safely now come. And that's when Edward went to Twins, and my dad had already gotten to Bubble Inn, and Glenn stayed in Wiggle Inn. But yes, I hope that the scope can continue to be broadened. I think if Ms. Garrett or if the Texas Rangers are able to speak to other camps in the area, my understanding is because of the nature of that lightning storm and how angry it was, most camps would probably testify that they would have not sent their kids out in a lightning storm, and they wouldn't have heard the PA system anyway. But there isn't a day that goes by we didn't wish we tried those things.
Well, most of the deaths occurred in Twins 1 and 2 and Bubble Inn. I get it. It's lightning, it's loud, it's raining, a lot of chaos. But I would suspect that they would hear the speaker that was located right next to those cabins. And at the last minute, well, compared to the real prospect of them being overcome by the water. I really have a problem with the word precautionary removal. Precaution ought to be a part of the mantra of every camp owner in this state. Everyone needs to be precautionary. I would have rather, as we listened to that video of taps being played the night before, and knowing about TDM's warning, they're pre-positioning swift water boats to the Guadalupe River, the forecast involved, I just hope, I pray that instead of having taps, you congregate everybody up there in their bedrolls and say, we're going to have a slumber party. We're going to move everybody to safety. It's going to rain heavily tonight. And just with utmost view to protect each one of you, we're going to inconvenience you a little bit, and we're all just going to have a big slumber party. I just hope that as we move through this and other camp owners move through this process, that the word precautionary is really meaningfully deployed and not just talked about. I do have one final question regarding the Upper Guadalupe River Authority. Richard, you had mentioned that the gauges upstream no longer were in service. I believe your dad was a member of the board for the River Authority, was he not?
He was. I know at least two times at which he was a board member in the 80s, maybe early 90s, and then most recently.
So he was a board member at the time of the tragedy on July 4th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
One of the frustrations that the committee had in Kerrville related to the opportunities that the board had and the city of Kerrville had to deploy not only gauges but warning sirens. They applied for grants. They applied for state, federal funds to fund that. They had the taxing authority, and they had over $3 million, my recollection is, in an account that they'd raised through ad valorem taxes. But yet, when the grants came through, the board made a decision not to take those funds and install those devices, but to wait until they got more money coming from third parties than they had to raise themselves, or they had to spend themselves. Did your dad ever talk to you about that?
Not specifically about the UGRA. No, sir.
Why were the gauges no longer in service?
In I believe 1999, maybe 2000, they essentially became obsolete, and I believe the system was shut down in many ways. The automated system from
that was the impetus by which your dad and others on the board
Yes.
wanted to obtain new equipment.
Yes, sir.
New protections, and I agree with that. But I'm at a loss to understand why, confronted with the dangers involved in not having that equipment, and you had the resources, and they had the resources available to pay for it, that they did not do so. But that's a question for another day, I guess. Do you have some to add for that?
Yes, sir. Though I'm not sure about what was going on with UGRA, it was my understanding that they were in the process of doing that, but maybe I'm wrong. I might be. But I do know that in 2018, he was specifically asking for these things. Ms. Garrett put up an email that he had sent to us. It had a couple of emails, the video that you saw, but there was another one where he did say, where he specifically talked about it. The only limitations of the river level sensors upstream. During a major flood event, that info can be crucial to buy precious time before it hits downstream. Back in the old days, there was a level sensor at location 9, the South Fork Ranch, but it was removed years ago. To me, that is the most crucial, as it will buy us about 30 minutes during an event. Location 13 at West Perkins would be good as well. He was always trying to get that information because that information was important to him.
Representative Darby, I'd also mention that you may have heard testimony from the transcript of Glenn Yunke in the prior TRO hearing. He testified that my dad and him were looking not just at UGRA gauges in the area, they were looking at Guadalupe Blanco River Authority gauges that should have been working, and they weren't working either. And I do know one last thing that my dad was stressed about before July 4th. Actually, I had a conversation with him at lunch at camp on July 2nd or July 3rd. GBRA was heavily pushing for many in the area to spend money and be a part of a campaign to protect mussels, endangered mussels in our river, and it was going to cost camps a lot of money to protect. And so we've done a public records request on GBRA to see why those gauges were not working that night upstream from us in our area, and also asking how much money was spent on the Protect the Mussels campaign versus making sure these gauges were protecting our community.
Sorry, I would like to just add one more thing. I don't know if the USGS gauges that we have on our basin, there's one at Hunt at Shoemaker's Crossing, which is about 6.5 miles downstream from us, and the North Fork and the South Fork have converged at that point. And then the second one is on the North Fork, but we did not have one on the South Fork. I do know that there is now plans to be a new USGS gauge upriver of us, I think at the Lynx Haven Dam, and obviously I'm very happy about that.
Good, as I am. Just one question. When do you anticipate counselors arriving at Cypress Lake?
We have scheduled opening day for our first session for campers on May 30th, and the week prior we start getting staff in, but the cabin counselors wouldn't arrive until May 28th to start their orientation and training.
The statute provides you have 45 days by which to cure the deficiency, so it's your intention to cure those deficiencies quickly so that the dishes can review your corrective matters and pass upon whether or not they comply with the statute, or you comply with the statute. Is that your plan?
That's correct, Representative.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Eastlands, thank you for being here. I'm sure this is not an easy task. Appreciate your candor. I would like to bring a focus back to the events leading up to the 4th of July. I think we have clearly made everyone aware that Mr. Dick Eastland was very aware of the weather events. He served on the Upper Guadalupe River Authority Board. He knew the area. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, yesterday's presentation, he and your mom had been working there since they graduated from college, something like that, correct? Because apparently his grandmother purchased the camp in 1939. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so if my math is, it's about 87 years that they had owned that facility. His grandmother had owned that facility, correct?
Yes, sir. My great-grandmother in 1939 purchased the camp.
And so he grew up there. Obviously, all of y'all grew up there. You were in that area. I think sometimes when the word complacency is brought up, it's thought of as in a deliberative complacency. I think sometimes complacency can occur from the fact that this is just what's always worked. in the state, we review agencies every 12 years at a minimum, whether they need it or not. We go through them. We take them apart. We look at everything. I'm not sure if y'all took apart your procedures every 12 years or not. Did you have anything like that? Did you do anything where every so many years you would look at every procedure you did, everything you did? Is there, hey, are we doing this right? Have we checked this? Is there something like that? Can any of you testify that you did something like that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know every off-season we have several meetings as a family and with staff to find out, Senator, what we can improve on, what other camps are doing. We're members of a very wonderful Camp Mystics, members of CAMP, a very wonderful organization called Camping Association for Mutual Progress. We have a fall meeting. We have a spring meeting where we share ideas, share things that happen at our camp, things to improve on, safety things. And so it is a year-long process that we're always evaluating and trying to do better.
Okay. Thank you. On June 27th, there was last year, counselors arrived for training. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Who was in charge of the training of the counselors?
Edward and I do the training of the counselors with the big three.
Okay. In that training, do you go over the medical information? I have a little cutout here that was on a slide yesterday that said medical information for counselors, counselors' responsibilities. Do you all go over that with them?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
In the slide that I saw, it had number 3, floods. And then under 3, it said, A, stay in your cabins, exclamation mark.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that, it says, you will be informed of proper procedures over the PA system. Mm-hmm. Is that what you were aware of?
Yes.
So then if you're a counselor and you've gone through this training on the June 27th, and it's storming on July 3rd, or the evening, the early morning hours of July the 4th, and you had just been trained a few days earlier, we stay here because we will get information over the PA system. Would you not expect that that's what they would understand, since that's what you told them, correct?
Yes.
But that's not what happened, correct?
Correct.
Then on number C, it says, when in doubt, get help, exclamation mark.
Yes.
So if you're a counselor in Twins 1 and 2, and there's only 2 counselors,
Mm-hmm.
and the other counselor has the night off, how do you get help and leave the kids behind?
You go to a neighboring cabin
Mm-hmm.
and say, hey, I need to run to the infirmary with this camper, I need to go to the office,
Mhm.
and that's typically what happens.
That's what you tell them to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Because then, under counselor responsibility, it says at least one counselor should be in the cabin at all times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes sense. We've heard a lot about apparently not a decision to go from 3 to 2 camp counselors, but apparently all of you have said you agreed that the investigators report, Judge Massengale and Ms. Garrett's report, was accurate and you felt good about it. I think there was one exception. You'd like some more hydrological experts or floodplain maps, but other than that, I think you felt it was a good report. Is that correct?
Yes. Like I said, I think it's important to see incremental water levels
Mhm.
along decision-making decisions.
But in her report, in her presentation yesterday, she presented to us that over the years and in interviews with other people that had been there for years, they had been experiencing 3 camp counselors and not the 2.
I agree that is a good rule of thumb, but I think that's opinion, not fact.
So the question that I have is so was safety ever taken into consideration when only having 2 counselors and maybe the ones with the youngest campers, the ones that needed the most help?
Was safety?
Yeah, the safety of the campers.
Yes.
Was it taken into consideration? Let's say if you have a cabin with 15-year-olds, they're much more able-bodied to be able to wade through 2 feet, 3 feet water than an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old. Would you not agree?
It depends on the water, I guess. I don't know.
No, I'm just comparing a 15-year-old to an 8-year-old.
To
The
wade-
size to be able to move through water, wouldn't a 15-year-old be stronger and bigger than an 8 or 9-year-old?
Yes, my children waded through water
Yes,
that night.
agreed. But they had, my understanding is 2 adults with them at the time, or 3. I think it was you, Tweety, and the lady who works for y'all.
They waded on their own, yes.
Correct, okay. So the decision, there was no decision on changing or moving from 3 to 2 counselors. It was just something as it worked. The inspection that occurred on July 2nd, the state sent out, let's go look at the slide. The inspection sent out Inspector Maricela Zamaripa. Did the inspector meet with any one of you when the inspection occurs?
Yes, she mainly met with me, but we also went to Cypress Lake and met with Britt, met with Richard at both kitchens, met with Mary Liz at both infirmaries. So she saw all of us.
So under the section that says required emergency plans, there's a question that says here, is there a written plan of procedures to be implemented in case of a disaster, serious accident, epidemic, fatality, and is it posted in the camp's administrative on-site office and location? Is that a question that was posed to you?
Yes, she asked for my my plan, and there's a binder on the bookshelf right next to where she was sitting.
Okay. Then the next question is, are all camp staff and volunteers made aware of the plan of emergency to be implemented during the staff training program or volunteer briefing? And there's an answer. Did she ask you that question?
I believe she did. You know, I can't remember exactly what she asked on the 3rd, but it was probably something like that.
And the final question is there documentation of this training kept at the camp's administration? So basically, did you document that you had trained the staff, volunteers to meet? So do you have that documentation? Because the answer is yes, here.
I don't remember being asked that specifically, but I think, I don't know if the documentation of the emergency procedures, she was able to see that, yes.
But the drills too, it says that all camp staff and volunteers were made aware of this training. And so the question is, like, just recently, I think it was Richard just said a few minutes ago, Glenn, who we hired to be the emergency coordinator, will run the drills. I heard him say that.
Yes, sir.
Who was hired to run the drills prior to last year?
I don't believe she asked about drills.
Was anybody running drills?
No, sir.
Okay. That's kind of where I'm trying to get to. On the application, who reviews the application for camp counselors? Who evaluates those and hires them?
I do, yes,
Okay.
sir.
So I went and pulled up one of those applications, and I was looking at them, and there were a lot of questions about values, their stance on tattoos, drug use, which is all fair, I guess. But I didn't see a lot of questions about qualifications to be like counselors, like CPR training, water safety training, first aid, or even child safety training. I'm just trying to figure out, did those things come, when you were weighing who you would hire, were there qualifications on how they could assist the children in case of an emergency? Were those important?
There are sections on there where they can add the training that they've had.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me, but they can check a box about different trainings they've had.
Okay.
And then there is a question about how you've dealt with kids before, if you've worked with kids before. So there's opportunity to enter those information there. And then we do offer to counselors, we offer every counselor the opportunity to come to a lifeguard and CPR training, and that happens before camp.
And how, if you have this application process, how long does it normally take? I mean, when do you start, trying to get people to apply and review applications? How long do you normally take in the process to get ready for camp?
We open the applications typically in November, and then
November the prior, so months
sir.
prior to the summer?
Yes, sir, because some counselors know their plans early, some know internships later. It's just varying on the counselor's part.
So, but then yesterday we also heard that one of the camp counselors got a friend of hers to apply, and she came in and started just recently. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir. That's the process to apply and get hired is the same whether it's 3 days before or 3 months before.
Does it give you time to review the application? I mean, do you do background checks on the?
Yes, we do background checks and we do interview process, and I review the application.
Okay. So
And
you,
they also provide references. Excuse me, sorry for that.
so that's okay. If they don't have the training, do you require training? If you, I know that you said you offered it. So do you require it? If they don't have it, will you train them?
We require it for the lifeguards. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, very good. Yesterday I heard that there was a desire to protect the bubble, keeping some parents at arm's length. And I'm just curious, was that one of those things that had been sort of that way because it's always been that way, or is that a decision? How did that happen? I mean, the trying to keep parents at arm's length or protecting the bubble, maybe keeping information, I'm not sure. I was trying to see if you could help me with that.
I don't know what that exactly means. I was
Uh-huh.
confused about that as well. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
That's never been instructed to me as an employee to do any of that. I don't.
Okay. Thank you for, many of my questions have been answered, but I appreciate your time today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair acknowledges Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off by thank y'all for being here. I know this is extremely hard, but we heard an extensive investigation yesterday because none of us were there that night. And it sounds like some of the individuals who are sitting at this table weren't even part of the investigation or part of the facts that gave rise to some of the conclusions we heard yesterday and are somehow still commenting on them. And I understand that. But there's family, when we talk about the ripple effect of trauma that we heard earlier, there's family members here who still have answers, still have questions that need answers. And we might not ever get that for them here today. And nothing that we say or do here today is gonna rectify that or heal that. But we need to try to do what we can here as a committee to move forward. And I don't know if you know, but I can't speak on behalf of my committee members. I've been receiving what feels like hundreds of emails trying to, what feels like lobby or influence a licensing decision that wasn't posted or listed as part of the discussion here today. And so emails that include some pictures of some of the disaster and some of the devastation from the flooding and the aftermath. And I'm going, how did these individuals get these photos, for one? And my second question is, and I hope the answer is no, but is Camp Mystic in any way involved in what feels like this coordinated campaign to influence this committee to issue licensure to Camp Mystic?
No, ma'am, absolutely not.
Because we're receiving these emails before what we received is notice of an emergency plan deficiency letter, which indicates some 22 this was as recently as last week, some 22 violations, one being the audit category flash flood warning evacuation plan. And the state notified that you received a mark of insufficient. The note being the plan does not fully address all required evacuation elements within the flood and flash flood response section. And so my question is, once Mystic received this notice of emergency deficiency plan letter, did the 800 applicants who have now applied to go back to Camp Mystic, did they receive notice of this audit deficiency?
No, not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
I don't think we gave them specifics, but I think we notified our families that we got a deficiency and that we're working on making the corrections. And you definitely bringing up very good points about our application and that we had deficiencies. I'm sure many of y'all have learned as well that the agency's looking at everything very carefully and under a microscope. And you may have discovered that the 360 plus Texas camps that are applying for a renewal license, I think over 300 have received deficiencies. I think they're just being very, very careful, but we're going to make sure we make those corrections.
And so one of our questions yesterday was what type of mass text or mass information protocols did you have in place to notify the families? At the time, I understand there was none. Is that correct?
We didn't have a mass notification system, no, ma'am.
Okay, but now moving forward, is that something that you have already fixed or are going to?
I can't speak to that for what Britt has done at Cypress Lake, but
Because it feels like the barrage of emails or coordinated campaign that we're receiving, these families, it seems like they're not aware of this emergency plan deficiency letter. And I just want the public to know that there's no amount of coordinated political pressure or campaign that is going to influence or stop this committee from doing what we have to do to protect these children and these families.
No, ma'am.
That being said, I want to go back over a little bit of what Senator Menendez was going over. I'm trying to imagine in my head how excited and enthused everyone must have felt on July 2nd when they're arriving to camp, some of them for their first time. They're thrilled. And then the administrators, y'all have to go through what feels like probably, the nitty-gritty. I need to meet with the health inspector. I need to meet with the Department of Health and Safety. Is that about right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm sure there was a lot of excitement going on July 2nd. Everybody's arriving to camp for their first time. Children are being dropped off. But the administrators need to do, we need to dot our I's and cross our T's. And part of that is meeting with DISHES, the Department of Health and Safety, correct?
Yes, correct.
And I see we have it printed out as some 16, 20 pages of what appear to be, we keep talking about check boxes, this check boxes and check boxes of information, correct?
Yes, I believe those questions were on her laptop. That I never get to see the full list.
And
of
the
her
individual
questions.
sent out to inspect was Marisela Samaripa, correct?
Yes, correct.
You don't pick them. You don't know who's coming.
No, we don't.
Okay, but you knew they were coming on July 2nd, correct?
Yes, they did. They asked to come the week before, and it was in between sessions. And I said, they usually want to come out while we're doing activities and everything. So I said it would be better if you came while we had campers here.
Okay, and on this, I'm looking at what's titled a mobile inspection report, and I was imagining her there with her iPad, but you're saying she was there with a laptop?
It was like a tablet. Yes, ma'am.
A tablet. So there was nothing impeding her from moving around or checking out what she needed to check out, correct?
No, there wasn't.
And I guess, Edward, why were you the one meeting with Ms. Samaripa from DISHES?
I've met with her. I've met with the inspector since it used to be our brother James who used to do it, but I usually am there might have been one time where I wasn't at camp where Britt probably met with them, but I usually meet with them because I have a lot of the paperwork they need.
Right, but and in particular, it's not just, you'd agree with me, this mobile inspection report isn't just, it doesn't just end with check boxes. At one point at the end, someone signs off.
Correct.
Do you recall signing off on the mobile inspection report? Is this your e-signature under Edward Eastland, owner, operator, manager?
I believe that she had me sign her tablet. Yes.
Did you do it with your finger?
I think it was my finger.
Okay. And why do you sign off on this mobile inspection report in the capacity of owner, operator, manager?
It's just one of my duties. I believe it was just easier to be consistent.
And along with your duties, I mean, are you not signing off because you are verifying to the Department of Health and Safety that this information that you've signed off on is true and correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're not doing it under oath, though, right? I didn't read here that you're signing it under penalty of perjury or...
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Are you signing this document on her laptop under penalty of perjury or under oath of any sort?
I don't know.
And I don't think you did. I
Yeah.
looked anywhere to see if there was any sort of verification that what you were signing was true and correct, and there isn't on this document. And that's maybe something that we can change in the future, but for right now, we're taking your unverified signature that this information is true and correct. Is that correct?
Correct.
So other than your signature and your affirmation that this information in this document is true and correct, what else was Marisela Samaripa supposed to do to verify that this document, that all the yeses in these check boxes are true and correct?
I'm sorry, what else was she supposed to do?
What else is the state, the agent that's there on behalf of the state, supposed to do to verify that everything that you signed off on these check boxes are true and correct, other than take your word for it?
Oh, she went around camp with us. She also had me produce a lot of paperwork. And we went to the kitchen.
So you're saying she exercised due diligence. You didn't stop her and say, only stay in this room.
Oh, absolutely not.
All right, you let her
Yes.
walk around, you let her move around. And how long did this mobile inspection take?
It was several hours.
She wasn't rushing you.
No.
She wanted to make sure that she got the answers in this. As a matter, who gives her the answers to these check boxes?
We all do. I think with regards to what duties we have, like Mary Liz would help with the medical forms and questions, and Richard with the kitchen.
Right, and they're both identified on this document, but you're the only one that signs it. Is there a reason that they didn't sign off on it?
No, I don't know that reason.
For example, one of the questions are playgrounds and equipment used by campers in compliance with CPSC guidelines? And the answer is yes. Just, again, who tells her how to fill out whether to answer yes or no?
I don't ever remember being asked about playground equipment. We don't usually.
Right,
we don't
there's
have any
over
playground
100 checkbox questions
Right.
in here. You'd agree with me, and you don't remember all of them?
No, I don't.
That's fair. But in particular, and I know Senator Menendez started going over this, one of the checkbox questions, one of the 100 of them is there a written plan of procedures to be implemented in case of a disaster? And the checkbox answer says yes. So I'm asking here on July 2nd of 2025, what was that written plan of procedures implemented in case of a disaster?
It was in a binder right next to where she was. It's a bookshelf in my office.
And you showed it to her?
I believe she picked it up when I showed her where it was.
And Marisela read it, and she looked at it, she took her time with it?
I think so. I don't remember how long she had it.
So you led her to believe that there was, in fact, a plan to be implemented in the case of a disaster?
She asked where my emergency procedures plans were.
And you showed them to her?
Yes.
And so I guess my question is, as a state agency, what else is she supposed to do other than take your word for it, that there is, in fact, a plan to be implemented in case of a disaster?
What else? I'm sorry.
If we're trying to stop this from happening in the future, the state can only do so much, right? We're not making you swear to this. We're not making you do this under perjury. What else is the state supposed to do other than take your word for it that there was a plan to be implemented?
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble with that question.
Representative Games, I think you're referring to the posted, written one-page emergency plans that we had in all the cabins.
Right.
Is that
It's
right?
Representative Games. And I'm asking, moving forward, what do you recommend that the state do to verify that your plan is in fact going to be implemented in the future? Because we took your word for it in 2025.
Yes, thank you, Representative Gomez. We know that this is a huge sticking point, our written evacuation plan and written emergency plan that we complied with DSHS, that we had in our cabins. It's worked for a couple decades at the very least, that no one told us from dishes to change, no experts, no engineers, no one recommended that this needed to be changed. But we appreciate the new legislation based on what this River, now that everybody knows can do, that obviously didn't work on July 25th, but we believe based on everything that was provided, that all the historical data, everybody that recommended things for us to do, that in the 100 years of Camp Mystic, that it worked then, but we agree with you now that it needs to be changed, and that's why we have a 60-page plus emergency evacuation plan, just like I think other camps are doing now.
Thank you. Your second checkbox question here states, are all camp staff and volunteers made aware of the plan of emergency to be implemented during the staff training program? When did the staff training program take place?
It takes place when they arrive that night. We go over emergency procedures.
On July 2nd?
No, the counselors arrive before the campers on July
1st.
June 27th. We actually started camp June 29th, I think. I believe.
How long did that training last?
It's a day and a half of training.
What were these camp volunteers or counselors trained on in regards to the event of a flooding disaster prior to July 2nd?
We talk about staying in your cabins because we believe they were on safe high ground and that we would instruct them otherwise if needed.
And this is really, really hard for me because I want, and I know everyone on the dais wants to understand why there weren't 3 counselors versus 2, and the issue of student ratio, camper ratio is a huge issue, but it sounds like based, irrespective of if there were 3 or 2 young women in those cabins that night, it sounds like even if there was 3, we would have just had 1 more young lady standing in water waiting to be told what to do, irrespective of the ratio. And so my question that night is, and we've established that clearly there's no doubt in anyone's mind that the loudspeaker was working. Even when the first evacuation attempt took place, and I'm so glad that y'all moved even then, when the first evacuation attempt took place, and we have 3 men getting in their cars trying to single-handedly escort these young ladies out, why didn't someone get on the loudspeaker then and say, all hands on deck, we've hit an iceberg?
Again, I've been through the scenario many, many times, and all of these arguments I've thought about all the things we could have done. And again, at that moment, I was trying to get to the next cabin every trip. I agree that there are some things that y'all suggest, and using the PA, I don't know what would have happened. It depended on what time it was.
And there's no doubt that according to the investigation that you were bending over backwards trying to make this work. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions about what I think they said 9 adults were doing up close to Uptight. Why did we not activate the 9 adults that were in higher ground and Uptight? We walked that area. You can see from Uptight down the road. If I just peer over, I can see what's going on. We saw the videos. You can hear, there's thunder and lightning, but you can hear little girls screaming for help. So even if all the adults on the hill didn't have cell phones or weren't texting or weren't calling, you could see and hear what was going on. What were the adults on Uptight doing other than watching? And maybe that's some of the questions that we'll never have answered. Were those adults not part of the emergency training and volunteer staff training that took place prior to July 2nd that you're telling the public happened?
They weren't a part of my training. I trained the counselors, so.
Moving forward, are any of them, is everyone who's part of Camp Mystic or your operation going to be a part of this training and going to be told that they have agency and free will and the ability to take action if need be?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Senator Colhorst.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Gomez. You covered a bunch of covered a bunch of my questions, and I know this is hard on y'all, but I represent a little girl from Belleville, Texas, and so these are not personal. But it's a very personal tragedy to all these parents out here. So I asked these questions for a little girl from Belleville who's never going to grow up, never going to laugh, play with her sister again, never get married. I know y'all accept that. You've been working through that. Edward, you apologized in your opening statements. I think these parents have been waiting for that for a long time. And if we could go play this over again, there'd be so many things we'd do differently. And that's what I'm hearing you say. The number one thing I want y'all to say, they just want answers. Dang. I want to hear, Mary Liz, I saw a quote in the New York Times where you say, I just don't know how sorry we are.
Yeah.
Was your quote.
We're so sorry. Every day, every minute of every day, we're so sorry.
Dang. Man, I walked out of here yesterday. And for the first time, I think I left a hearing and I said, there's just losers everywhere. Losers. And we can't win, can't back up time. But what we can do is get better for the future. And that's just kind of where a mom that is feeling the pain, nothing, I can never feel y'all's pain enough, nor can I live or walk in your shoes. But the one thing that I think we can all do is we can say, as I said in the camera yesterday, to every camp owner, anyone that cares for children, my gosh, learn from this. Learn from this. So I'm going to hit on a few high points here in your notebooks. Ms. Garrett, your presentation yesterday, Senator, you hit on this. It says in the notebook, floods, stay in your cabin, 2 exclamation points. B, you will be informed on proper procedures over a PA system. And C, when in doubt, get help. One of the things that I think was most disturbing is knowing that your father knew that river so well, and 4 inches does make a difference. We all know that area if you're a Texan, many generations. When the 2 counselors came from Bug In and Look In, they were seeking help, weren't they?
They were. Yes, they were.
So they were following that. And y'all took them back down to their cabin.
Well, when we took them back down, I think that was, early on there was a lot of talk that we told girls to stay in their cabins as the floodwaters were coming up. But that wasn't the case. Whenever we went back to the cabin, it was a drainage issue with the water going under their doorway. And it was very early on. The water was not even close to their cabin from the river.
That was at 2:37. And here's the thing, I tried to think through this when we walked over there and we stood on that walkway right between Bug Hut and
Look In.
Bug House and Look In. I tried to make it analogous to maybe a pipe bursting in a ceiling. And like, would you tell someone to just go get some towels and wipe it up?
They had already put down towels when we got there. It was a I guess a little semicircle around the door, and it was getting the counselors' belongings wet. The counselors have beds closest to the door.
And again, I'm pointing these things out not to bring more misery to y'all, but we've got to make sense of this, and everyone has got to listen. That we just have to be better. From 114, and I have to go to this slide, and I believe it was slide 42 yesterday.
42.
And Richard, I think that you read from this, Mr. Richard in Eastland, you read from this, but you stopped at, is going to, flash flood is, it goes through until 4:15 a.m. I won't read, between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall is 2 to 3 inches, and you go on. But the next line right there is, it says, hazard, life-threatening flash flooding, thunderstorms producing flash flooding, source, radar, impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, Waltonia, Kerr Wildlife Management Area, and Los Naples State Natural Area. I mean, and I would just say life-threatening flash flooding, and that's at 114. So we could walk through all these things, and my gosh, I want y'all to know that last night I prayed for y'all, and I'm gonna pray for y'all every day forward, because I can't imagine what you went through. But from 114 until, I think, Mr. Dick England at 3:51 when he was submerged, the timeline from Judge Massengale and Miss Garrett from on the third attempt, 3:24 to 3:40 a.m. We were minutes away from saving everyone. Would you agree?
We were very close.
And I think what's most crushing is that some of the girls that I think you told to walk, I just don't know at what time or what moment didn't you say to everybody, let's walk. Everybody walk, run, run. And a sibling walking by, can I get my sister? I just had to put that in perspective. And we all have to live with this. Did we have the right rules? But the thing is that at one point, and I talked to all the camp directors out there, common sense, and I know you were fighting for this, but I have to point this out. It is so painful, and we are seeking the truth here. We are seeking the truth. I need to clarify something on that same slide 42. It said, code red called Edward Eastland's phone. He also received the text alert and read the text at 1:51 a.m. True or false?
At 1:51, that was the first I'd heard that she had a red time. But that makes sense because I got up at 1:45 and I probably saw it then. I didn't remember seeing it until the next day.
Okay. Just to follow up on the counselors and Senator Hughes and Senator Menendez, you drilled down on this. It seemed, and one of the parents reached out to me, it seemed though, getting counselors was difficult. I want to say, and I think, Mrs. Eastland, that you said, these are terrific people. My gosh, without their action, do y'all agree? without their action, passing people out of windows in the 2 cabins. I think that was
Chatterbox in that hut.
Without those heroic actions, like my staffer and I, when we left your camp last Monday, we were silent for so long, and we broke the silence with, it could have been 100 children lost. Could have been 127. So not critical of the counselors at all. But how much advance time do you hire them on? Like, especially for that particular session?
It varies. It varies.
Do you remember, Mrs. Eastland, on that particular term that started on June 27th? Do you remember when y'all finally had a full, and some argue that we didn't have enough counselors, 3 in the cabin? Do you remember when you did your last hiring at that term?
I don't remember, but I've heard that 3 days before from yesterday that I hired somebody, which doesn't sound unreasonable, and probably happened.
3 days before the camp began.
The conversation I had with the counselor that wanted her to come, I actually said, no, that's okay. We don't need her, because I only had 2 brand new counselors that term, is how popular the term was. And she said, oh, but we all know her. We'd love to have her. And I said, okay, have her apply. And she went through the application process.
That's something we need to consider and work through, is those last minute hires that we entrust. And I mean, I'm talking about policy wise, that I think we all need to wrestle with. And I think we're all coming up with good ideas here, but I don't know if that's a good thing when these girls are going to be in charge of, I mean, babies, 8-year-olds. I want to go to I want to read to you Texas Administrative Code, Section 265.15E. This has been in code for a long time. Under medical and nursing care in Subchapter B, Texas Youth Camp Safety and Health of Chapter 265, which is general sanitation, states, camper death or confirmed cases of waterborne or foodborne diseases such as, and it goes through, it's cholera, dysentery, typhoid, salmonella, several things, shall be reported to the Department of State Health Services Standards and Quality Unit within 24 hours of occurrence. In the case of disease, also talks about death. I think, Mrs. Eastland, you testified during the court case, and I've got the script here, that have you reported the 27 deaths to the Department of State Health Services that is required by code?
No, ma'am, I have not. And I testified to that as well, yes.
You did. You did. I actually was watching that live.
Yeah.
So I have the blessing, but also the responsibility of chairing Health and Human Services in the Texas Senate. And I just can't get there. Why wouldn't you follow the statute? Even like, I get within 24 hours, the words yesterday used in the report, mayhem. We were urged by the investigators to look at the aftermath and how we handle disasters. Not asking for the 24 hours. I'm asking for 10 months later. Why?
I can understand your question for sure. I just haven't done it because it's also not only my responsibility. I would say that the camp hasn't reported them either. And I think everyone knows at this point.
But it's required by law. And I would just say this. I know people that have sent their children to your camp, aside from these that are grieving out here. And I know that you are, Christian, good people. It's how you've been described to me. One of my friends described Dick Eastland as a father, second father to her. And I have to ask y'all this. That's required by law before we pass Senate Bill 1 of the special session, which we're going to need follow-up bills to that. But the basic statutes that were in law already, we've seen the deficiencies, as Ms. Gomez, Representative Gomez had pointed out. And as we wrestle with this, and then your 22 deficiencies. I mean, guys, 22 deficiencies. I'm dealing with camps, quite honestly, Senator Perry, that the only deficiency they're dealing with is the landline that we required in SB 1 because AT&T and other providers can't get it to them on time. So 22 deficiencies plus the code that I just quoted. And I for sure thought, Mrs. Eastland, that today, after, this is the transcript, that you were going to answer me and say, yes, ma'am, I reported those last week. The culture that was described to us, and I wrote those down, about Mr. Eastland, a man who's been so long revered, this shouldn't be his legacy. But a culture that led us to some decisions. And quite honestly, as someone who works on these statutes in the area that I chair, I see that as such a large deficiency and such a defiance of the code that I would ask each of you, and Mrs. Eastland, you said, and it was, I'm not sure if I heard it, that if it's the will of the people that y'all not open the camp, we're talking May 30th. This is April 28th. You have 22 deficiencies. You haven't reported the 27 deaths that are required by law. And I say this with love and kindness. You both admitted, I think all four of you, and I'm so glad you're getting therapy. I think that is the right step. Cannot imagine what you're going through. But in light of everything that I've just pointed out, do you really think you're ready to take on 500 children plus? And I'm not fussing at you. I am here with my colleagues that write the laws that, as we say, the license is a privilege to have. We set a standard. In some of our daycares, and in some of the codes that in the health and safety codes, if they have one death, we take their license away. Residential treatment centers, daycares. I mean, we shut them down. We shut them down. We've been under federal lawsuit for years of how things that happen in residential treatment centers. These are children too. And so I would implore y'all to think through this as you hear these families today. And I don't want any more pain on you, but we have to work through what they're going through. Thank you for your apologies today. We have to learn from this. Mrs. Eastland, report the 27 deaths. Adhere to the law. Please adhere to the law, because we're Why else would we write these laws? There's a reason to have laws. There's a reason that SB 1 is out there. There's a reason that you've been delivered a letter of 20, what mine says, 22 deficiencies. Quite honestly, I'm going to read a couple of these on these deficiencies. I was so shocked by it. Flash flood warning evacuation plan, parent notification of flood plan, natural disaster plan, camper safety training, floodplain location map, designated emergency preparedness coordinator, fire plan, severe injury, severe illness, death plan, aquatic emergency plan, amongst other deficiencies. And when I say this, guys, y'all are going through so much. Y'all are going through so much. Think this through. Are you ready to take on 500 plus children with 22 deficiencies and something so glaring as you have not reported the 27 deaths that are required by law?
Thank you, Senator. We, like I said earlier, the last thing we want to do is create any more pain for these wonderful families that are grieving. But we just know we just know that, as I said earlier, that as the facts continue to come out, we just pray that people will understand that we did everything we could in this unimaginable flood, and we were ready based on everything that experts, government officials were telling us to do, and what we believe based on almost 100 years of history. And we believe that through time, we pray that we can reconcile with these wonderful families. And we believe if we do it right, a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they will be glad that we had camp this summer. I know right now it doesn't seem that way, but I really believe that. And we just pray through time. And we are ready, Senator. We've talked to hundreds of families, and Katie and I are going to be the directors along with any of my family. And we just, as we said, we're making those corrections, and they will be submitted today or tomorrow.
There, in that report yesterday, and Ms. Garrett, you said that the deficiencies weren't just at Camp Mystic. I think we had testimony to that, Senator Perry. Ms. Garrett also said something about remembering in 1987, I think we were both in college. How many times do we have to make this mistake to not keep our children safe? But implore on y'all, you're Christian good people. Think this through. May the 30th. This is in October. This is April 28th. I'm going to keep praying for y'all. Because I know you're good people. Mrs. Eastland, report those 27 deaths. Don't be above the law. Please. Please. I'm begging you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Eastlands, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for providing our investigators unfettered access, I believe was the quote yesterday from Ms. Garrett. Of course, this is a very emotional testimony, but we have to drill down and make sure that we do get the facts. And I know we've visited a couple of times today, but I want to drill down on it a little bit more. And I want to start out by simply asking, did y'all have an evacuation plan? Yes or no?
Yes, we did. and it was posted in every cabin. But we also agree that it didn't work this time.
What was that evacuation plan?
As y'all know, the law required, I think it's section 265.15, section K, that we have written emergency plans that include being prepared and instructions to our campers and counselors for situations that include disasters, loss of life, I think illnesses, and serious accidents. And if y'all look at it again, the top part mentions serious accidents, which could include, we have a horseback program, which includes what to do in case you fall off a horse, what people should do. The next thing was in regards to tornadoes, which was a very specific evacuation plan. For fire, was evacuation plan for fire to go the flats, go to the flagpole, and Senior Hill, go to the golf box. It was a very specific evacuation plan. The next situation, tornadoes, which is stay in place, which is, again, what experts have told us you're supposed to do in a tornado. The bottom dealt with serious illnesses, what you're supposed to do, reporting it to the nurses if someone's sick. So the last plan I know that is the sticking point is mentioning of the floods. And we hope through time everyone understands the reason that was in there was not required because none of our cabins were in the floodplain. But my dad was so nervous about girls being curious of going near the water during a flood, it was to stay away from that. And so it does mention even that I know this is going to be a fact issue at trial, but we had an evacuation plan that wasn't required because we were not in the floodplain. But it said, stay in your cabin, stay in place until notified by the office. And that's what we did that's what we did on July 4th, and we know it didn't work. And we hope through time people understand the magnitude of this flood. But one last thing I'd mention, Representative Dyson, is the video that was shown to y'all. I appreciated that by Ms. Garrett. I wish y'all would watch the whole video because about the danger of a flash flood in our area, but it also mentions about stay in place and turn around, don't drown.
If I might, Mr. Dyson, I hate to I'm sorry, I just got to, just because you're on topic. How is that an evacuation plan to stay there? Tell me how that's evacuating anyone to stay there. The evacuation plan is counselors get up, put them in a line, get them out. So please explain to me how telling someone to stay somewhere is an evacuation plan. That seems like the antithesis of an evacuation plan. Sorry, Mr. Dyson.
Good answer. It's a very good question, sir. The evacuation plan is until we tell you otherwise. That is, or tell you what to do. And I understand that it did not work here. I get it. I understand it. But
Right, but explain to me how that's a plan to evacuate. Like, I can't understand. Just using the word evacuation plan leads me to believe I'm going somewhere. That can't be a plan to evacuate. Can we at least meet there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think that y'all have talked about how you said that my father had this plan in his brain and something that he had done in 87 and 78. The plan, I just want to say this, that his biggest fear when it came to floods was that girls would be curious about them because floods are interesting and we feel safe around water. It's different from like looking over a cliff. And he was terrified about people wandering down when we're having a flood event, because some of these flood events do happen for several days. And so to him, it was important to hammer home to people to stay in your cabins with your counselors because he was so afraid of kids wandering off until told otherwise.
But if they had a plan in place.
Yes, absolutely.
And as we discussed, as the investigator said, the camp was built on obedience and following the rules and so forth and so on. So if the plan was in place to evacuate, they wouldn't be wandering by the river. They would be evacuating with their camp counselors in an orderly fashion. And that's why the stay in place is not an evacuation plan.
What my father was worried about was the chaos that Miss Garrett talked about with Nut Hut and Chatterbox. He was worried about that kind
Right, but
of
when you
confusion.
agree, if they had a plan, there wouldn't be the chaos. There was the chaos because there was no plan.
With those, I'm just talking about general.
Understood. I understood. You're talking about those two cabins. My point to you is this: there wouldn't have been the chaos if there was an evacuation plan. Can you agree with me on that?
I would say yes and no, sir. I don't know. I don't know if. I think what he was afraid of was that campers and counselors would self-evacuate into a dangerous situation. Does that make sense?
Not really, because that's why they have a plan. And so if the plan is
Yes, sir.
organized and orderly, and that's why in this situation, the plan shelter in place clearly did not work, and they were obedient to it
Yes.
to a
Yes, sir.
fault, to where these cabins filled with water, and they weren't going anywhere. And so that's why having an evacuation plan is so important. And these girls listened to y'all. They listened to their counselors. And if there was an evacuation plan, you wouldn't have lost any girls. That's just the reality of the situation, and I appreciate the tough spot you guys are in, and I appreciate y'all being here, but there's also appreciation of facts, and it's an acknowledgement of what actually happened. And so that is my point. Now, I will have time to ask y'all questions. I apologize, Mr. Dyson. Please continue with your line of questioning.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you took a couple of those questions. But I do want to expand a little bit because we talked about there's a lot of camps in that area. And my understanding is that the camp community around there is pretty small, and that y'all probably know most of the operators, owners that are in that area. Did y'all ever have any discussions with any of them about flood evacuation plans over these years?
I'm not sure specifically about flood evacuation plans. We do have a yearly meeting with Texas camps where we go over general things like counselor recruitment or things, but also we talk about safety and ways to improve safety. The health department usually comes, talks to us about the things they're focusing on, in specific years, things we need to work on. But I do not recall anything specifically about floods. I will say that after the 2015 Memorial Day floods, I'm sure that had been a subject, and it was probably talked amongst the camps. But I do not have the personal. I might not have been there that year.
Thank you, Representative Dyson. I do know that after the 1987 tragedy, where a camp tried to evacuate the property by bus and 10 children died, I know there was much discussion amongst camp communities to never do that again, to not try to evacuate over low water crossings.
Yeah. And I know I'm revisiting this, but I just want to know, when it comes to specific on flooding events, what was the plan? Was there some type of metric that you're looking for? And whether it be your father that was looking for that, what was the plan? Not whether it was written or not, but did y'all have a specific plan?
His plan was to move the girls to our recreational hall from those cabins.
At a certain metric, at a certain time? When we're talking about a flooding event happening, whether not just talking about specifically July 4th and not just talking about that night,
Yes, sir.
but going in there. Because my belief is plans can fail, but planning is what prepares you. And so I just want to know, going into this camp session, what was the plan if a flood were to happen? Do any of y'all know what that plan was going into it?
the threshold, the trigger point, the red button. That you all
Well,
talked
yeah,
about.
and
Yes.
to me, a plan would have a threshold and then an operation part to it that you move. And when all of this is triggered, yes, so that threshold would be part of that plan.
I do not know what his threshold or what his trigger point was when he started. We talked about how Francis's call was very much a main part of that. But as Ms. Garrett said, he was also out on the camp, looking out at the river, looking and determining whether the kids were still safe in the cabin or whether to move them to rec hall.
Okay. Mr. Edward Eastland, sorry, just to try and make the record. And I might just go with y'all's first names to make it a little bit more clear on the record.
That's fine.
But going back to what Representative Gomez was asking you about and about this inspection report, where you're asked all these different questions, and we visited, one was asking about the written plan of procedures to be implemented in case of disaster, and it goes on. It somewhat parrots the statute, but what I noticed is missing out of there, it does not specifically ask about evacuation plan, right? Did anyone ever ask y'all about what your specific evacuation plan was for flooding?
I don't believe they asked that directly, but they always check the emergency procedures book.
Okay, and if they checked your book, but if you were to be asked that question, how would you have answered that question, since you're the one providing the information to dishes?
How would I answer that? I would show them the plan, and if they told me it wasn't sufficient, I would have changed it.
Okay, and this is a plan that y'all submitted with your permit? Or only when you had to, how does that work on permitting? Is that something that you have to do annually? Or?
I don't think it's a part of the license application,
Okay.
no.
Okay. All right. Did y'all ever have talk with any county officials about emergency planning or preparation for floods?
The local, this is Britt Eastland for the record. The local safety coordinator, Dub Thomas, I think at various times tried to get the camps together to talk about things like that, emergency situations, but I don't recall it being, it had been some time.
Okay, so is it safe to say in the area there was not an overall plan about when an evacuation maybe needed to happen down by the river for these youth camps?
You mean evacuating our property or?
Just even evacuating down by the river or flooding at a certain level, any warnings or anything like that locally from any emergency planning officials?
I don't recall, Representative.
Okay. And I think we hit on that y'all didn't really ever, the camps never really got together to discuss this issue or kind of what best practices would be along the Guadalupe or just in that general area?
Just like I mentioned, Representative, that the best practice was to stay in place, what we were trained by FEMA and many officials. And yeah, so no coordination. I think most camps are like Mystic. We're not in a floodplain, but obviously now we're appreciative of the new legislation that requires an evacuation plan for flooding, even when you're above the floodplain. And so many camps are working very hard on that in their application.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chair.
Senator Perry.
Thank you. Pritt, I believe. It's your position that none of those cabins that had loss of life are in the floodplain.
That's correct, Senator. Bughouse and Hangover, their foundation, which is several feet down below the floor, there's like maybe 2 feet of Bughouse in the floodplain, but the floor is like 8 feet above that. It's above the floodplain.
So are you aware that FEMA updated the flood maps in the Guadalupe Basin in 2011?
Yes, I believe so.
All of the relevant cabins, including Bubble Inn, Twins 1 and 2, were then located within a floodplain, with exception to also Twins 1 and 2 were also in the floodway. Your dad had extensive knowledge. That is undeniable. His time on UGBRA, as dysfunctional as that River Authority was, to the point that we saw fit to put them under sunset. That bill didn't pass. So I would not qualify them as legit, but I would say your dad on that board was an asset. In 2013, the Eastlands were able to carve out of the floodway and the floodplain through a process, through FEMA, for Camp Mystic to pull those cabins out. So I want to be really clear. We're playing semantics here. You've been extremely consistent in setting the stage for the court. And I find that offensive at some level, personally. Now, I know it's your job to defend your livelihood, defend this. Every time you say, I kind of ask the question broadly, I'm going to ask it when I finish here real quickly. Do you think you deserve another bite at the apple? I would argue the deficiencies alone, if we're objective, everybody can make 100 on a test when they have the answers. Y'all didn't even make it through to passing on the second round. So I don't even understand how you could legitimately even think you're responsible enough to be in it. But I want to squelch this floodplain conversation because whether it is or isn't, I guess you've got a lot of hydrologists paying a lot of money to figure out whether they're going to say it is or isn't. But at one point, it was in there to the point that FEMA said it was, and then there's a carve-out, and those are no longer allowed at state level now. My bill prohibits carve-outs and waivers. And I would assume, knowing this culture and this industry, that a lot of politics was applied to get some of those. But it's disingenuous, extremely disingenuous, to play on the lack of knowledge because this is not subject matter expertise a lot of people have, to say it's not in the floodplain and floodway. Just to kind of let that fly over as if y'all just don't understand our cabins were safe. That's a very nuanced answer that plays to the whole culture thing, that plays to how you can pull an application from prior stuff after the events that have transpired. This is all lining up to be, I said it earlier, I don't know if it's incompetence or arrogance, but y'all seem to have, as a family unit, this idea that we are above, I like the word, disregard for what we think is good for the state as a whole. And the fact that you've got parents that were not privy to this process the last 2 days saying we want to come back, and if they still do, that's their call. But if that's your benchmark for you're qualified, that makes no sense to me. But this floodplain floodway conversation is important. It's very detailed. It's very in the weeds. And for you to lay it out there like we didn't have that problem is just disingenuous because your dad got them carved out. Whether they should have been in or should have been out, there was a deliberate effort to pull them out. I would assume, partly because you wanted to fill cabins, I would assume insurance was getting to a point where it was hard to have that question. Do y'all have insurance, by the way, for liability for the event that's currently transpiring? I assume civil down the road. Do y'all have insurance to cover that?
For this year?
No, for not your civil process. Do you have a civil insurance policy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm frustrated, and we've been all over this, and I'm not going to do it. A PA system, as important as it was, would have been worthless if you had not trained the counselors in the cabins on what to do. So we can keep going around this circle, and we can keep chasing this tail. Y'all were not ready to handle kids. And I would tell you, the patriarch of the group has done you a tremendous disservice by example and by history and by instilling a fear, I believe, Dad's always right, never question. And it manifested itself into 27 lives lost. And I would agree 100% with Chair Myers. An evacuation plan by definition means you move. And that's a Captain Obvious moment for anybody that's paying attention. But I will not let you take this floodplain conversation to a level where it's not relevant because it's not one of the cabin's issues, when by some little political tweak, it pulled it out. And if it isn't in there, it's by fractions. And the idea that the river's never been here before, it happened in 32, not to this level and this height, but it had the same effect. It washed the cabins away. So you don't get the rest on that one either. I'm just floored, honestly. Not specifically to any one of y'all other than you, sir, seem to be setting up the defense, the constant. So my question to all four, and if you don't want to answer it, I respect this. Do you feel like you have the right to ask the state to grant you another bite at the apple with all that's transpired the last year? Edward?
Can you
Do you
rephrase that?
believe that, let me ask it this way. If, and I don't know where Dishes is at on this, but if they were to find you deficient and not issue a license, are y'all going to aggressively pursue the time frame in the appeals process for the next year and put everybody back through this process today? Will you trust the state?
If we don't have a license, we're not having camp.
There's an appeal process.
We understand that.
And there's a process that takes 45 days. And so you can literally bleed this out to where this camp season is passed. And under the current rules, you get to kind of operate until this is resolved.
We understand that, Senator, and we will not have camp if we don't have a license.
You will not appeal the state's findings.
We'll probably appeal it,
Okay.
but we will not have camp.
You're mixing words again.
We
You
won't
will
have
not
camp.
open Cypress.
We will
if
not
you-
open Cypress if we do not have a license.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator, yeah, we plan to correct all the deficiencies, so I think by law, we should be able to get a license.
Okay. If you're able to correct these deficiencies and get a license, just as I said very early on, whatever allows that to happen will be different after next session. So as a finance model, if I have my way, only figure this as a one shot.
Chair, recognize Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer. I just want to be very clear, and obviously you all have counsel in this process, so I'll echo this. As a lawyer, if there's something you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer it. But it seemed clear to me what you said was intention to clarify any deficiencies that have been submitted to you within the next couple of days is what I think I heard testified to. If license isn't granted, while you may appeal and avail yourself of the appeal system, the decision that y'all have made as operators is to not operate in 2026 until that appeal is handled. Is that what I'm hearing? I just want to make sure that's very clear.
That is correct.
Okay.
Representative Moody, I believe we are going to talk as a family because I believe there's some kind of misunderstanding. All camps that have applied for renewal do have a valid license, and so I believe that it'll be a family decision. We can't say anything on the record that what we'll do in that aspect.
Okay, understood. I just want to make sure what I was hearing and wanted to give the opportunity to clarify, just because I think that's something that people are interested in hearing. I do want to go back to, and I don't want to belabor this point when we're talking about evacuations, and I think we've gotten to an agreement that the shelter in place is not an evacuation. And as Ms. Garrett said yesterday, shelter in place works until it doesn't, right? And there's a trigger point for that decision-making process. How much time, and again, Edward, you talked about reliving this over and over and over again. I'm sure you figured out those minutes in your mind too. But when we read through those three bullets on flood evacuation, stay in place, as we agree, that's not really an evacuation. Then the second point is, we'll tell you what to do. So I think Richard, it may have been you that said the plan that my dad had was evacuate to rec hall. Right, that was, okay. Was that a plan that was, it's clearly not on, it's not on paper, right? It just says, wait till you hear from us. Was anybody trained at a point to say, when you hear the word evacuate, it means one counselor in front, one counselor behind, depending on however are in there, and it means walk to whatever safe site it is. Was that ever conveyed to anybody in training?
No, sir.
So, no. So I guess, and that's the part that I think that's going to trouble folks is there was discipline, there was obedience, and I think people were going to stay put and did stay put. And had that plan, even if it wasn't on paper, had been conveyed to folks, when you hear the word evacuate, it means X, Y, Z. Then I think the instructions become a lot easier because you follow the plan that's in place. And it's not for us to say whether the plan would have worked to perfection or not. Some plans do and some plans don't, but a plan is something that people can follow, and more often than not, it can lead to a safer situation. And it leads me to talk about what Senator Colcourse was mentioning, because I think there's a verbal instruction, Edward, I think from you to the campers in Jumble to walk to rec hall. Is that, do I have that correct?
Yes, sir. So I had
You were going.
I was in my truck with a full truck from the previous cabin before Jumble House.
Coming back up.
Yes, I think it was Tumbling One was mostly in my truck.
Okay.
And the counselors were out on the porch, and one of them asked me, should we walk? And I said yes.
So they made an inquiry. You said yes, and then I
Yes,
think
sir.
because we have, I think, a timestamp photo of about 3:26 a.m. of campers from Jumble walking to rec hall.
Yes, I
think
believe those were the same campers I told to walk.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So somewhere between, 3:20, 3:25 or so, that's when you had given that instruction. And I know you said this a couple of times, and I certainly respect the difficulty of these situations. You said in that moment, I was trying to get to the next cabin, right? We're trying to do what we can. Was that instruction verbally given to anybody else? Because according to the plan, wait for instruction, they got that instruction from you and they did what they were told. Was there any communication to get that same instruction to anyone else while there were, because I think in that photo, ankle deep, I think we're looking at ankle deep water. So at that point, you thought it was necessary for them to walk and get away from where they were at.
Yes, that water that was, I believe that was the volleyball court, and is that the picture you're referring to?
Yeah, I think the courts are in the foreground and
Yes.
the grass field is in the back.
Yes, where they were, it was about ankle deep, but I think that video that one of the Polish workers took was right around the same time, around Twins.
Around Twins. And so traversing different
Yes.
areas, it's going to be right, varying heights of water. I
Correct.
get all that. But at least at that moment, because I know we talked about lightning and there's other dangers, and right at that moment though, when faced with that question, the safest thing to tell the folks in the campers in Jumble to do was yes, get together and walk, and you're doing your best to go back and forth. Is there any communication to get that word to anybody else? If safe, if this, then walk, because we're probably talking about 20 to 25 more minutes where that would still be an option.
I don't believe that. I think Glenn had told which cabin, Gigglebox, to he gave them instructions on because they couldn't get to rec hall at that point.
They couldn't safely traverse that direction,
No.
so then they go up the
Yes, sir.
The hill. Okay. I talked a little bit about the big three yesterday. Who was tasked with and when were they awakened to help evacuate campers?
I know that Glenn woke, or I don't know if he woke them up. They were probably already awake.
Okay.
But he had talked to the big three.
Okay. And can any one of you address, if you have the information, what the big three did in any successive evacuation once they were awakened?
I don't know. I've seen pictures of them on the porch of Cozy, but I don't know their exact actions that night.
Okay. Did any of you all have information to that effect? No?
No, sir.
No.
Okay. Thank you. And I do want to clarify, we've talked about the PA a lot. It was asked, and I think the investigators, I think, were being as legally precise as they could be. They said, we have no information to the contrary that it wasn't working. We know that the power goes out at a certain point. It's within a certain range of time. If the power's out, it would mean that the PA wouldn't work, right? So whenever that
Correct.
happens, we don't have PA anymore.
Correct.
Okay, so we do know that we can at least say that whatever that band of time is, the PA's out. But we do know if power's on, should be accessible. And I'm not going to get to the point, we've already talked about utilization or not utilization. I just want to get to the point of, was anybody aware that it was not operational up until power going out?
No, sir. I don't know that.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any follow-up? Any members? Chairman?
Very good. All right. I do have a few questions, one of which has kind of been asked differently, but I want each one of you to answer it for me, and then I'm going to have two follow-ups. Do you disagree with anything that our investigators presented yesterday? And if you please, all four answer. Do you disagree with anything they presented yesterday? I understand you have some opinions about, could be more here, but do you disagree with any of the facts as our investigators laid them out yesterday?
Yes, sir. The two facts about the counselor deficiencies and about the flood warnings themselves.
And can you get more specific for me, please?
I don't feel like the National Weather Service was accurately describing what was happening. And so I have, I can go through it with you, but I feel like we were not.
So when they were
warned.
providing, hey, flash flood, danger, you could drown, that wasn't an accurate statement? What part of it wasn't accurate?
I would say the level, sir, because the flash flood warnings that do go out throughout the state. A lot of times it's about being in flood-prone areas, right? Like if you go with your family to a national park and you're camping down by the river, you're like, we better get to higher ground, right? I feel like.
But let me ask
I'm
you.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm stepping over you. Please.
So the content of them themselves, as well as, all right. So there's flash flood warnings, and then there were flood warnings that went out. So let me just say that the 319 flood warning that went out by National Weather Service, on the scale of the flooding, they said minor flooding is occurring and moderate flooding is forecast. This is 19 minutes into the evacuation. They said the river is expected to rise to a crest of 16 feet this morning. It will fall below that flood stage this afternoon. That Instagram video that Ms. Garrett showed you of the water going over the Cypress Creek, that was October 16th, 2018. That was a flood that had a 19-foot rise. And the time that was taken, it was probably about 6 inches from the peak. So what they were saying at 319 was you're going to get a flood of about that size, a 5-year flood. And then 3:33 a.m., they updated it to a 10-year flood. At 4 a.m., they updated it to a 25-year flood because they were not aware of what was actually happening. Their gauges were not accurately getting it, and the radar was not accurately getting it. So that is what I have the contention about.
Okay, and so that's different than my question, as I heard you explain, but I do appreciate yours. My question was, are any of the facts as they laid them out, not whether you agree with the level of the TDM. Did TDM issue the warnings as the investigators laid out? So not whether, you see my point? There's a difference there. Like, as the facts, as they laid them out, do you have any disagreements as they laid them out? That TDM did in fact issue X warning, or TDM did it? You see what I'm saying? So overall, in that report, do you have any disagreement with any facts as the investigators laid them out?
No, TDM did issue
Okay.
warnings. Yes, sir.
So do you disagree with anything that the investigators laid out just from a factual perspective?
Well, I thought that my answer was that
No,
it was
but
about the factual.
Yeah, but my question is not whether TDM did it accurately or didn't do it accurately. The report as a whole, was it factually accurate? Did, in fact, TDM issue those warnings at the time that the investigators said they did?
They did issue warnings, yes, sir.
Okay, so then my question to you is, to each one of you, as the report as a whole, and I believe all four of you have complimented our investigators, the fantastic, thorough job, just from a factual perspective, do you disagree with any of the facts as they laid them out?
So I think I'm having trouble with as they laid them out, because that's what I like.
They're not saying what TDM. The investigators are not commenting on TDM's accuracy, but all they did was lay out when TDM did in fact issue these warnings and watch it. Do you disagree with their timeline of events? Do you disagree with the facts as they laid them out? Because I don't believe the investigators were in TDM Central saying, hey, this is right or wrong. They just said, hey, TDM issued these warnings at these times and these folks received them. So taking out the accuracy of TDM's warnings, which I get you have a problem with, do you disagree with any other part? Do you disagree with any factual part of the investigators' report as they laid it out?
No, sir. But also, I was talking about the National Weather Service,
or National Weather Service, or whatever that is. I'm saying all the investigators did was say, hey, this National Weather Service or TDM or whomever issued these watches and warnings at these times. So just as a whole,
Yes, sir.
are there any facts, just as they laid them out, not commenting on, just as they laid them out, do you disagree with any of the facts that the investigators laid out yesterday?
Then no, sir. Other than the fact we are deficient on counselors.
Okay. Can I get the answer from each one of you, please? Do you disagree with any of the investigators' facts as they laid them out?
I thought it was a great report. The only parts that I disagree with, Mr. Chairman, is that I think she was inferring that we got the notices from TDM, or TDM had notified our local officials, and that did not happen. And also, she said at various times that we were complacent. I disagree with that. And then just reiterating that I feel like it could be expanded on. I know they were given instructions 8 months after the flood to investigate, and they did a wonderful job in the 2 months they investigated. But I wish they would have talked to some of the other people that lost lives in our community or were affected from this flood, and some of the experts.
Understood. And that would be, you wanted them to do something different. You're not disputing the facts as they laid them out, other than what you've just testified to.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Mrs. Eastland?
I don't recall when I was hearing it disputing many of the facts. Leslie Eastland was actually in Hunt, Texas, not in Ingram.
Okay.
That was one fact I remembered. Other than that, while they were laying it out, I thought they did a good job, but maybe.
Very
there's a
good.
fact
Thank
that
you.
disagree with.
Mr. Eastland?
I agree that they did a very thorough job. I'm sure there's
Understood.
I'm sure there's one or two things that I probably think are, that didn't happen that way, but they did a good job.
All right, but by and large, you all consensus believe the investigators' report as they laid it out was factually accurate, and they did a good job by and large. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the only thing I would add, Mr. Chairman, is I disagree with that she said we did not have a written emergency plan. I know if Dishes or any experts would have told us to do something differently, we would have changed it. I know Edward already testified to that. But yes,
Okay.
Obviously it didn't work in this case.
Okay. And then as you sit here today, not what you thought at the time, as you sit here today, do you agree the camp was not prepared for this tragedy? And I want each one of you to answer that question. Looking back, hindsight, as you sit here today, do you agree the camp was not prepared for this tragedy?
We were not prepared for this flood.
Thank you.
I believe we acted reasonable based on the facts that we knew at the time. But yes, we were not prepared for this natural disaster.
Very good. Mrs. Eastland?
No, we were not prepared.
Mr. Eastland?
Not for this level, no, sir.
And do you agree, and again, each one of you to answer, please, the camp didn't timely call for an evacuation? Looking back today.
Looking back today, I think if we had a little more time, I think we could have gotten everybody.
I would agree with you, but do you believe the camp, looking back today, did not timely call for an evacuation?
If it did not, sorry, say it one more time.
Sure. Sitting here today, do you agree that the camp did not call for a timely evacuation?
So you're asking if we didn't try to evacuate?
Correct. Did you all evacuate timely that night, looking back today?
Did we do it at the right time, or did we do it at the speed?
Did you do it? Did you call for an evacuation at the right time to save lives, looking back today?
I think if we had a few more minutes, we would have gotten everybody.
Understood. But do you, looking back today, believe you timely evacuated that camp?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Eastland?
No.
Mr. Eastland?
Mr. Chairman, with the obviously the knowledge we know now in 2020 hindsight, no, we did not.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Eastland?
I do agree with you, sir. I think the threshold, the red button, as y'all put it, that we should have pushed it earlier, but.
And again, hindsight, you did not timely evacuate this camp, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Very good. All right, I've got some blocking and tackling, and I apologize if this is a little repetitive. I did try to keep up with everyone's questions, but I want to drill down into a couple of things. So, and by the way, this one can be anybody answer, and I will appreciate it. Did y'all testify earlier that you were not aware of the flash flood watch that was in place on July 3rd?
I was not aware.
All right. Were any of y'all aware?
I was not aware, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
I was not personally aware of that, no, sir.
What is personally? Give me the.
Personally, but I believe my father was.
Okay, understood. Mr. Eastland, were you aware?
I don't think I was aware. No,
Okay.
sir.
And then, were there any protocols at the camp in the event of a flash flood watch? Any protocols in place? And then one of y'all can answer this for me.
No.
No, I don't believe so. No, sir.
Okay. Did a flash flood watch require any additional vigilance with respect to monitoring the weather?
Yes.
I would say yes. If we knew there was a flash flood watch, we would be more vigilant watching the forecast.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's what you do. Were there any protocols to do something more different in the event of a flash flood warning?
Calls.
Did a flash flood warning trigger an event other than removing of canoes? Perhaps.
No, sir. Again, just about monitoring, seeing where it was, and then taking action based upon that.
Mr. Chairman, and just to correct, I mean, I believe that my father, it was the getting 2 inches of rain that he moved the equipment out. It was
Okay,
not
I'm sorry.
It wasn't
Understood.
flooding yet. Yeah.
Understood. What type of training did camp staff receive about emergency planning for flooding? What was the training? And Ms. Eastland, you may have testified to it earlier. Was the training only stay in place and then we'll come tell you something different? Or was there more to it that I missed?
We talked about what to do in the event of a flood, to go to your cabin and make sure all your campers were there. And we talked about if they're on time off, what to do if they're on time off and it's raining in a raining event, to call us, and because the danger is the low water crossings on 39. And so we talked about that. And those were the main, but we touched on it a few times throughout orientation.
Okay, and Mrs. Eastland, did the nurses also receive that type of training?
They receive a different training. They aren't with the counselors in training.
Understood, but did they receive any type of emergency preparedness training for flooding?
Similar to that, yes, sir.
Okay, just similar to what the counselors received?
Yes, sir, and they have a different handbook and manual that they abide by.
Okay. And Mr. Eastland, what about the kitchen workers? Did they receive emergency preparedness training?
I do not believe so, sir.
Okay. And what about the grounds crew? Did they receive emergency preparedness training?
I don't believe so. They were just notified by us when situations would arise.
Okay, so how many total do we have, those working in the kitchen and grounds crew? How many adults total, would you say? And I know it varies, but give me an approximation.
With both camps,
No, just camp, well, yeah, both camps, sure.
I hired 24 Polish staff, I believe, for 25, and so that would be camp store workers, dining hall workers, and kitchen workers, and then how many? 21. And 21 men from Mexico. So
Okay, so we had about approximately 45 adults who received 0 emergency preparedness training. Is that fair to say?
yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, onto the evacuations. And I know we've gone over this, but so the evacuation plan for the Guadalupe River Camp, as it existed before July 4th flood, in your own words, what was the evacuation plan? And I know you had mentioned that your father had go to Rec Hall. Was that the evacuation plan that could be referenced prior to July 4th? Is that fair?
Are you meaning an evacuation plan for all disasters, or you're specifically to the flood?
Specifically to the flood.
Yes, sir. That you are correct. That was enacted 2 times that I know of, which was 87 and 78. But previous floods during my childhood, and I don't think that it was enacted.
Understood. So that was done in 78 and 87. But did Mr. Eastland, prior to this year's camp, sit down with the 4 of you, or sit down with any camp counselors, or sit down with any grounds crew, or sit down with anybody working in the commissary and have that discussion? This is our plan in case it floods.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just only say that plan has been seen by thousands for two decades. The posted emergency plan in our, and if dishes or any expert, anybody had asked us to update it, we would have.
Understood. But from y'all's testimony, the plan was go to Rec Hall, right? Is that fair?
Yes, sir. To
Okay.
take the campers and counselors there.
All right. And then my question was, did Mr. Eastland, to your knowledge, tell any of the workers or any of the counselors or even y'all, this is the plan in case it floods? We're all going to Rec Hall prior to this past summer.
I don't believe so. He never told me that.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay.
I've heard the stories from that.
Understood.
time,
And I get where you all
not
have
like
arrived at. Oh, I'm so
Right.
sorry. Go ahead.
But not like an instruction.
That was my question. Did he instruct y'all this way? Either one of y'all?
That's correct.
Okay. And then is it fair to say that the point in which campers would no longer shelter in place would actually evacuate cabins was a judgment call by your dad?
To begin the evacuation?
To say, hey, look, shelter in place is no longer working. Is it fair to say that would have been a judgment call made by your dad?
He did, yes.
Yes.
That night, he made that
Okay.
call right after the Francis radio call.
Understood. Okay. But there was no objective criteria that triggered evacuation, and I know we've passed legislation that has changed that. Thank you, Chairman Perry and Chairman Darby, such as NWS flash flood warning or water coming into a cabin. There was no trigger event. It was your father's gut feel.
The River Century towers that we put in, as many as 100 in our community, that it's in real time. That is the trigger now, that all camps and residents, it takes the human factor out.
Understood. And then I'm going to ask this question of the 4 of y'all, and then I'd like to get to each one of the workers and the counselors as well. Did you, the 4 of you, have any assigned responsibility in the event of a flood evacuation?
No.
Mr. Eastland?
No, sir.
Gentlemen?
No, sir.
Other than my dad, you're talking about the four of us.
Correct.
No, we just wait for instructions from my father.
Understood. And then I assume, but I want to make sure, and one of y'all can answer this, the same is true for the nurses, the same is true for the ground crew, the same is true for the kitchen. None of those individuals, specifically adults, or counselors for that matter, had any assigned responsibility in the event of a flood evacuation. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right. Well, interesting thing from the investigator's report that I noted, and honestly, I don't think it's been addressed as of yet, is that the big three counselors stated on social media that they were awakened around 3 a.m. to help evacuate campers. But I hadn't heard anything since they did their post. Do we know if that's true? Do we know who woke them? Do we know if they actually did evacuate campers? Do we have any knowledge about these statements, that they were awoken at 3 a.m. and asked to help evacuate?
I don't know. I don't know that I didn't know they were awoken to help evacuate. It might have been Glenn coming to their cabin. I think some of the big three went over to Rec Hall early on when the campers were first arriving, but I can't tell you exactly what they were doing.
Okay. Does anyone else have any knowledge about that? All right, and then Speaker Moody, Mr. Eastland started going down a path with you, and I just want to kind of finish its logical conclusion and get an answer to a question that I asked yesterday as well, and you may have heard me ask it of the investigators. Why did you think that at the time, at 3:20, it was proper to instruct Jumble House to evacuate, but then not instruct any of the other cabins, like Twins or Bubble, when we know there was a critical, 10, 15-minute time period in there? Why should the girls in Jumble House evacuate to the Rec Hall, and the girls in Bubble weren't told the same thing? Or the girls in Twins weren't told the same thing? It was a question in my mind.
Yes, sir. I understand your concern. It was just, as I was going backwards, the counselor got my attention in Jumble House. And my priority at that time was to get my truckload of girls back to Rec Hall. I didn't know we were going to run out of time.
No, I understood that you didn't know what the future would hold, but if you were to tell one cabin to evacuate, would it make logical sense to then tell other cabins to evacuate if that was the correct move? Because as you saw it, and it was the correct move, and I understand the course of events and all of that, but that was the correct move there, and I was just wondering why you didn't provide that type of evacuation. Hey, girls, let's get the counselors and let's get over to Rec Hall.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I wish I had.
Understood. And then the other question I have, and I know that we've touched on a little bit, is y'all talked about and getting the ground crew, and how many were there that helped remove the canoes?
It was either 8 or 9.
Okay. So, and again, just going through, and I realize, that night a lot was going on, chaos. But you all got on the walkie-talkies to get them to come get the equipment. And I get things changed as the water was rising. But why did it not occur to you, sir, to do the same thing? I mean, I know your dad didn't do it. He didn't ask the grounds crew to help evacuate kids. Why didn't that enter your mind, that I have, however many adults, 10 to 15 in that little area we were talking about, to get on a walkie-talkie and say, hey, look, me, my dad, the night watchman, we're doing all we can. We're working hard. But there are 15 of y'all just sitting here. Why did you not get on the walkie-talkie and say, hey, come help us? Because y'all did it for the canoes. Why didn't we do it for the girls?
Right. I understand that. And absolutely, I think we were just, it was all happening so fast, and those things that would have helped us, again, I go over and over and over again.
Understood. And
I wish I had done things like that.
Understood. And I do believe Senator Kolkhorst is exactly right. This is all of these events that we are going through, all of these questions that we are asking you all camp owners throughout the state of Texas need to be paying attention to this. All of them. all of them should be paying attention to this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Just, there you go. Thank you, Chairman Meyer. Thank you all again for being here. This is a terrible, terrible event for everyone. I've heard a lot of questions that I had have been addressed by the panel, and thank you for answering them. I know you didn't have to be here if you didn't want to, given the environment. So I heard a little bit earlier, I believe it's you, Mr. Eastland, that said we were ready. But I'm glad to hear your response where you said, well, I was going to ask you, do you still think you were ready? And you answered, no, you were not prepared, not ready.
You mean, Mr. Chairman, you mean getting ready for camp?
We were ready. We were no, sir, that we were ready for the flood, an emergency.
Oh.
We quoted you as we were ready. And I thought, well, the facts presented showed that you were not. Would you agree with that? And you already agreed with that. I think everybody has said that you were not ready,
Well,
not prepared.
We were ready for the information that was given to us. Yeah, we weren't ready for this type of natural disaster. That's correct.
So we weren't ready. So I guess the objective here at the final, I think for all of us, of course, we want to honor everyone who perished that night, the children, your dad, 119 other citizens in Kirk County that I represent. That all of us want to have the end result be that we are ready for the next one. And we're very concerned that those like you and others in the industry that have children are prepared, that they take emergency management and preparedness seriously. Now, you may have had a paradigm before the 4th of July that said, well, this is the way we've always done it. Or maybe if the water line doesn't get to that cypress tree down there, well, that's our measure. I'm not to say yours was. But that kind of mindset cannot continue. So I'll touch just briefly. You know, I'm not saying that your dad, you know, what we're hearing, he loved the children, but he was set in that he had a lot of knowledge. So given the knowledge you have now, 4 inches of water when you have a flood warning, not a flood watch, but 4 inches of water meant something to him, I heard. It concerned him. 4 inches there meant he knew that was, I think, can't be in his head, but I can surmise that when a man of his experience knew that 4 inches and a warning was serious. And that his mind was probably, well, things are fixing to get bad. So if you hear in the future that you have, of course we put it in statute, but do you have a different mindset on what a flood warning is now? Do you all have a different perspective on what a flood warning is? Whether you think it's going to come or not, are you seriously going to take the actions required when a flood warning is issued? And any of the camp and anybody else who hears it knows what that means? So I ask you, do you see it differently now?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I've always taken flash flood warnings very seriously, but definitely with knowing what we all now know about this river, we're going to take things even more seriously. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And from the facts that was related yesterday, and from the time the investigation and the facts that we've gotten, I can only imagine, Edward, what was going through your mind, and the actions that you were taking, and you did save some children. But I would pose to you that the crux of my concern, I guess, about all of us, is how you in this industry, how do you prepare for emergencies? How your staff is prepared? How everyone has a role and is rehearsed so when these things come, you're ready. Talked about chaos. This is emergency management is a lot like, and the Sermon Nim would agree, it's a managed chaos. But it's chaos totally if you're not prepared through all layers, and especially those that have children in their care in these camps. People that depend on you, like what your dad was quoted as saying, you're safe here. This is the safest place on earth. And you do that by preparation and training at all levels for any contingency, planning for the worst. And so we have to be assured that you and others in the industry have that mindset. And when we talk about, we could talk about evacuation. Evacuate means to get out. But how do you go about that? Is what we had, the evidence showed that in the investigation that people didn't know what to do. They didn't know. And even if you said to get out, how and where, it's basic. But those adults and poor counselors, and then the stories of what they did are magnificent. Magnificent. The bravery, the care, but they still didn't have any direction. They did not know, but they should have known. Going forward, that's what we should expect. And I know that listening to the facts, and that's what we wanted, the facts that demonstrate that because that was not there, things happened. Because that was not there, there was chaos. There was confusion in the midst of a terrible storm and flood. But still, preparation helps navigate that tremendously. Would you not agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So if I was to ask you, what would you tell us that you're going to do moving forward, having learned these facts as they are? What would you tell the parents that you've learned from this moving forward to make sure that this wouldn't happen again? What would you say? Any of you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't just answer if you want,
Yes,
you want
sir.
to, but you're not compelled to, please.
I would say that our idea of safety has obviously, it's increased. It's something we think about all the time now. Could we have done this? Could we have done that? And now we're thinking about it in other ways too. I think about it even in the long term. What happens when 10 years go by? What happens when 20 years go by? How can we put things in place where it's taken seriously and where things are in place getting better, that they're reviewed, that we're always thinking about safety before anything else.
Thank you for that. Well, that's, I think, ultimately, a measure of our success will be in that we are better prepared as a state, in our local communities, as Chairman Meyer has said before, at all levels, working together to be better prepared, because it'll happen again. It's coming back. And if we just have a hearing and then do nothing, then that's when we're doing a disservice. But I don't believe anybody sitting on this dais, and I don't believe anybody out there in the audience or anybody listening will have that expectation that we're just going to have a hearing and say, oh, well, let's move on to the next thing. No. We've already passed some legislation, and we're going to continue into the next session with Chairman Perry and Chairman Meyer and other members to continue to make Texas better prepared and working together to make this happen. This shouldn't happen again. Shouldn't have happened in the first place, but it's dang sure shouldn't happen again, ever. So I know this is difficult, and the healing's going to be slow, but we're still in a position where we have a God that loves us and loves you, and together we'll make our state a safer place and navigate through this together and learn from it. And not say, oh, well, that's what happened. No, we're going to learn from it and make it better. Mr. Chairman, thank you. So it'd be, what, 3:05?
236.
What?
236.
2:36. The Senate General Investigating Committee on July 23rd, 25. And thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you,
for
sir.
having us.
No, thank you. Thank you. With that, you're dismissed.
Without objection, the committee will recess until 2:36.
The Senate General Investigating Committee, July 2025 flooding events will recess until 2:36, at which time the committee will reconvene in today's hearing.
The House General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will now come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Meyer.
Present.
Vice Chair Moody. Representative Darby. Representative Dyson. Representative Gomez.
A quorum is present.
The Senate General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will come back to order. So at this time, the chair invites Nim Kidd, the Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, TDEM. Welcome, Chief. For the record, please state your name and title for the record and speak into the mic and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Nim Kidd. I'm Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. It's an honor to be here with you today. It's also an honor to sit here and mourn for and remember the 137 lives that were lost, especially the 27 at Camp Mystic. My goal through this hearing and this testimony is to improve all systems to prevent any future tragedy like this. I have 4 phases of my preparation. One is the state agency, the Texas Division of Emergency Management roles and responsibilities under Chapter 418 of the Texas Government Code, challenges that we face, policy recommendations, and then I open up for questions. As it relates to the state's role and responsibility in emergency management, Chapter 418 mentions coordinate and support with local governments and federal partners. Nowhere in Chapter 418 are we directed to command or control resources at the local level. Local command and control of resources is reserved for city and county officials. A couple of you on the dais have served on city councils before, and you know that responsibility for law enforcement, fire suppression, emergency medical services, and emergency management is reserved for local officials. State law directs mayors and county judges as the authorities having jurisdiction to mandate evacuations, not the governor nor the state. As it relates to challenges through this event and others, we have seen volunteer management, mass fatality management, communications and interoperable communications, and the emergency management and volunteer fire department workforce a challenge. Our recommendations moving forward is to mandate some sort of volunteer registry system, not for the volunteer organizations active in disaster that we all know and work with, but for the spontaneous volunteers that show up from all over the place that mostly want to do good work, but we have no idea their background skills or capabilities or motives. We need to continue to improve the mass fatality response system in the state of Texas. I think most people are unaware that there are 13 medical examiners for the entire state of Texas. The rest is run by justices of the peace elected at the local level. We need to continue to improve operable and interoperable communications as well as fund those programs. And we need to train and credential emergency management and volunteer firefighters. I want to get into some of the questions and answer about the resources and capabilities. And we need to continue to improve our warning systems across the state. I think for those of us that have lived in a city under a mayor, regardless of it's a city manager or mayor form of government, strong mayor form of government, the police chief, fire chief, EMS director, and emergency manager have one boss, and that's the mayor. But when you get into the unincorporated areas of Texas, your sheriff is usually always a countywide elected official and has responsibility for the law enforcement side. In the case of Camp Mystic, we believe the Hunt Volunteer Fire Department was responsible for fire and rescue. I believe EMS came from the city of Kerrville. You had multiple competing and overlapping jurisdictions there. When we talk about incident command versus incident management, I think we should identify and separate those out. In my line of work, there are events or incidents. Some of those can be a water line break. That's not necessarily an emergency until it impacts part of the community. Emergencies are always best handled at the local level. Those emergencies become disaster when the local government responsible for responding to those incidents and emergencies no longer has the capability or resources to respond. And that's where Chapter 418 directs this state agency to coordinate other assets to support those local governments. Through the testimony that we've previously given, you know that we had resources and assets deployed ahead of the storm. I've heard some testimony today about the TDEM alerts, and I'm grateful that you acknowledge those and use those. But I need to remind you, those are National Weather Service watches and warnings. Our job is to echo or emphasize or amplify that message to ensure that our local partners that have responsibility are getting that message. And you may ask, why do you do that? There are 13 independent National Weather Service offices in the state of Texas. Many jurisdictions line up on the boundaries of those. And we see that those different Weather Service offices can give different forecasts. So we have our statewide calls when we're worried about weather events that are coming in, and put the National Weather Service regional headquarters on the call to give a singular forecast to all that will call in. And we invite all elected officials at the local and state level to join those calls, to call in to get the same weather forecast, to give us a common operating picture, and to ensure that local governments have assets that are ready, and if not, know the process to request additional state resources. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that'll end my opening and prepared remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions?
real
Senator
quick.
Perry.
So I want to be clear, these updates, National Weather Service echoes, I know we as legislators know about them and can dial in, but it's strictly voluntary, correct?
For our 10
As
a.m.
far as-
weather calls?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If you want to dial in, anybody, is that open to the public too?
No, sir,
or is
it's
that
not.
Just a few elected officials and then pretty much in the government ranks?
Yes, sir. In accordance with Chapter 418, the Disaster Act of Texas, mayors are the emergency management director for the municipal corporations. County judges are the emergency management directors for the unincorporated area of the county. We invite all mayors, all county judges, if they have identified or designated an emergency management coordinator, that coordinator is invited. And then we invite the state agencies of the Emergency Management Council to that call.
So a lot of the conversation has been, there was nothing from the locals to the camps. The locals not only can get information from those briefings, but have all other resources, NWS, NOAA, they're getting information from everywhere if they choose to participate in receiving that information. And then the connection from there to the camps is a whole different conversation. We really didn't explore a lot, but there really was no formal process. But to be clear, those are voluntary. Some participate, some don't. Some do sometimes, some do never time. But it's fair to say, too, based on the 14-hour hearings, that particular community was, at best, I'd say lax in who is the emergency management coordinator. What was the train of I mean, they had labels, but they definitely did not hear the role. Is that kind of your recollection?
Very close, Senator. So to answer the first part of what I thought was your question is, there is no teeth in Chapter 418 to mandate that a mayor, a judge, or the emergency management coordinator participate in our calls. I will tell you, I am appalled by the number of emails and text messages I get asking to be removed from those distribution lists because they think we're giving them too much information. Okay. And I ask them to do that in writing and send it to me, and I'm going to share it with everybody else. That usually stops them from asking again. But we get requests like that from local officials all the time. That's part one. Part two is we have a form. It's called the Division of Emergency Management, DEM 147. By executive order of the governor, we ask every year the mayor, the county judge, and the emergency manager to update their contact information with us. State law indicates they are the local officials responsible, and we ask for their contact information. Those are the people we invite to the call.
Thank you. And then you mentioned registry. What else were the four things? Because I'm going to follow up with the question.
Yes, sir.
I think we addressed that in legislation that did not pass. Members, I keep going back to a bill that had it passed, we'd already been implemented halfway down the road, but it didn't pass over pure politics. Had nothing to do with the subject matter or the content of the bill. And that's shame on us. But what were the four things you mentioned?
So volunteer management of spontaneous volunteers.
That was in there.
Mass fatality management, dealing with medical examiners and justices of the peace. Operable and interoperable communication, setting a state policy and funding.
Separate bill.
Training and credentialing of emergency management personnel.
Addressed.
And I'm adding volunteer firefighters, Senator.
Addressed.
We've got to train and certify our volunteer firefighters.
So we have work to do next session. We just don't have to start from ground zero. I appreciate what your agency does. I get daily, especially if it's in my district, y'all do a tremendous job of keeping us in tune and in line with what's going on, be it fire or any other potential problem. So, and San Angelo's in my district. Y'all deployed early. And what do we have? One fatality?
Yes, sir.
And that community did not see the economic loss because It was coordinated, planned, and activated. Kind of what we've been talking about. If you got a plan and you've trained on it, and San Angelo's serious about training on it, you don't have these catastrophic events to deal with afterwards.
Thank you, Senator.
Chair recognizes Speaker Moody. Sorry, Chair recognizes Chair Darby.
I just want to echo Senator Perry's remarks about San Angelo. I think it's important to note that on July 3rd, your office recognized the weather conditions to be such that you needed to pre-position assets in areas that might be subject to flooding. Kerrville's obvious, flood alley, so you positioned a unit there. You also positioned a unit to San Angelo, Texas, did you not? And San Angelo is a relative flat community behind 3 flood control dams. And if you'd have told me on July 3rd you're putting a swift water rescue team in San Angelo, Texas, I probably would have laughed. But you did. And the rain came, and it came, and it came to 14 inches, and it flooded. We lost 500 plus homes and 1 fatality. I just want to thank you. I don't know if you're Karnak the Magnificent or you just pay attention to what's going on around you, but you have my profound thanks, and so does the community of San Angelo.
Chairman, thank you for that. I don't feel like I deserve that, but I'll tell you, we do have a great team, and that great team still has things that we can do better. And everything that we do will never bring these children back. It won't. It won't. But you have my commitment, and all of the families behind me have my commitment to do everything we can to prevent this from ever happening again. And, you know, weather is not science. And I get beat up by some of the meteorologists. It's not science, it's art. And when you look at the hurricane spaghetti models, each one of those is a mathematical model that the people that developed that model believe it to be the one true model, but none of them are right. And then you blend all of those together, and the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Center puts out what they think the forecast is. You've seen the cone of uncertainty. 1/3 of the time, hurricane lands outside of that cone. For any of us to think that the Weather Service can predict exactly how much, when, and how fast it's going to fall, we're kidding ourselves. It doesn't. The only thing we can do is be prepared. And we've talked a lot about plans. I say this a lot to our team and to anybody that'll listen. A plan not written is a fantasy. A plan not trained is fiction. A plan not exercised is forgotten. And a plan not funded is futile. It's not just a plan. You have to train to the plan, exercise the plan, and continue to work on that plan.
Can we get an amen on that? Okay. One question. I reviewed the OIG report on the National Weather Service. Have you seen that report?
No, sir, I've not read it.
I'm going to read you an excerpt from it. It says the Austin-San Antonio Weather Forecast Agency coordinated with its core partners, and they attempt, and this is on the night of July 3, going into 4, they attempted to call both the Kirk County Emergency Management Coordinator and the Sheriff's Office starting at approximately 3:38 a.m., but were unable to reach the Sheriff's Office until 4:32. This is the Sheriff of Kirk County. They started at 3:38. They didn't reach the Sheriff's Office till 4:32. And they didn't reach the Emergency Management Coordinator, which you and we all agree is an important functionary in this whole process. They didn't reach the coordinator till 6:19 a.m. As there are no river gauges upstream of Hunt on the South Fork of the Guadalupe River, which we now know is just created fatal conditions, and the weather agency was unable to reach Kirk County officials, they decided to upgrade the existing flash flood warning to a flash flood emergency. And I want you to explain the difference between the two at 4:03 a.m. based upon observed radar and rain gauge data. Will you kind of illuminate on that for us and expand a little?
Yes, sir, I'll do my best. I'll try. So I think we've talked a lot about the watch is something could happen. The warning is something is likely to happen. The emergency is it is imminent or happening. It's really about the timing of what event could take place. And back to the watch. We have places in Texas right now that are under a tornado watch. I'm getting text messages about them. We got large hail up in the North Texas area, your area. And so as we look at this past, we're under the watch. When the National Weather Service, through their technology, their tools, sees the potential for it to actually happen within minutes, is when you're going to get the warning. The imminent attack or the imminent event is when that emergency is keyed in, and that is a very rare occurrence. Extremely rare occurrence. But when that happens, it's usually too late for us to take action at that point. We're now responding to the event instead of doing anything on the preventative or preparation side.
Explain Code Red.
Great question. Code Red is a trade name. Code Red is a reverse telephone system. Over the years, when we all had copper telephone lines, cities and counties and local officials had your number to the unlisted or listed telephone number, and it was a computer system that would call your landlines. We've evolved to nobody has landline phones anymore at home. I don't. I have cell phones now. Even voice over IP phones are tied to the internet, so electrical dependent and internet dependent, not plain old copper telephone like we used to have in the old days. And so there are cities and counties today that have reverse notification systems, emergency notification systems, or wireless notification systems. Think of them as all the same thing. In most of them, like a school district, for instance, or a water or utility district, you have to register with that system in order to get the alert on your phone. If you're their customer, or have a kid in their school, or have a kid in their university, you register to get on that system. Jurisdictions in Texas can also activate the WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert System, under IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System, and that's where they can take and draw a polygon around an area, and the theory is they notify every cell phone in that polygon
Kind of a
area.
geofence, if you will,
Yes, sir.
around
Yes, sir.
that phone.
Regardless of whether you have registered for that system or not. And I'll tell you, in talk, it's really good. In practice, it's not perfect. You may recall we did on April the 2nd, we did a statewide test. We had a lot of feedback on that test because many people didn't get the message. Many people didn't register. Some telephone line carriers couldn't produce all of the messages that went out at the same time, and sometimes it took them hours to get it. We are going to continue to request, we don't have the authority to mandate local officials participate, request local officials participate in exercises like this because it trains the responders with responsibility for warning and notification on how to use the system. It highlights the limitations and the capabilities of those systems, and I believe it helps the citizenry understand what those messages are meant for and take action whenever they're requested to do so.
Is that something that you can tell this committee or that local emergency coordinators, for example, how many have signed up for this notification?
We'll produce that information
and
for
who
you.
hasn't?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I would think that would be helpful to know who's participating and who's not, and we can perhaps take a look at requiring some of that response as opposed to simply allowing them not to opt in for such an important notification. So,
thank you, sir.
We've talked about the local Clark County officials and on vacation or asleep or sick, but I just can't imagine not being able to reach the emergency coordinator till 6:38 in the morning. Of course, that's after the event's already happened in Mystic and upstream. Have you? And we can take this offline, but we ought to, as collectively as the House and Senate, look at options on who should be designated, what their roles and responsibilities are, and how they report back to the legislature about their performance in that role. And I think I for one would welcome your input into that.
I feel compelled to share that out of 1,470 jurisdictions in Texas, 254 counties, 1,216 cities, there's really only about 480 emergency management programs across the state out of roughly 1,600. And the reason is because you get into the West Texas area, your county judge is also the emergency management coordinator. They have zero depth in their staff. But then you have so many interjurisdictional programs as well, where one county emergency manager may be that point of contact for 5 or 6 different cities. I'll tell you, you can't be a peace officer in Texas anymore without going through a TCOL approved academy with approved instructors and approved curriculum and graduate after you take that test. You can't be a firefighter in Texas, a paid firefighter in Texas, without going through a Commission on Fire Protection, certified curriculum, certified instructor, certified academy. But to be an emergency management coordinator in the state of Texas, you need the signature of a mayor or a judge, period. That needs to change.
I hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez? Do you have any questions? Senator Colcourse?
Thank you. Chief, good to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
I get that Senate Bill 2 did not pass. And there was a lot in there, and we're going to keep working on that. You know, I had some hesitations on. I think a database is good. I don't know about fingerprinting and creating barriers for people that really want to run to the fire. And so I'm going to ask a series of questions here and try to go through our investigator's report here. We've made a lot about the 1:14 a.m. alert. That was a warning. This last summer, I think we spoke a lot about different alerts, and alert fatigue has come up. Senator Hughes, I think you brought that up yesterday. In your opinion, do you think we have a grasp on what the difference is between a watch and a warning for the general public?
We do not.
So we don't. Okay, because I've actually talked to a number of people in Kerr County who survived the flood, believe it or not. I mean, one lady, it's the most incredible story. I mean, God wanted her to live, right? And she said as the water was rising, they probably made every mistake under the sun. They got in their pickup truck and they started to drive and they realized that the electric gate's not going to open, and then the truck started to float away, and one thing after another with her 15-year-old son, and it's quite a story. So I would ask this: what would you recommend that people understand? And we're about the camp directors. We've made a whole lot about that 1:14 a.m. call. What does it mean? I've read aloud today, imminent danger, life-threatening. I mean, what do we do to get past alert fatigue?
So, thank you for the question. Alert fatigue also comes from us having too many sources of information and they're not the authorized source. Part of the exercise that we conducted on April the 2nd was to see just how many people would push the message out. When you think about a county having the capability, a city having the capability, citizens of the city are also citizens of the county. Those systems need to be coordinated together, so it's not enough just to have a plan. You have to train and exercise to that plan as well. When you talk about school districts that have it, universities have it, municipal utility districts have it, electrical systems have it. Everybody has the capability to send this message. And then you have our media partners that also want to send the same messages. And you have the National Weather Service sending messages. My goal is to make sure people know who the trusted source of information is and only take action on the information that source sends them. And I professionally believe that should come from the local Office of Emergency Management, staffed by local officials that are trained and certified to do the job. And it should come from the National Weather Service. And those should be the only two places that are pushing information out. Nobody else should be pushing it out during a disaster.
So we need to continue to work on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, some bills that didn't pass. I want to kind of drill down in the timelines that we went over yesterday. So July 3rd, TDM ramps up communication, activates more, these are my words, protocol awareness for floods. 10 a.m., TDM has a call with 468 that have dialed in. Do we know if anyone from Kerr County was on that? And somebody might have.
We do not.
Can we know that?
So the way that we use Zoom to have these calls, and if you put your information in on the front end, that's captured. But if you're just calling in from a telephone number because you're not watching the display, you're just listening
Which I've
in,
done before.
we don't know the numbers that are associated with it.
So we don't know if Kerr County called in. Obviously, Kendall County did. There was more prep. I want to keep walking on. Okay, at 1 p.m., resources deployed. Correct? I have resources.
On which,
I
which
think it's
day,
from,
ma'am?
I could go and find. I got a lot of open
Yeah.
programs here, but that resources were deployed. We're told y'all were starting to stage boats in different places. Correct or
We
not?
started having coordination calls on the
Okay.
2nd and moving resources to have them in place by July 3rd.
Okay.
But it was
So
a 35,000.
This was on July 3rd.
35,000 square mile area because the Weather Service couldn't tell us what was going to fall where and how fast and how much.
So that is an important point as well, because what we learned was that there's a weather station in Del Rio all the way down to, I think it is Brownsville, and nothing in between.
Yes,
and we're
ma'am.
working to fix that.
Yes,
and the
ma'am.
river gauges. And I know this isn't your part of it, but we're hoping those get deployed and installed ASAP.
Yes, ma'am, we are too.
It got funded. So I want to kind of move to the point of when the disaster started to happen, and I guess the aftermath. So, Ms. Garrett really brought out the aftermath, and that, you know, we've gone through everything that happened, timelines. She certainly, it's called Daylight and Beyond, okay? So, at the evacuation of Bug House Tree, we're getting people out of there, bodies found in Mr. Eastland's Tahoe. And then she hit upon lack of incident command. And I want to go back to this because I think we're focusing a whole lot, and we should, on how to prevent them. We're not going to always prevent a disaster. But as she pointed out, no information, misinformation, death notifications to parents was lacking, delay of resources being deployed. I think this was on a graph that you had bubbles coming out from a resonating center. Prank calls, autopsy inconsistency, no search and rescue because it seemingly was delayed. And I want to go to this. The Cajun Navy is calling and saying, we want to help. We've seen this on TV. They were denied. And nobody can answer to me, who were they denied by? Who denied the Cajun Navy?
I have no idea.
That's a problem. That's a
I
problem.
can tell you the Cajun Navy doesn't participate in our statewide exercise and communications platforms. They're a volunteer group that chooses not to participate with us directly. If they want to choose to participate with local officials, we would support that, but that's the local official decision to accept them or not.
I have another line that I wrote in my handwriting, off-duty firefighters, et cetera, denied. And I think it's, Chief, really important that somehow we find out and how we do this. Okay, so I'm the author of Senate Bill 6 after Hurricane Harvey. And if you go back and you read Senate Bill 6, and Chairman Perry, we went over that this summer. Chairman Darby, you were on that committee, and there was some really good stuff on that. And part of that was emergency management director and emergency management coordinator, and we put it in code and how we're supposed to train those, and the emergency management work group, which y'all assembled. And I think we kind of got to the edge and we didn't quite, I don't think we followed through. I mean, and so what kind of training? I know Senate Bill 2 does better about that, but what did we do from Harvey to there that kind of Senate Bill 6 was there, but it just didn't quite push it over the real training? You said maybe 3 hours of training. What is it?
So
Chief?
Chapter 418 today says local officials are required to complete 3 hours of emergency management training, period.
So, Judge, I want you to know after Kerrville, Chief, I want you to know after Kerrville, we are re-electing 254 county judges in 254 counties. You're either re-electing them or you're electing them, right? I mean, everyone is up in all 254 counties. And I have said since our hearings and being in Kerrville, and certainly this reinforces it, I have told my constituents who you elect as a county judge is possibly the most important decision you make with your vote, because that person becomes the CEO during a disaster. Am I right on that?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
They are the CEO, not the mayor.
Well, municipal corporations, cities, the mayor is the CEO during a disaster. The county judge is the unincorporated area of the county.
But they have to coordinate.
They have to talk to each other, that's correct. They don't have to do the same thing. The law gives them the independence and the autonomy to operate separately.
And so we did see through our hearings and much media coverage, there was a number of breakdowns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when I ask these questions in the aftermath of what our report, we're putting together a report, and it's from Daylight and Beyond was the title. Those hours that happened after that. So, for example, some people claim that the state didn't act for 11 hours. True or false?
False.
Okay, how quickly did we act?
Before the event happened.
But were we deploying that? Because we
Yes,
know
ma'am.
that the Coast Guard evacuated how many of the young ladies from Camp Mystic? I think it was 165.
Those were additional resources that we called in. But, ma'am,
Great.
you've heard here on the dais today, we had boats deployed in San Angelo and Kerrville and Menard and other parts of the state before July 4th. The state
Right.
had assets in place before the rain came that morning. Now, was it enough assets and were they in the right place? I don't think we'll ever have enough assets for the amount of rainfall that we saw, at the rate of fall, at the place that we saw it fall. But we didn't know where that was going to happen until it happened. Nobody knew that
It's a
until
great point.
it happened.
And something that we discovered, I remember one of the panels in Kerrville, and actually it was an academic panel. I'm telling you, it was Texas Tech, then it was the University of Texas, then it was Rice University, and all the way down. And they talked about we can get better at these rain bursts, right?
We can.
And we're funding that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that.
And we're going to get better at that so that you can better predict and be able to deploy, right?
That's right.
And so when we look at what, and I really, I wrote down in bold words yesterday with lines all over it, where was the incident command for Kerr County? And then I wrote out to the side, or is it the state? And that was in the aftermath. This is in the title Daylight and Beyond. And I mean, who is in charge when you have missing bodies and you have dead bodies? And I think the description from Miss Garrett yesterday was that somebody literally came upon a dead body and said, "What do I do?" And so who is in charge? Because I don't know the answer to that question. Yep. Is it Kerr County or is it the state in how we set up those incident commands?
Yep. So try to make this as brief as possible.
All right.
The National Incident Management System, NIMS, is the governing doctrine for the United States of America as it relates to incident management and emergency management. The Incident Command System, ICS, is the system that we use at all levels of government and governments all over the nation to manage single incidents to complex incidents. So NIMS and ICS are the training guidelines, the roles, the responsibilities, and the doctrine that we put in place. All disasters are local. An incident command post is established at the site of an incident. We talked about incident into an emergency, into a disaster. Catastrophe is the next step. When an incident happens and it becomes an emergency, the local authority having jurisdiction for police or fire or EMS or emergency management are responsible for establishing a command post, a single spot. Resources going to that should come together and support the incident commander, who will assign an organizational structure of plans, operations, logistics, and finance to manage the complexities of that incident. When there are multiple incident command posts in a jurisdiction, an area command should be established in accordance with national doctrine. When area command's capability are being exceeded, then the Emergency Operations Center is established, and the Emergency Operations Center, emergency management, manages the resources that are going to those multiple areas and command posts, but they do not make decisions for the incident commander at the command site. You have to be on scene. You have to be on site to know how to manage that incident. We manage the resources that go to command posts and staging areas to support those local incident commanders. But if there's no command post established by the locals, you heard many a times a state agency will come in and start to establish that incident or that command post. But then we turn that back over to the locals because that's what the law and the doctrine tells us to do.
So all of that, and you just said it, and you said it so eloquently, but it is really kind of complicated. And it goes back to that training. So I'm going to give you a couple other quotes from yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? From Ms. Garrett. Crisis management did not exist at a point. It was, in quotes, it was a disaster, a total lack of incident command. People wanted to take action, but no one, and these are from her interviews, okay? These are from her interviews. People wanted to take action, but no one to tell them what to do. It added to the torment. This is not from her slides. This is what I extrapolated as she was talking. And it impacted me so much. I think that through, and I tried to do this with SB 6 way back in 2019, we're going to follow up with another bill Senator Perry has to get all of this right and the training in the local level. But when we hear that parents were in line and I mean, like, their children are missing. And it wasn't just the children from Mystic. There were a lot of people missing. And how, again, it was a disaster. And how we parse through that. We're going to need your help as we go into this next session. This is what interims are for. We tried during the special session. The bill didn't get to the governor's desk. And it gives us, I mean, and those were that's a pretty tight timeline we were doing on those 30 days. And I find that in special sessions, sometimes we're reactive and we have to come back and clean up. So we have that opportunity to get this right. Now I want to go into one other thing, and it's personal. As I said earlier today to the Eastland family, I sit here as a senator who represents a little girl that didn't survive this flood. And she should have. She should be alive today. But in the aftermath, was very cautious to quickly contact the Hollis family, and they know that. They knew I was there for them when they needed it. But this is what haunts me, and you responded to this, but I have to bring this up. Nobody was communicating with them on a daily basis. They wouldn't hear for 2-3 days. Their child was missing. And I know that we tried to originally do kind of the local investigators and so forth. And when I finally called you and I said, I have got, this family has to hear from somebody every day. And y'all did put in the Texas Rangers and kind of, and you and I had that conversation. I can tell you exactly where I was on Highway 105 on my way to Anderson, Texas. When you said, I need to hear this from you, Senator, because I was scared that this was happening. We are Texas. We are better than anybody else. We're not like what we saw in North Carolina.
You're not.
Where you deployed resources to North Carolina for their floods. We fund you at a level that probably no other state in the nation funds, right? As we drill down and work on this report and this aftermath, I don't ever want any family, whether it's their child or their grandmother, to have to not hear from someone on a daily basis that we are searching for your child. We are searching for your loved one. And I think we have to work through that. And I say this with, it will stick with me. You know, they always say, you know where you were. You know, when the president gets shot, you always know where you were. I know exactly where I was on 105 when I'm telling you this story. And then Blair was great because she jumped in and, we found a way to communicate with that family. I didn't represent, I represented the Hollis family during that. I don't know what everyone else's experience was, but it had to be similar. It had to be similar. And it Ms. Garrett gives credence to what you were saying. And the impact crater that is something that she talked about was unbelievable and shattering. Kind of was a culmination of all of this that we're talking about. The prevention, the 114, the action that could have been taken that wasn't, the aftermath, the complete, the damage that kept being done. And so I think that you said something to me during this, and we've been through Harvey together, and we've been, Katrina, Rita, I call it Katrina, it all ran together. I've been through so many of these. And you've said something. When you've seen one disaster, you've seen one disaster. But after every one of them, we rush to pass bills and do better. And we put it in statute, we put it in code, and then we fund certain things. And that's great. And I cannot wait. I think one of the most impactful testimonies, other than what we've seen during this, was knowing that there's technology out there and things that we can deploy in a state that is very blessed. And we're going to do that. And I would say to the Water Development Board, you can't get that stuff out there fast enough. Because we do have to be able to predict the microbursts. We do have to have the warning signals. And we can, the sirens, we can do all of that better. So I look forward to working with you. But when we kind of talked about the delays, and I think some of the interviews of the 140 people, some of those delays of getting people out, maybe the Cajun Navy could have added to a more expedited, maybe we could have saved a few more people, maybe not. I know what you were telling me about the longer time goes on. But potentially, we still wouldn't have a little girl missing. And so I want to drill down on the local decisions to deny firefighters and the Cajun Navy versus the state. And I always think that a government closer to the people is a better government. I say to my state representatives, of which I'm housebroken, you are closer to the people. We represent 700, 800,000 more people than y'all do. That's why I always listen to my state reps, because they're closer to them. Always listen to that mayor. Always listen to that county judge. But I do think we have, through statute, given dishes more ability to make sure that our camps are better trained. I picked up on some things today that every adult on every campus of a camp should probably be trained in evacuation. But I think that we look at the elected officials really closely and we up our game. And Senator Perry, the point that you made, it's not that a county judge isn't going to go on vacation or a mayor is not going to go on vacation. That's fine. You just have to appoint somebody that is in that role after that, and that person has to be trained. I'm glad that the Kendall County judge went to bed. I think your quote was uneasy, disturbed, didn't feel right, nervous that something was going to happen. I think those are indirect quotes, but I think I captured the emotion. And Kendall County fared a whole lot better in this flood than Kerr County with 119 deaths. That is a staggering number. So I look forward to you helping us be better. We're a very blessed state. We can have those resources and do better. But when it comes down to it, you got to have leaders that are trained, that know what to do. We just drilled the Eastland family on that. And we learned that there wasn't enough training. There wasn't proper training. And I think that we have to look inwardly to our elected officials as well.
Thank you.
Anything you want to add to that?
We have also got to look at our volunteer fire service.
What do you mean by that? Because I love them.
Senator, we've danced around this for years. I love them too. I started my career almost 35 years ago as a volunteer. There is no state required training for volunteer firefighters.
Even
There's
at the
no
Texas
state-
A&M Fire School?
You don't require it of volunteers. You don't mandate it. You mandate that paid firefighters go through a curriculum and graduate from an academy. But I can go volunteer with a fire department in any county in Texas and show up and just say, I want to be here and volunteer. And some of them are great departments. They really, really are. There are great volunteer fire departments and great volunteer firefighters all across this state. But you don't mandate what training they get. You don't mandate that they get fire suppression training. You don't mandate that they get swift water rescue training. You don't mandate that they have to have any emergency medical training because they're volunteers. You mandate that for paid fire departments. You mandate that for the cities. But so much of Texas is covered by a volunteer fire
It
department
is.
that has
And they are terrific,
no
as you
mandate.
said. Okay, so
And they are part of the incident command system, and they should be part of the incident command structure. But if we can't even mandate that they get training, what good are they going to be to us on our worst day?
would you have the state pay for the volunteer fire departments?
I think you have plenty of emergency services districts out there right now that the citizens of that community are electing to have an emergency service district and be taxed by that district, and you have some that are voting them down.
So if you didn't have an ESD, do you think that we could mandate and supplement?
I think you should ask the local officials in Kerr County, but I believe there's an ESD in Kerr County right now. They still don't have paid firefighters.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, thank you. Senator Cole, of course, touched on a couple of things that I want to touch on. I was also very glad to hear that she listens to state representatives. I'm gonna hold her to that next session. Oh, just some. Okay, I got it. And I think you hit nail on the head in request versus mandate, and something that we need to look at seriously. And you mentioned it in a couple different ways. But I can tell you one thing: the families that are in this room didn't request to be here.
They did not.
It's mandatory that they're here because they tragically lost life. So if they're here in their pain and their grief, then we need to figure out a way to have a better system for them. Because a lot of these families out here, they didn't elect the judge in Kerr County.
They did not.
They didn't elect the mayor in Kerrville. And I'm not trying to denigrate any elected official or emergency management coordinator, whatever, because I'm sure many of them do the best they can do. But, and I do agree, when you're local boots on the ground, maybe there's some nuance to what you know that works well. But, when you answer the question, do people didn't know a difference between a watch and a warning? Well, we've heard that people didn't change their actions much at the local level. But I know you do. I know your top brass does. I know the people that work for y'all do. And I'm not saying that a massive system statewide is the solution for this, because it's not an either or in my mind. I think it's a both and. Because and correct me if I'm wrong, is there anywhere in the code that we give you the ability, or anyone at the state, the ability to step in and move the locals to the side and take control of the situation?
Not at the incident command post level, nothing that I'm aware of, and nor that we've ever practiced. I don't think we have the authority. Again, when you look at Chapter 418, the Disaster Act of 1975, and you look up command or control, that always relates to the local level. when you look at our agency's responsibilities and duties, it is coordinate and support.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that, and two very different scenarios, but the idea of incident command and control was something we talked about an enormous amount in Uvalde. And they said, well, the Consolidated Independent School District folks, they showed up there first. Well, they're in control. That's what our teaching, that's what the doctrine teaches us. That's what the philosophy of law enforcement, they're first on site, they're in control. They were the least qualified to be in control. But that's what everybody was taught. Well, he's in control. He's in charge. And after that, we have done a lot to change that culture, to make sure that if there are failures there, then we're not going to accept just because you're the one there on site. If there is someone more qualified, more competent, more able to figure out how to deploy resources, they're going to be in control. And so we didn't accept doctrine and philosophy because just like we just talked to the Eastlands for I don't know how long about, just because this is the way we've always done things doesn't mean that you should continue to do it that way forever. And they all said that. That's of course, if we knew now what we knew then, we're not going to do that going forward. We have to expect that of us too. If the answer is that at the local level, the response is inadequate, then we need to have a mechanism in place where the state can have experts or a strike force when talking about post-event. And I don't have the solutions here. I don't. I'm trying to just make the point that we have to not accept the norms if time and again we realize that there are, like you said, each disaster has its own flavor to it, and all different confluence of things can create crisis. And there's something here to be done through emergency management. And I don't think you're going to find anybody up here that's going to, step over the top of their local elected officials. I think there's some value there. But we do need to figure out, when it comes down to it, where we have more qualified, more competent folks, how do we take control of a situation? And I'm not saying that's 1 out of 100 probably, maybe 1 out of 1,000. But we do need to figure out how we do that in an organized fashion. Otherwise, we will keep having these situations come up. And look, I don't magically think because some people elected me in El Paso that I know all the answers to everything. Just like the county judge isn't an emergency management expert just because he or she got elected to that position, or the mayor, just by virtue of getting elected. Or like you said, these other people are just appointed and they get 3 hours of training, insufficient. Yes. And I just, there's a big picture here that we need to kind of step back. And I mentioned it yesterday. This is a great state, and we talk about that in a lot of different ways. If we're not going to think critically about how we do this type of work, then we are not doing our job. And so I just know that you're going to be a partner in that. I know that we've heard a lot, going back to last summer, about the work that you did in this crisis, and helping to coordinate the best you could. And I know that you'll be a partner with us in this discussion. But well, I guess I'll just ask you that question. Should there be a situation in which we have the ability to sidestep the locals and start to manage a situation if it's gotten to a point where it is not being managed competently and correctly at the local level?
Thank you for the opportunity to answer that. In most cases where we have had local officials or local capabilities that have not been up to the size or scope of management that was needed, we have come in and wrapped around them and supported them to continue to move them forward. It's very rare that we get a local elected official that starts to push back once we bring in an overwhelming amount of resources to help support them. It's very rare. I can't even think of a time that's happened. It didn't happen. It did not happen in Kerrville either. But the challenge with that is I have been the guy in the water. In San Antonio, I was the lieutenant for the city's technical rescue team. I've shown up in my own city where an incident was started by other competent responders. And I got to tell you, boss, one of the hardest things in the world to do is to take over a situation that is already going bad and turn it around. It's a better capability if you can bring the resources in to help support the people that are managing it if they're doing it competently. And in this case, we know that that did not happen.
Mm-hmm.
But we quickly put resources in there and started working in that case. My fear is if we put this into law, if you put this into law, that the state can come in and take over, then what keeps every local jurisdiction from just stopping it from the very beginning?
So there, I think, is the trip line that we have to be cognizant of, because we talked a lot about complacency. I don't want someone saying, "Oh, well, it's not our deal anymore. We know that the state's going to come in and take care of it, so we're going to step back even further." That's the line we have to walk here, and I think that's going to be the complex part of it. And you know, the fact of the matter is, on the ground, like you said, when you absorb or kind of put the resources around a local control command element, you know, that's going to be able to hopefully stabilize or at least help you navigate out of that. And I think we just need to figure out how we best do that. And it doesn't necessarily need to be, I mean, we talk about training and all these other things, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a change in statute. I think we just need to understand how that works, because like I said, I don't know that anybody who also served on that committee during the summer walked away thinking that the citizens in Kirk County had folks at the top levels doing everything they needed to do in that situation. I don't think you could walk away from that hearing and have that opinion. And so what do we do? What do we do in a way that does not create complacency where you pass the buck? Well, the state's going to do it. We do need to figure out, there's a fine line to walk there, but I know that we have your commitment to work with us as we move forward. So,
Yes, sir.
I thank you for that. With that, I don't have any other questions. I know we have some discussion about the mass fatality team and how we need to continue to work on that. And I know Casey brought that up yesterday. I think that's something that has to be worked on. We saw the same compounding of grief in Uvalde as we saw here in the Hill Country. So, you know, you certainly have a commitment to work on that, because that's, you know, it's something that is absolutely horrific when you think about what these families have already been through, to then compound on that. So thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, thank you for your service. And that's with pride that I get to tell a lot of folks that you started your career in San Antonio. Chief, you've said it, I think, 2 or 3 times today, and I've heard it before, that you feel strongly about the volunteer firefighters having proper training, right?
Yes, sir.
That's exactly how we feel about these county emergency management people. They need to have proper training.
Yes, sir.
And I think what we need to have your help over the next few months is, what does that level of training look like? So that we tell maybe we figure out a way how to communicate to the county judges and mayors around, if you designated a county emergency manager, this is what their minimum level of training is. The other thing is, when you get to, you or your team get to an incident and you arrive, and just like you'd arrive at the one that you described where you had to wrap your services around the things you brought to bear because you identified that certain things were being done, right?
Yes, sir.
Maybe we teach them about minimum standards. These are the minimum things you need to do, and we train them on that so that we don't have this impact crater, because they've been trained. In these events, there's one source of information for this, and this is how you do it. And there's got to be a chain of command, and if the county judge is sick, on vacation, traveling, whatever, number 2 person is this. And there has to be, so that when you do arrive, things are moving well because they've been trained and they've practiced. And if not, then you wrap your services around. But I think that's the answer, because no, we don't want them to rely on the state to solve all the problems, but they need to be properly trained.
Yes, sir.
And we will support you on the training of the volunteer firefighters. I think we need to provide the services, the resources for them, because these are good people that are trying to do
They
their
are.
best for their community. And we don't want to be like just discouraging people from
No.
doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator.
All right, Chief Kidd, thank you for being here. I just have a few questions, and really, if we could, and I know you all testified for hours at length last summer, but for the benefit of those who maybe didn't watch those hearings or read the transcripts, can you describe for this committee your interaction with Kirk County, your agency's interaction on July 3 and July 4 of 2025, for the benefit of maybe those folks who aren't aware of the failures that, quite frankly, caused many of my constituents immeasurable pain and grief on top of the pain and grief they were already feeling due to the lacking of coordination, the lacking of information, incorrect information, and the other areas that Ms. Garrett addressed. So if you could just give me, from your perspective, point of view, the interactions on July 3 and July 4.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you for that opportunity. Again, we having coordination calls and pre-positioning resources as early as July the 2nd across the state without knowing exactly where they would be, or where they would be needed. Now, those coordination calls happen at 10 a.m. every morning, regardless if it's a holiday or a weekend, whenever we have the threat like this. And so all of those local officials in the impacted area, and statewide actually, get that notification to be on that call. Years ago, we targeted it down to only what we thought was the threat area. And we had complaints from others that were like, well, if I had known, I would have been a little more ready to support them as well through mutual aid. So today, statewide calls, everybody gets invited to the call. We have, in 137 of the 254 Texas counties, TDM has at least one employee that's assigned to that county. Kerr County had a county liaison officer. And that Kerr County liaison officer was embedded with the city Office of Emergency Management, which was different than the county Office of Emergency Management. The city's the one that offered us the space. And so that CLO, county liaison officer, working with all of the authorities having jurisdiction within that county to make sure they were getting the reports from the National Weather Service and our resource appointments and allocations, and to be there for anything they felt was an unmet need, a need that they had identified at the local level that they weren't able to suit with their own resources. They could have asked our CLO. Our CLO would have sent that back up to the State Operations Center, and we would have found resources from somewhere in the state to move in to support. So that's on the front end of the rainfall. I think some of the things that we're asking about, and it was a great presentation yesterday. I got to watch a little bit of it last night. But some of the things about mass fatality management, notification of the families, identification of remains, those are in a separate part of the law and the penal code that really assigns that authority to a justice of the peace. And JPs take that job very seriously, but again, they're locally elected. They're a local elected official. They're not all judges. They're not all lawyers. As you know, they have varying backgrounds, and they have set requirements for training that they need to go to. The JPs in Kerr County, I believe, did the best they could with what they had on a holiday weekend with their knowledge of the law. And it was much more than they had ever planned or trained or exercised for. And it was deeply personal to them. They lost friends and family in that community as well. So what we need to do as a state is to assign, just like we do for firefighters. We have TIFMAS, the Texas Intrastate Fire Mutual Aid System. Today, we have firefighters from non-impacted parts of Texas that through the money you give to the governor and the Disaster Contingency Fund, we are paying those firefighters to be where the fire threat is. We have the Emergency Medical Task Force, Senator, made up of hospital physicians, ER nurses, and paramedics on the street that are from unimpacted jurisdictions that we pay to support local communities all over Texas. We need to do the same thing with the justices of the peace and the medical examiners. That has not happened yet. If we had teams and organizations like that, I think that would have minimized some of the confusion at the local level and would have eliminated some of the unnecessary burden and pain on the families for notification.
Well, a few more specific questions. Was there any specific outreach from TDEM to Kerr County officials before the 10 a.m. call on July 3rd?
Yes, sir.
And what was that reach out?
That was phone call, text messages, and they're sitting there in the same office with the city officials there, so it was just conversation.
And so isn't it correct that TDEM follows up calls like the July 3rd call at 10 a.m. with written summaries? And did that happen in this instance?
The slide deck that we used to present on the call is emailed out to all jurisdictions and all partners.
And does TDEM have any process for ensuring that local emergency coordinators actually received and acknowledged receiving important communications?
If you have your read receipts turned on your email, we can see that you read the email or that you at least received it. If you get the bounce back, if it's a bad email address, we get that. But once I send the email, I don't have any way of knowing whether you read the message, acknowledged the message, and are going to take action on the message.
Understood. But as it relates specifically to Kerr County, can you just briefly summarize for me the failures that occurred at the county level that I know we had legislation addressing on a go-forward basis, but I want to make sure that everyone here and watching online understand the levels of incompetence that we saw that again contributed to additional grief, additional pain for a lot of families in this room and families not in this room.
Chairman, I believe I understand your question, and I just want to say that remember, our agency is a response agency. It's not an investigative agency, and we are not a regulatory agency. So I can tell you based on observations that we didn't get responses back, but the most direct and best answer to your question is probably from the investigative team that you have together.
Okay, very good.
And the regulatory bodies.
All right, very good. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Perry.
Again, I'll go back to SB2, but to be clear, and I don't have an answer for this today, and this is hard to say, but a lot of the casualties had to have DNA to identify, and I would be remiss to say that we had a whole lot of volunteer labs or DNA certifiers. Maybe it's academics or somebody, but we got 24, 72-hour responses on things that would typically take a long time. So we had a really ad hoc, impromptu network of people that were requiring the DNA verifications for obvious reasons, the trauma involved in all of that. And to their credit, they just stepped up and did it. And so a lot of the pain was not knowing, but some of the information sought there was not an answer to until DNA samples were returned with identifiers. So it was very complicated, very ad hoc, very chaotic. Absolutely 100% the local, lack of local, if you will, coordination, communication, and support, the Cajun stuff. That's definitely one aspect. But there was a piece of that I don't know how you manage that other than had you had an engaged, trained, that on this issue we know to do X. But I don't think we had that, and we should have that, and I think Uvalde had the same situation. But that's just one of those very personal, hard conversations that some people just couldn't identify without DNA samples.
We go back a long way.
Yes, sir.
We've worked hurricanes together and big floods over the years in my previous life. And I'd always thank you for your professionalism and the way you conduct your agency and its response to Texas as a whole. Just as a preface to a lot of the discussion today, I just want to say from someone who was there on the 4th of July, in that afternoon when Governor Patrick and I arrived there, and so did you. And I'll preface it by saying that in Kerr County, the people there, when they responded the best they could under the conditions that they had. As a community, you can tell story upon that of bravery and rescue and selflessness that the citizens of Kerr County cut off from the fire departments, cut off from the city, cut off from the county assets. It's, you know, is a Hill Country strong and Texas strong? That was a great example in Kerr County of that happening, members. The officials there were operating at that day with the Kerr County Incident Command Center, and then they had the City of Kerrville, and they were working in silos. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, sir.
And they were needing guidance, and they were needing assistance, and they were overwhelmed. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
So I watched you come in and working with our locals and working with Kerr County and working with the City of Kerrville, established a unified
Yes, sir.
command. Could you tell the members what a unified command means?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. And so, back to Speaker Moody's point is, when we realize that the local officials are operating independently and not working together, we come in and gently encourage them to work together. We found a suitable facility for them to operate out of together instead of being in two different locations. And we put them into a unified command where each still had responsibility and autonomy for their agencies and their jurisdictions, but they'd encourage them to work together for a common operating picture, to make common decisions and to set a plan for future action for rescue, recovery, and then to move on to financial and fiscal recovery as well. So those are National Incident Management System standards and training that we put in place. And it was just that coordination of bringing them together, making them acknowledge their roles and responsibilities, and then encouraging them to work together for a unified decision.
So it's so important that anybody that's in emergency response, that no matter what level of government that you're at, would you agree that they just the training with NIMS and Incident Command, which is a national standard, that you can go anywhere in the continental United States and if there's a disaster or emergency of any kind, that everyone would know what to do. And what their roles are and how to roll out emergency management. Would you think that would be something that would be highly recommended either by policy or statute that we do for emergency management operators in this state?
I do.
Thank you. Also, when you came in, I talked about managing chaos. And that's a lot of what emergency management is all about. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, sir.
So you were able to coordinate working with them as to where the needs were and organizing a response as quickly as possible to bring in assets from all over. And you talk about mutual aid. So could you tell us more about mutual aid?
Yes, sir. Most jurisdictions do not have, I'll start that over again. There will never be enough local, state, or federal assets to take care of everybody if we need them at the same time. Period. On most days in most cities, I think the general public would be shocked to find out how many EMS units are available for the next 911 call for their jurisdiction. Because they rarely call EMS until they do, and then they figure out why they have a 20 or 30-minute response time. It's because of that lack of unit availability. The general public does not see that and does not know. What we've been able to do over 20 years in emergency management now is to build teams of other local governments. For instance, most fire departments, paid fire department, at any given time, 2/3 of their workforce is off duty. So firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics, at any given time, 2/3 of them are working another job or they're off. What we do is we hire those off-duty firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics, and assemble them into teams to deploy out to support other local governments. So today, statewide mutual aid is in place under Chapter 418 of the Government Code. City to city, county to county, they can move resources back and forth around and share responsibility for supporting those incidents. And when that gets overwhelmed, they ask the state for help, and we send additional local government people in to support that. Now, it's not only local governments. It's plenty of game wardens. It's plenty of state troopers. It's plenty of Texas Rangers. It's plenty of Texas Military Department. But once you get outside of those few state agencies, DSHS, we send in other locals that we bring in. The fire service sends in other locals that we bring in. And that mutual aid is supported and coordinated with state law and gives the protections of those individuals and those sending jurisdictions if something were to happen to those people while they're deployed.
Thank you. And what was, with your leadership and coordination and, of course, our locals working in coordination with you. There was also the issue at you as an emergency management responder and our locals in their emergency response to Cajun Navy issue. We had Texas and the nation sending in assets and resources just in true Texas fashion, coming to the rescue. Tell us how I saw firsthand what you were having to deal with. So can you explain to the members what that means in terms of emergency management response when you have that much coming in and how to control it?
Yeah, I'll try my best, Chairman. And so, as a local incident commander, as a company officer in a fire department, a lieutenant or a captain, or as a chief officer like I was in San Antonio, when dispatched to an incident, you go with a known number of resources. A basic structure fire will get you 3 or 4 engines, 1 or 2 ladder trucks, and 1 or 2 chief officers, and that group goes together. First arriving company on scene assumes command of the incident regardless of rank until relieved by a higher rank or special authority. We don't send other resources to that event until the incident commander asks for them, because you can quickly overwhelm the command capability. The commander has to build out his organizational structure or her organizational structure to support all incoming resources. On a multiple alarm fire, big apartment fire, big warehouse fire, when a second alarm gets triggered, those resources generally do not report straight to the scene. They go to what is called a level 2 staging area that's set up by a staging manager, another chief officer that's brought in, or the first arriving second alarm company, so that we start staging those assets so we can qualify and quantify what's available to be used. The worst thing we can do to an incident commander is give them more resources than they can manage. That's where responders die in the line of duty. And so we manage the organization coming into the event through communications and through command and control of the incident. As an emergency manager now, my job is to make sure that the incident commander has the resources he or she will need in the time that they call for them. Failures happen where an incident commander doesn't recognize the need quick enough to call for additional resources, or doesn't set up the organization to stage those additional resources as they're coming in.
Just a couple of more things. Well, I'll just leave you with this question, Chief. What advice would you give to the camps to help them be better prepared?
I was invited to speak to some of the camps at a conference not long ago, and that was the first time I'd ever been invited to speak to them. Again, the statute doesn't direct this state agency to interact directly with the private sector or for-profit organizations. It directs us to support and coordinate local governments. I do believe that those camps all across the state should absolutely do their best to communicate with their local Office of Emergency Management to make sure they understand they need to have an incident command structure for each camp. And that camp structure needs to be established, and it goes back to the plan. It's got to be written. It's got to be trained. It's got to be exercised. It's got to be funded. It is not a one and done. It's not a destination. It's a journey, and no plan survives first contact. It never has. It never will. But that planning process is the priceless piece of knowing what resources are available and who to call and when to call them to make sure that you have what you need on your worst day.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. We will stand at ease for 5 minutes.
Committee will stand at ease for 5 minutes. Thank you.
The Senate General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will come back to order.
The House General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will now come to order. All right. The chair calls Bolton Walters, Julie Sprunt, Skylar Marshall, and Grant Griffin.
Not with that curl.
I got it. Okay, great. And then when you're done, you can hand it to me. Right. Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you all for being here, and we will start going right to left with Ms. Sprunt. Please begin.
Chairman, vice chairs, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. To Casey Garrett and Judge Massagill and your team, thank you for your hard work and excellent presentation yesterday. My name is Julie Sprunt Marshall. I'm a surgeon here in Austin. My husband, Skylar, and I are parents to a 9-year-old daughter, Mackenzie. On July 4th, Mackenzie was a camper in Twins 2 when she was swept more than a mile downriver and survived. I am also a former camper at Camp Mystic. I loved this camp enough to send my daughter to it. I assumed the Eastland family took our love, loyalty, and trust seriously enough to maintain appropriate safety plans. I assumed since I attended 30 years ago that the Eastland family would have invested in safe technology to improve safety at Camp Mystic. It has become very clear they did not. I want answers to the heartbreaking questions my daughter asks me about what happened to her friends. I hope Mackenzie's experience offers this committee a sense of what these children suffered, those that survived and those that did not. All of our daughters in those cabins were awake with enough time to be evacuated. Our daughters were told to stay in place. They waited. They obeyed the Eastland family's instructions. From the cabin window, Mackenzie watched flashlights bobbing in the dark as other campers and counselors made their way toward rec hall and safety. Over time, the girls were moved to the top of the bunk beds as the water rose. Mackenzie told me that, eventually, she and the other girls understood. No more adults were coming to rescue them. She remembers Edward crying out to the sky to stop the rain. The rain did not stop. The water slowly rose in her cabin. The Eastland's prayers didn't save the girls that night. I worry the Eastland's prayers going forward are not an appropriate safety plan. Girls began crying for their mothers. Girls were crying that they wanted to go home. I cannot fathom this. We cannot accept it. Had these 8-year-old girls and their counselors been allowed to run for their lives, there were many safe places to go. We all grew up at that camp. We knew those safe places. Our girls did not. Instead, they obediently waited, and the counselors, heroes themselves, decided that if the water reached their shoulders, they would evacuate the girls rather than leaving them to drown in their cabin. Once the water was 2 feet from the ceiling, the bunk bed tipped, spilling the girls into the water. Mackenzie was swept out of the window. In total darkness, amid fast-moving, churning, debris-filled water, Mackenzie fought for her life as the current catapulted her downriver. She describes thinking, "This is what it is like to die. This is it." My daughter tried to grab onto cypress trees, but could only strip leaves off the branches. She would lay flat in the river, feet first, but would have to be under the level of debris because it was all so thick. The river pushed her under over and over again, and she would hold her breath as long as she could. The debris was so thick she could barely come up for air. She has told me she thought she should just give up. She saw flashlights in the distance. She clung to a tree and began yelling help, along with another girl from Twins 1. The neighbors heard them and put their own lives at risk to rescue both girls. Strangers then, guardian angels and heroes forever, they pulled them from the water at great risk to their own lives. The neighbors, the Griffin family, texted Britt Eastland at 4:45 a.m. to tell him 2 of his campers had been found alive downriver. Britt did not respond. When the Griffins notified Camp Mystic about our 2 daughters, Camp Mystic made no effort to reunite our girls with their cabin mates, nor did they provide updates to us about their location or well-being. They remained in the care of the Griffins, who at that time were strangers to us, whose house was barely standing. Hours later, the girls were evacuated from the Griffin property by helicopter. Given our daughter's experience, these 2 girls should have at least been medically evaluated by the camp's health officer, Mary Liz Eastland. She made no effort to do this. We were never called that day by the Eastland family. I want to speak specifically about Mary Liz Eastland because her failures as a registered nurse and the camp health officer touched directly on my duties in the medical profession. Mary Liz testified under oath earlier this month as camp director, registered nurse, and camp health officer. As the camp health officer, she was required to be on site and on call. The infirmary was staffed around the clock by licensed nurses that she supervised. She testified that she did not know the camp was under a flash flood watch on July 3rd. She did not know the difference between a watch and a warning. She was not signed up for code red alerts. All things that we are very familiar with, especially in the medical community, especially if you are providing trauma care. She did not go to the infirmary that night. When the gatehouse flooded, she knew something unprecedented was happening. When asked what she did with that knowledge and that concern, her answer was simple and emblematic: nothing. She did not call the nurses to warn them. She did not instruct them to check on the cabins. She never called 911. She abandoned the campers on Senior Hill and the flats. Instead of running toward the children for whom she was duty-bound to render aid and care, she admitted she never even tried. Instead, she ran the opposite direction, to higher ground, while our children were told to shelter in place. Even worse, they evacuated the nurses from the Guadalupe campus instead of instructing them to stay and help. After the flood, she did not survey the camp for missing or injured children. As chief health officer, she did not know that dead children were on the grounds of the camp for days. She failed her statutory obligation to report camper deaths to DISHES within 24 hours. Months later, and today, she admitted she still has not. In the aftermath of the flood, on July 4th and 5th, I was called upon to perform medical evaluations on surviving campers because the camp health officer was nowhere to be found. Assessments for concussions, evaluations for lacerations, concern for water inhalation injuries. In her testimony, one exchange horrified me. Counsel put the question squarely. You knew the property. You knew the flood lines. You knew the access points. Your children knew them. And these were first-year campers. You had 34 more years of experience than Seal, my daughter's very best friend. She needed your help, and you abandoned her, didn't you? Her answer, yes. Just days after this astonishing admission of abandonment, she was photographed at Camp Mystic with a beaming smile and a Camp Mystic t-shirt on, recruiting campers and counselors for this summer. I am a surgeon. When my patient needs urgent medical care, I do not call families and ask what to do. I know what to do. That duty is mine as a medical doctor. The state has that deal with me and holds me to a standard. I take that responsibility very seriously. I maintain my certification. I keep safety and planning at the forefront of my medical care. I ensure I answer my pager, especially if I'm on call. If I go out of town, somebody covers my pager. Mary Liz Eastland should have known her heightened duty of care as a nurse and camp health officer. Instead, those that relied upon her and called out for her were left stranded. Children called 911 before Mary Liz did. The Eastlands say that returning to camp is for the healing of its campers. In October, my traumatized and grieving daughter received a photocopied handwritten letter from Tweety. It was addressed directly to Mackenzie, not to us, her parents. It was mailed without our consent or knowledge. Some of the lines included, "She was a mystic girl and all shall be well. Camp is even more beautiful in heaven. Can you imagine the heavenly chorus of Dick and our precious mystic sisters singing songs together?" This letter arrived while we were counseling Mackenzie through her own personal losses and through the deaths of her friends, and while recovery efforts to find Seal's body in that same river were still ongoing and continue to this day. This letter was the opposite of what my child needed at that time. My daughter survived. I am grateful every day, but I want this committee to understand what survival looks like. Mackenzie says in a small voice, "I didn't mean to leave the cabin," as if the river that ripped her through a window was a rule she broke. She is sad that she did not get to say sorry to Seal or goodbye. Her last memory of her best friends are the fear and frenzy next to her on a top bunk waiting for capable adults who never came, one of whom is a registered nurse and has plans to take care of 850 children this summer. My daughter cannot yet fully hold the death of her best friends, so her 9-year-old mind has transferred the grief onto a pair of stuffed bunnies that she had to drop while swimming for her life. On July 6th, she sobbed that her bunnies were supposed to be with her forever, that her bunnies were supposed to watch her grow up, that her bunnies were supposed to be there when she got married. That is what a child-sized container for unthinkable grief looks like, and it's just starting. Mackenzie is not alone. This is going to be with them for the rest of their lives. Camp Mystic has announced that it plans to reopen this summer and bring 850 girls back. In part, they have said, to help them heal. The Eastlands have no training in trauma psychology. They are traumatized and suffering from PTSD themselves, understandably so. They are not equipped to care for traumatized children. They were not equipped to keep them alive. And now the plan still feels like going forward, it's more dependent on prayers than safety plans. The camp will be conducting an incredible, dangerous experiment on children. Campers will be there without their families, without their support systems, without their prior counselors, testing what will happen at the very first heavy rain, at the first clap of thunder, at the first time a noise startles them awake. The Eastland family failed to understand the responsibility they accepted when they assumed the care of our children. That failure has been obvious from July 3rd to this date, and now they intend to accept that same responsibility again this summer for 850 girls. We, the parents, are doing the best we can. We are holding children who wake up screaming. We are sitting with friends who are still waiting for their daughters to come home. We are watching the sky every time the forecast calls for rain. We cannot do this alone. I'm asking this committee, please, to act. Do not let this camp reopen on the schedule and on the terms set by the people who failed our daughters. Make sure that the next time the rain comes, the adults responsible for these children know what a watch and a warning mean. Make sure that the next time the rain comes, our daughters are not left waiting for a rescue that's not going to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sprung. Members, any questions? Extremely powerful, moving.
Members, any questions? No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Griffin, please proceed.
Mr. Marshall, my husband.
Mr. Marshall. That would make more sense. All right. Mr. Marshall, please proceed.
To the committee, thank you for letting me speak in addition to my wife. I'll keep it brief because thankfully Ms. Garrett yesterday, her amazing presentation and y'all's excellent questions today, I think have covered a lot of the ground. In the days and weeks after July 4th, I expected the only thing that Camp Mystic would care about would be the family sitting behind me and all of their campers that had gone through this horrific, traumatizing experience. Not just the ones that got washed down the river like Mackenzie, but any of those girls that had to sit in the rec hall all night. We never heard anything from Camp Mystic. They never checked on Mackenzie. Instead, a couple months later, the first thing we heard was the letter recruiting her to come back for this coming summer, along with emailed announcement plans to reopen. That was shortly followed by they're hiring a PR firm, putting out statements, putting out news articles that are trying to whitewash the camp, make statements like, we didn't get any warning, we couldn't have done anything different, it was a wall of water. We did have a plan. These are easily verifiable false statements. And some of them are the most disingenuous things that I've ever heard. And in this circumstance, it's just shameful. Even today, claiming those cabins weren't in the floodplain. I mean, I think a lot of y'all already touched on this, especially Senator Perry. If you can't, those statements, by the way, in the news articles were repeated in litigation, in court, and today. It goes without saying, if you can't trust people under oath, their answers under oath, you can't trust what's on an application or what they're going to tell parents of kids coming back to camp or anything else. I think y'all get that. So the main point I wanted to make, the one that comes from my heart, goes to the impact crater. Every one of those false, disingenuous statements, equivocations, every one of those is like another grenade being thrown into the impact crater. The parents back here have just been in agony, We've been living it. Thankfully, our daughter, is alive, and we hope will be okay. But we're close enough to these people. They've just been in agony. And to this day, they continue to widen that impact crater. For everyone who loved those precious, the most precious little girls you've ever seen. So I just ask, please, to anybody who's listening and anybody that can help with this, let these families have closure and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Mr. Walters, please proceed.
Chairman Flores, Chairman Meyer, members of the committee. My wife and I entrusted our 8-year-old daughter to Camp Mystic last summer. On July 4, that trust nearly cost her her life. This committee's fact-finding will help inform whether Camp Mystic's conduct on July 4th met the minimum standards required to take custody of other people's children. In my family, camps are a tradition. My sister was a camper and a counselor at Camp Mystic, but traditions do not satisfy a licensing standard, and being beloved does not erase failure. Families are not demanding perfection in a natural disaster. We are demanding accountability for the decisions made before and on July 4, because child protection standards mean nothing in Texas if we don't enforce them. A daycare with 27 dead children and this evidence already on record would have already been closed. The Eastland sworn testimony in court on April 13, 14, and 15, and this committee's hearing this week are all public. Anybody can read the transcripts. The facts already established are devastating, and some facts are just simply clear violations of custodial duties and Texas law. Before I continue, I do want to acknowledge the unimaginable suffering, unimaginable, of the families of the 27 campers and counselors who lost their lives at Camp Mystic. None of my remarks today are intended to compare the loss of my family with their permanent loss. In the weeks before camp, I had recurring nightmares of my daughter in danger in a river. God clearly placed this burden on my heart for reasons I couldn't comprehend at the time. I never would have thought that danger would be because of the adults. At drop-off on June 29, I firmly told my daughter to fight to get out of the water, to not rely on adults if she was ever in trouble. What Dick Eastland said after overhearing me and shaking my hand is seared in my memory. His exact words were, "Sir, do not worry. I promise we are going to take very good care of your daughter." That promise was broken. As floodwaters rose on July 4, campers and counselors in Twin 1, my daughter's cabin, begged to leave and cried for help. They were frightened for hours. The emergency instructions and Ed Eastland told them to stay in their cabin and wait for further instructions. No one ever evacuated them. People here today have been on site. It was 20 steps from my child's cabin to stairs to a safe second story, but nobody told her to take those steps. She's 8 years old. Around 4 a.m., my daughter was forced from her cabin on a mattress, thrown into a raging river. Darkness, debris-filled water. At 8, she fought for her life. My daughter was knocked off the mattress, struck by debris, repeatedly pulled underwater, struggled to reach the surface multiple times. She swallowed contaminated water. She just couldn't breathe, and she thought, as she had been thinking for hours, she was going to die. She stretched out her arms, last final attempt, and miraculously, she caught vines on a tree. In her first year at camp, my daughter faced death, and she saw death. Between the flashes of lightning at some point on her journey, she had been in another tree, and she could see a child about her size face down in the water. She feared that if she died, no one would ever find her. That's the same fear today for Seal Stewart. When a stranger with no duty to act and no guarantee of surviving reached her, my daughter cried out, "Am I going to die today?" This committee has seen the 433 video. Y'all seen the unredacted video. 2 children of 3 swept away from Camp Mystic on a stranger's bathroom floor, traumatized. Camp Mystic never searched for my daughter downstream. They didn't rescue her. They didn't evacuate her. As parents, we coordinated that day her evacuation with the rescuing family and family friends, not Camp Mystic. When her rescuers drove her on when her rescuers drove over high ground and offered to return her to camp, Camp Mystic did not take her back. The camp had a custodial duty, and it neglected and abandoned her twice, once in the cabin and once in the aftermath. For more than 6 hours, my wife and I did not know whether our daughter was still alive. We knew she had been rescued from the family that rescued her, but that family was in danger. Their home was imperiled. The rescuing family were strangers to us at that time, maybe known to the Eastlands. They were. They were strangers to us. We didn't leave our child with that family. We left her with Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic never told us anything about our daughter, not then and not now. My daughter has suffered physical injuries, and they have healed. Psychological injuries will last a lifetime. Her memories of the horror have grown sharper over time. She's anxious without cause. She carries herself knowing adults may fail to keep her safe. Her innocence as a child has been taken from her. She's 8. Her older brother's been deeply affected. So have we as our parents. This committee and Texas leaders must understand all the conditions that produced this catastrophe. No written evacuation plans, no muster sites, unheeded warnings and watches, no adequate training, no drills, complacency, no chain of command that did not begin and end with Dick Eastland. Children left in cabins as dangers escalated. Any licensed operation could replicate these decisions. Lax standards and practices fail under pressure. Every family that might send a child to a Texas camp has a stake in the committee's work and in DISH's determination. An extraordinary flood does not relieve operators of their duty of care. The public case for reopening has rested largely on false choices and narratives. Edward Eastland himself has destroyed the false narrative in court that it simply happened too fast. He conceded that at 1:45 a.m. he saw the camp flooding, and at 3:15 a.m. every child in the flats could have walked to safety with one loudspeaker instruction. Same loudspeaker that could have been used to call able-bodied adults. This committee's independent investigators testified yesterday. The same would have been true as late as 3:26 a.m. Further, Dick Eastland knew at 2:33 a.m. about 4 inches of water, and we've already heard that's an emergency. The question is not how the river rose, how it was unusual. It's why children were not evacuated as the visible dangers rose for hours. Or Richard Eastland made a comment about the River Century installations. And the exact words was something to the effect of to take the human factor out. Technology does not take the human factor out. They had technology on July 4, a radio, a loudspeaker, and they didn't use it. If an operator is not capable and not prepared, it doesn't matter how much technology you install. Second, other camps are deficient. And we've already talked about this. On April 24, DISH sent Camp Mystic an 11-page letter of deficiency, 22 categories. Those other Texas camps that received deficiency letters, none of them lost campers or counselors. None of them are reported to be under criminal investigation. All of them are being held to the same new standards. Camp Mystic must answer for its deficiencies, its conduct on July 4th, and its deaths. Third, this is a tragedy across all Kerr County, and we've heard that. But that does not shield Camp Mystic. Other families made life or death decisions on July 4. Ours couldn't. We entrusted that decision to a Texas licensed camp. The higher standards for licensed custody exist precisely because parents are absent and the camp stands in their place. Fourth, you hear this a lot lately, due process. A camp license is not a right. It's a privilege. I'm not sure the Eastlands understand that. The operator must earn that right, that privilege, by meeting minimum safety and child protection standards. This committee's investigation, the criminal investigation, the civil lawsuits are the due process. Due process does not require the state to renew a license when uncontroverted evidence shows conduct fell below the minimum standards. Nor does it require the state to license an operator under investigation for the deaths of children in its care. Fifth, the new standards need to be revised. Last week, a state rep whose district includes Kerr County asked the governor to call a special session to amend the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act. The very law passed because 27 children died at Camp Mystic. Proposed amendments would lower the bar, including for Camp Mystic. If the new standards prevent a camp from being licensed, then the question is not whether the standards are too high. The question is whether the applicant is too unwilling, too regulation adverse, or just simply too deficient. Nothing shocks me anymore. After these last 10 months, nothing shocks me. But they can't even be bothered to file a report on the deaths. Can't be bothered to do it. Haven't done it. I'm not asking this committee for retribution. This is for judges, juries, and law enforcement to decide. I am asking this committee to complete its investigation and follow the evidence wherever it leads. Questions must be asked, answers must be provided. They cannot be deferred, they cannot be minimized, they cannot be deflected. The counselors on July 4 can and must be compelled to testify. What they know is critical to ensuring the operating culture and conditions at Camp Mystic are not repeated. Families deserve answers, Texas deserves answers, and without these answers, this committee and your colleagues cannot understand what happened on July 4, the utter disarray and chaos of a camp with no real plan. And you cannot prevent the next tragedy because you simply won't know. The events at Camp Mystic were not unimaginable. They were preventable. Multiple opportunities to evacuate were missed for hours. None of this should happen. None of us should be here today. I have 3 asks for Texas. Not necessarily this committee, but for Texas. 1, the committee, DISHES, and the Texas Rangers must finish their investigations before any determination on the camp's pending license application. Until then, Camp Mystic should not reopen. If its conduct on July 4 met the licensing standard, the state must say so. If not, the state must not license. 2, pursue every effort to recover Seal Stewart and ensure the evidence on the Guadalupe River is preserved. 3, hold the line on Heaven's 27 Camp Safety Act. Do not dilute the new standards that exist precisely because 27 children died in Camp Mystic's care. In conclusion, and I thank you for your time today, my daughter still asks why no one let them leave the cabin. Her mother and I have no clear answer. After 9 months and 3 days of sworn court testimony, neither do the Eastlands. Camp Mystic was entirely unprepared on July 4 by their own admission. My 8-year-old would have fared better trusting her own instincts than trusting the adults who failed to evacuate her. The DISHES licensing decision will not just affect Camp Mystic, it will set the bar for every other Texas licensed operator. If an institution that lost 27 children can return to business as usual because a summer calendar and their supporters demand it, then the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act is meaningless. The decision matters to every Texan and to every parent who might send a child to a Texas licensed camp. Camp Mystic is one of the deadliest mass casualty events involving children in the history of this state. Texas must ensure preventable tragedies like Camp Mystic do not happen. Please finish the investigation. Please make sure that we collect the evidence. Let the evidence decide whether the Eastlands can ever again take custody of other people's children. That decision must not be rushed, and it must not be made on faith. Thank you to the committee and for the investigators for your time and diligence.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. I can guarantee you there will be no dilution of the Heavens 27 Act. Mark my words.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Senator Colcourse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I want to clarify a couple of things. Mr. Walters, I'm assuming it's the Griffin family that also rescued your daughter, is that correct?
Correct.
What angels? We heard in description from the investigators. He asked me to ask. questions. I need to clarify something. And we heard when we were at the camp what angels they were and the description. This is what I want to ask. Both of you, Doctor and Mr. Marshall and Mr. Walters, describe that your children were not received back from Mystic. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
They never went back into the custody of Mystic.
Correct.
Can y'all speak into the microphone?
They did not.
Okay. I think this is a real important point that we need to make as we look forward in the investigation. So they rejected the return of your children.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a word I would use, yes.
And so that would be, in some terms, we might have that in statute as abandonment.
Correct.
And I just want to also clarify for the record, and for my notes, especially in the Health and Safety Code, that Doctor, you made the statement that, if I can find it, that you did some of the examinations.
Yes, ma'am. When we were reunited with our daughter at the elementary school, there were a number of other surviving girls, one of whom is our best friend's daughter who went 7 miles down that river. And so I medically evaluated her and several other girls. No one from the Eastland family was there.
I want to clarify one more time that Camp Mystic never notified y'all or in any way acknowledged that your children existed after leaving their campgrounds through a flood, ever.
Only to recruit her to come back for next summer.
I did receive some texts from Mary Liz and had seen Mary Liz and Edward when I retrieved Mackenzie's belongings.
Which was what day?
This was July 7th.
Okay.
Understandably so, my very best friend, Cece, is Seal's mom, and their questions were more regarding Seal and not as much questions about Mackenzie, which at that time, yes.
Mr. Walters?
On July 4th, we learned that our daughter was swept away from Camp Mystic from the Griffin family. They tried to contact us. We were traveling in Tennessee. We had just dropped my son off at his camp. We missed that call. About an hour later, we received a text message. That text message was from the Griffin family, and the first time I read it, I thought they had kidnapped her. You know, you don't know. You're reading something of, what do you mean you have my daughter? She's at camp. Who is this texting me that they have my daughter? We called them. We had a 3-minute conversation with them. That 3 minutes, I had 20 seconds to say hello to my daughter, but they made it clear that they were in danger. At that point, was never able to reach them again. Now, there's reasons for that, but your mind goes to the worst place. They're in danger. It's flooding. We thought our daughter had died. At some point later that morning, the judge, and I'm only explaining this so people understand the chaos around this communications. If you don't want the explanation, I can stop. But a judge in Kerr County sent out a message saying, don't worry, everyone's accounted for. And my wife, in a Twins One Mom text thread, said, guys, don't believe it. We know that's not true. Our daughter was sent down the river, and Mystic has not contacted us. I later did get Mary Liz Eastland's number, and I texted her. My text with her is available as evidence. It was something to the effect of, oh, great, so they're okay. I also got a thumbs up emoji. That's it. Didn't know that Grant Griffin had texted Britt Eastland. Didn't know that Grant Griffin had traveled over to Camp Mystic to report they had our child and to offer to return them. Didn't know that the camp decided that they were just in too much disarray to take them back. Grant and I have discussed this. He may have been a stranger in July. He's a lifelong friend now. Our family's not going to let go of him or his family. They rescued my daughter. But he and I have talked about this. It doesn't matter how well-intentioned someone thinks they were being. They had a custodial duty to take my child back, and they didn't. That is neglect, and that is abandonment. And some people take issue with the word reject. They rejected the children.
And my last question was, where were y'all reunited with your children? This is to my points of the aftermath that we have titled in our report.
I can speak to that. We were reunited with Mackenzie at the elementary school, and my husband then left with her. I chose to stay with Seal's parents and the parents of girls who are my daughter's best friends. And I spent as much of that time with them in the elementary school and then when we moved to the church. And I can say it was chaotic. It was not how people should be finding out the deaths of their children. In my medical experience, I was assigned at some point, to medically evaluate any potential survivors they would have brought to that church, which I was happy to provide, but it still felt very disjointed. And yeah.
Thank you.
I called my mother in a panic that morning, asked her to get up and get in the car, and didn't tell her the context. Said, go to Kerrville now, please, I'll call you back. She knew exactly what was happening just by the context of that call. My mother arrived at about 7:37. I know that from a timestamp on a text. And she spent the entire day there. She saw the chaos. My wife and I were in rural Tennessee. We got back to Texas as soon as we could. I found out that my daughter was alive on final approach to Austin, Texas. Drove down there. My daughter was reunited with my mother, her grandmother, shortly after 4 o'clock that afternoon. We arrived about 20 minutes later. Again, we were involved in the evacuation of our daughter. Camp Mystic was not. And it's beyond the scope of your question, but that drive home with my daughter that day, it's something I'll never forget. I'll never forget it.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question.
I actually do have a question. Nice work, Senator. So, again, letting this set in, you did not know Mr. Griffin. Clearly established. Never met the man before in your life.
No, sir. I had to do an internet search of who these people were.
All right. Either y'all. Never met Mr. Griffin before.
No.
Just laying this out. Mr. Griffin, a complete stranger, has your two daughters, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Griffin, I want you to tell your story as well. Mr. Griffin then drives your two daughters, who he just met hours before, you've never met this man, back to the place that is supposed to take care of your daughters. And there is someone at Camp Mystic who tells Mr. Griffin that they will not accept your daughters. Is that correct?
What I was told, and this came out, Grant Griffin and I
did not take their daughters back.
We were walking down the river, and he relayed the story several weeks later. At some point, he left the home. He drove over on high ground, cut the fence that is adjacent with Mystic, drove down into Mystic, and said, I have these two children. I can bring them back. I can keep them. He can explain the details of that.
Okay.
And they said, keep them.
Keep the children that you just met, and you're a complete stranger to the families, rather than us, the camp, who you all have entrusted to take care of your daughters.
Correct. And I found out within the last couple of weeks, but Mr. Griffin can illuminate if this is correct or not, but he did go back, as I was told, back to Camp Mystic at a later time, they asked him to bring possibly a skid loader to help them. So I was told, he'll correct the record if that's not true, that he traveled back even after that conversation. It would have been easy. You can ask him how easy it would have been for him to take him back to Camp Mystic. Now, the conversation is that reasonable? If you're not familiar with custodial issues, if you're not familiar with the concept that we left our child with a camp, then you might think it was compassionate. It's not what should have happened. Our children should have gone back to Camp Mystic. They had custody of our children. It prolonged the pain, and it was not right.
That's completely unbelievable. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Anybody else from your end?
Members, any questions?
All right. Mr. Griffin, please.
All right, I'm the stranger down the river that pulled the girls out. Anyway, I live right next to Camp Mystic. We share a fence. We border them on the same side of the river. Known them for years. And by trade, I am a carpenter contractor. That's what I do for a living. And I haven't had a lot of work or contact with the Eastlands. Last year, I did go in and build a new infirmary on the new camp, the Cypress camp. I did that for them. The year before that, I did just some small repair work for Dick. As far as working for them, their character, all of that, I can honestly say they're as good as they get. They're great neighbors. Anyway, going to July the 4th, I don't want to get into a big spill on the rain. I know you guys have got an earful on that, but I was got up, I think at 1:30 maybe. Tremendous rain. It was crazy. A little after 2 o'clock, got up to go pull the kayaks, boats. I mean, that's the first thing we do. When there's a flash flood or a warning, you go get your stuff out of the river. That's what we did. And anyway, the river wasn't up. This was a little bit after 2. The river wasn't up. I say that, it might have been up a foot. It's still well in its banks. There's a draw that comes by our house. And kind of our property, I know a lot of y'all went up to Mystic, and downriver, it's like a bluff that goes down. Well, as soon as that bluff ends, there's a draw that comes in, and my house is on the side of that draw. I don't know if y'all paid attention or not. But that night, that draw, when I got up out of bed, I told my wife, I said, and I didn't want to get up, but I said, I need to go pull those boats up. Got up, went outside, and that draw was bigger than I've ever seen it. It was all the way out in our road, and it was raining. I can't even explain the rain. It wasn't coming down in drops. It was like sheets. Incredible. Anyway, long story short, I guess, in the matter of 2 hours, from a little after 2 to a little after 4, the river rose 34 feet at my house. Never been that high. We consider a big flood 10, 15 feet. A really, really big flood is 20 feet. Anything over 20 feet, it's like crazy big. And so this river comes up, and it's coming up fast. And I mean fast. And it gets up to that 20-foot mark, which is comparable probably to the 1987 flood. The year 2000 was another big flood that got up at that height. And this is, like I say, 20 feet, maybe a little bit over those floods. And this kept coming up. It got up in our road. It's probably up 22, 23 feet. And, I'm thinking, oh my God, this is the big one. This is our 100-year flood. And Mr. Flores, I know earlier you were talking about you need to change your mindset. Well, my mindset, and I'm speaking for most of the people on the river, the river is not going to get up that big. It's never got up that big. And I can go back to 1932 flood, which was the biggest on record, and hear stories of my grandparents talking about the high water mark of the 32. That was always a big issue with them. Oh, they talk about the 32 flood. So it's getting up, and it's getting up to the point where this is it. It's a 32 flood, and it came into the basement of our house, which it's not really a basement. It's kind of a lower floor that I kind of closed in. We're kind of built on the side of a hill. Water starts coming in, and I'm thinking this is it. We get down there, and we had a couple of couches. We picked one couch up and set it on top of another one. I thought, okay, well, I'm going to save a couch. Well, long story short, the river was going to come up another 12 feet higher than that, or close to it. And so it's rising, and we kind of went, and that's another thing. I never called anybody. I didn't call anybody, and that's always bothered me, because it's like you're in, when the river's up 20 feet or so, you're okay. My neighbors are okay. Everybody's okay. And then it's going like this, and all of a sudden you go out of that thinking to you kind of go into survival mode, and we're jerking vehicles up to high ground, and it's just rising. It's rising quick, and it was in about 3 feet of getting into our house, and I'm outside. I've stuff floating away. I mean, my workshop's up the draw. It's getting flooded, and I mean, I made a lasso out of a garden hose. I'm trying to catch stuff of mine that's floating down, and finally, in unbelief, I looked at Lori and my wife, and I said, "We might want to think about just going up the hill. This is crazy." And this was when water was about 3 to 4 feet of getting into our house, and we go in the house, and just like that, my daughter was there with her boyfriend from college, and she all of a sudden she was in a panic. She said, "There's water coming up through our floor," and so she was picking stuff up off the floor, and we just helped her. We started picking stuff up off the floor of the house. By then, you're ankle, calf deep of water. And my wife says, "My pictures, the computer." So we run, and we were in the back bedroom then. And when my wife said the computer, the pictures, that's in the front of our house, which is facing the river. So we slosh in there, and we're picking stuff up. By then, it's knee deep, getting thigh deep. And that's when I heard a help me. I thought I heard a help me, and I told the guys, I said, "Somebody call for help." And I was making a beeline for the door, and I think my wife said, "No, that's my grandson's got little toys that were floating in the water making all their noises." She said, "It's probably one of those toys." No, I don't think so. And so my daughter's boyfriend, and he's a big, stout kid, he was right on my heels. I went out the door and we heard, "Help me, help me." He said, "There's two of them." And of course, by then we had no electricity. That'd probably been gone for at least 30 minutes. So we had flashlights, and he hit the first girl out there, and I couldn't see the other one. She was clinging onto a tree, maybe 15, 20 feet away. And so anyway, the water at that point, it wasn't like I was jumping into a turbulent, raging river, because the river, it was backing into my house, and that draw was flooding at the same time, and so it was kind of making a swirl, I guess, there in that area, and I think that's what brought the girls there. It was kind of made an eddy where they were washed down, and they kind of just pushed over to that area. And so I jump in. As soon as I saw that little girl, I jumped in. And as soon as I did, I was like, oh, you idiot. I still had my rubber boots on. I still had my rain jacket on. I said, you're going to sink. But there was so much debris coming in that, I just went. And she was coming toward me at the same time. And anyway, I got her to Willis. That's my daughter's boyfriend. I said, get her inside and get back with the light, because I couldn't see the other girl. She was kind of hanging on to the backside of a tree. And he came out, seemed like forever, but he came out with the light. Actually, my wife did. And I'm in the water. I'm probably hanging on to something, just waiting on him. And he came out, he looked at me, and he said, I got this. And he just jumped in the water and went over there and went to that tree and got her on him. And then he told me, he said, I can't move because the water was pushing debris against his legs. And I said, well, just get her to me. And I swam over there and got her back. And then once he was free of her, he was able to get free from the debris and swim back. So we got the girls, got them inside. We have a two-story, so we were able to take them upstairs. And the water got up to like 28 inches in our house. And probably about the time we got the girls there, it started to recede. So we got the girls upstairs, my wife and daughter, got dry clothes on them. And then my wife asked them, hey, do you guys know your parents' phone numbers? And they did. Of course, at this time, for one thing, in that area, the cell phone service is not good at all. And with power, we have the cell phone boosters, so cell phones are okay. But at that point, it was all in and out. And so she got the numbers from the girls. They both knew their phone numbers. And called, no answer, and then she texted, and that was another thing at that time. Also, I texted Dick Eastland, hey, we have these two girls, and then I didn't get a response. I didn't know Dick had already been swept away, and I texted Britt a little bit after that. But you might send a text and you might not get it for an hour. That's just the way things were there. And so I know Britt told me later, he said, I didn't get your text till like 7:30 or something. And when he did, I got a reply back from him. I just said, I have these two girls, and Britt's reply was, oh, thank God. I think it was, oh, thank God. Anyway, that was kind of it. And so a little bit later in the morning, I told my wife the girls were fine. I think they might have got a little bit of sleep. I don't know. We had our dogs in the house, which we don't keep dogs in our house, but they were in there during the flood, and so they were kind of a little bit of comfort on the girls. They could pet them. But I told my wife, I'm like, I don't know what we should do. And it was at the point there where we really didn't have any cell phone service, and everybody's phones were going dead. So I told my wife, and this was probably around 9 o'clock maybe, I said, I got to go over there. I got to go to Mystic. And we share a fence line, but there's no gate, there's no road between us. And so I get on we have a Polaris Ranger. I get in it. I go up to the top of the hill, which I'm pretty close to the Mystic sign. Y'all probably all saw the Mystic sign there. Well, there's a fence in front of Mystic sign. Well, that's our boundary. So I go up there, and I just cut the fence, drive through in the buggy, and drive down. And when you come off that hill, you're kind of coming down. I believe that's Edmondson Creek, or what do they call it else? Bubblegum Creek or something. But I'm driving down that road, and the river's still flooding, but it's gone down. But everything is still. There's still a lot of water. It's still flooding. But I drive down there, and I come across Craig. I don't know if y'all have met Craig. He's one of the directors. And I stopped him, and I just said, Craig, I don't know if you know, but I have these two girls. And I said, I don't know what I should do. And Craig, he was in shock, obviously with everything that was going on, and he just kind of had a blank look on his face, and I'll disagree with Bolton that they were never rejected, the girls. Craig just said, I don't know. He said, we got no food, we got no water, we got no electricity. He said, Dick's gone. We're missing 27 girls. And I said, Craig, we got the girls, we have dry clothes on them, we have food, we have water. I said, I will hang on to them. I'm the one that offered to keep them. I said, I will hang on to these girls. I said, if they get anxious, start crying, want to come back, I said, I'm bringing them back over here. And he said, I think that's a good idea. And that was it. And then at that time, Craig asked me, he said, can you operate a skid loader? I said, yes, sir. What do you need me to do? Well, the road going across Edmondson Creek, and one thing after the flood, when the waters recede, there is muck this thick, and you just can't drive. It's like being on ice. You can't. They needed to get vehicles across that creek. And so I went up and got a skid loader, and I cleared it out so they could drive. And also did a little bit on the Cypress Creek crossing as well. I didn't go all the way across it. It was still quite a bit of water. I told Craig, I said, I think I can go all the way across. And he said, no, don't chance it. Just do this. And so I probably spent 30, 40 minutes there. And when I got there, you've heard the stories already on the cars floating and all that. And it was a wreck. I mean, a total wreck there. I mean, just a disaster, war zone. There was cars just piled up on top of each other. And, in my opinion, the girls we had, they were a lot better off with us there than being back at camp. And I know Bolton probably disagree with me, but I really think that was the best thing for them to stay with us at that point, with all the chaos that was going on and everything. And I know that Eastland's, they know me, they know our family, they knew they were in good hands. There was no reason to reject them from staying with us. So anyway, I did that little bit of work, and then I went back, and as I got up on top of the hill, I could get cell phone service there, and there's a friend of mine who's a mutual friend with Bolton and his family. He texted me, and he said, hey, do you have this girl? Give me the name. And he said, the family says that Lori Griffin, who's my wife, had called or left a message saying she had the girl. And I texted him back and I said, yes, I do. And I know we could have done better communicating with these parents. I can't imagine what they were thinking, going through. Some strangers got my kid. I'd have been going berserk myself. We just had a problem with communication. It was almost zero till you go up on top of the hill where I was at. And so I don't know if it was at this point or a little bit later, my friend, who was kind of being the middleman between me and the Walters family, he texted me and said, don't send the girls back to camp. There's a private helicopter coming to get them. And I told him, I said, okay. I said, if a helicopter comes, you're going to have to land right where I'm at, because it's up on the hill. It's cleared. There's a cleared spot. He said, okay. He said, drop me a pin. And I did. And I said, when are they coming? And he replied back, it could be 10 minutes or it could be 2 hours. And I'm like, and through this whole time, it's raining off and on. So we don't even want to take the girls out. They're safe, dry in the house. And so I told him, okay, I'm going to the house. I said, I'll listen for them. And in the meantime, the helicopters were coming. First, it was the state police, and then pretty soon the Blackhawks. Before this, they were coming, flying the river, and they would come by the house, and I would just, if I was there, I would walk out on our deck, and I would just give them a thumbs up. Hey, we're okay here. Just keep, because I knew it was bad, but we were safe. I'm telling these guys, go, just go. And I guess after about an hour or so of waiting on this private helicopter, all of a sudden I heard a helicopter right above our house, and it was a Black Hawk, one of the military. And if you know anything about those things, they were so powerful. And it was there was tree limbs snapping off, flying through the air everywhere, and I thought they were going to knock the house down. And I was like, oh my God. And so I run out there, and I'm trying to wave those guys like, you got to go. And then I realized they were letting the guy down on a rope. And as soon as he hit the ground, I ran over there to him, and I said, hey, you got to go back up and move this helicopter. You're going to blow the house down. I said, I got 2 little girls with me. Go up on the hill. There's a spot to land. I will bring the girls to you. And that's what they did. And then we took the girls up there, and they got on the helicopter. And I told the guy coming to get them, I said, look, there's supposed to be a private helicopter coming for these girls. I said, can you radio and let them know that you've got them? And he said, no, I can't do that because we don't communicate with the private sector. And so I said, okay, well, tell me where you're taking them. And he said it'll either be the airport or the Ingram High School. And so I said, okay, I can let them know. And right about that time, I don't know if the girls were on that helicopter yet or not, but here come the private helicopter. And but he came over, kind of made a little circle and flew back. So I was like, okay, well, he knows too. So that's about it.
Thank you. I know myself and everyone on this dais, on this committee, and everyone listening knows that you, your family, your daughter's boyfriend, all heroes. I mean, just absolutely, there's no other word that can describe it. And for all of the testimony that we've heard over the last 2 days, to have you come here and provide that light for us, that there are heroes out there who did do the right thing. Thank you. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Mr. Griffin, thank God for you and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. Chair calls the next panel Philip Robertson, Charlie Johnson, Fletcher Cordell, and Catherine Hoffman.
Here's Mr. Robertson. I've got Charlie here. Looking for Fletcher.
That's okay.
Mr. Robertson, you want to come on down?
You bet.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Robertson, you can begin.
First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Garrett for having me and listening to my story, inviting me here today. I really believe she cares, truly cares about everyone. In this process, she really strives for transparency and objectivity. I'm sure you guys saw the 119 signs as you drove in to hunt. I represent the views of the rest of Kirk County, what we went through. My views are mine alone. I live on Highway 39 across from Camp Rio Vista. On July 4th, I had 2 daughters at Camp Mystic. And I was at home with my wife, Lindsay, and my 15-year-old son, Jack.
Sir, do you mind pulling the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Is that better? Is that better? Okay. Jack was headed for camp a few days afterwards, and so we were hanging out some time for us to spend some time together before we left. So we were watching a movie between about midnight and 2 a.m. And we saw the 114 warning. And the warning we got said 1 to 2 inches had fallen, and there could possibly be another 3 to 4 inches. And that's about what fell last year, July 27th. There was a flood. Our dock was covered. And that's what we thought that we would get again. That report must have forgotten about the other billion gallons that fell 40 miles upriver on the Johnson Ranch, because that's what hit us. The warning that we got, it was basically like getting a high wind advisory and an F5 tornado. We weren't complacent. We were just dealing with the information we were provided. After the warning, I looked out the window, and the river was in its banks. It was barely drizzling. And then my son and I kind of argued over who had to go down and check on the boats. Like Mr. Griffith said, that's the first thing you do when you live on the water. You check on your boats, secure them. We certainly weren't expecting, what happened afterwards. And quite frankly, we did have some alarm fatigue. They'd been going off for several days before. And, after a while, I guess there was some complacency in that. After a while, they're just going off. I think we need a better system for that, like everyone here has said. I went to bed about 2:30 a.m. watching the storm, watching it on the radar, and it looked like it'd pass over in under an hour. According to the conversations I had with my good friend, Charlie Hastings, he's no longer with us. I'm sure you know the story. He was our Kerr County flood administrator. He was a good friend. He and I spent a lot of time together after the flood. He is a full model of this, a full hydrologic model that you can watch the weather on one screen, you can watch the water rise on the other. I basically wanted to make sure that the velocities were low enough that in a worst case scenario that my home would hold up. And he was very generous in spending time with me on that. According to Charlie, 2 feet of rain hit over an 800,000 acre area and drained into the river basin, and it came through like a tsunami. I think what's been described at times here has been, a flood. The water rises, you have plenty of time. It came through like a tsunami, and it came through in 3 waves. So I went to bed watching the radar. About 5, I woke up to a loud noise. The power was off. It was pitch black. Stepped out of bed into a couple of inches of water, and I looked out our back door where my office is, and there was water rushing by the foundation. I woke up my wife, told her to go upstairs to find our son, and I went through our bathroom to our master closet to get clothes and get shoes. I don't know, it was a weird thing to want, but I was afraid. There was stuff hitting the house. I was afraid the house was going to come down. I was going to have to carry someone out. I had no idea the severity at the time. I got trapped in the bathroom. He quickly blew out the windows and slammed the door behind me. And I'm telling you, in a matter of 5 minutes, the time it took me to panic a little bit and break through a solid core door, the water had risen from about my ankles, maybe midway up my knees, up to my chest. I was scared to death I was going to drown in my bathroom, which would have been humiliating. I basically swam through our house. There was water blasting through the house. It was like a river. And I caught the stair banister as it sucked me by, and I pulled myself up the stairs. And as I popped up out of the water, the house was full of propane. So I broke out a window with the top of the toilet tank, and I crawled out on the roof. And as I got out there, standing barefoot in broken glass, I could see my truck up the road, wrapped around a tree with the lights on and the door, one door open, kind of crunched to where it wouldn't close. And I knew Lindsay and Jack had tried to get out, and they'd been washed away. I stood up there for 2 hours, believing my son and my wife were dead. I had no idea. My daughters were at Mystic. I had no idea how they were. They were swept downriver. My son, he'll barely talk about it. He got sucked under a neighbor's fence, a bull wire fence, and got trapped. He was down there counting. He spends a lot of time in the water, and he knows how long he can hold his breath. My favorite person in the whole world was down there drowning, but nothing I could do. My wife got to a tree and then got hit by a house, like actually run over by a house. Jack freed himself somehow. He swam out of his pajama pants. And Lindsay, I don't know how. They fought brave, they fought hard, and they got real lucky. There's just no explanation for how they're here. They both made it to trees, little scraggly trees, hung to the top 20 feet up. And as the sun came up, the water came down. It was like someone pulled the plug in a bathtub. And I thought I was all alone, but as the sun came up, there were people and trees everywhere. And I crawled back through the window, and I heard a scream, and it was my son. He had gotten down out of his tree and come to find me, and He thought I was underneath our mattress. Our dog was sitting on top of it. Somehow our Portuguese water dog had ridden it out on top of the mattress. And we looked outside and people were just wandering around like zombies. It was the most horrific thing that hopefully I'll ever see. The things I saw on the roof, cars full of people floating by, our neighbors holding an infant out the window of the second floor, 2 doors down. It's going to be with me for the rest of my life. I don't have a side here. The Eastlands are my friends, but they have their own battle to fight. The side I want is for common sense changes at the county level, and I don't know that we have the people in the county to do it. We need help. Senator Perry, I mean, you and I are going to disagree on the Lomer issue. I filed a Lomer, Lomer F. It's what the process is. I mean, according to FEMA, we got a hydrologic study, we got survey shots done, signed by a floodplain manager, a PE engineer. And if that's not the process, someone tell us what the process is, because there's hundreds, maybe thousands of them filed in Kerr County. That's always been the process. And now, if it truly was a waiver and you signed a piece of paper and paid some money, I would get that. That's a waiver. That's a carve-out. That's not what these are. However, that's kind of a side note. I mean, let's talk about safety. I've heard a lot of talk about evacuate. And in certain cases, that's what you do. You should evacuate. In a lot of cases, it's shelter in place. If you're in high ground above the 100 where we were, if Jack and Lindsay had just stayed with me and stayed in the house, they would have been fine. That's not always the case. I'll be the first to say that. But as we make new rules and new laws, let's do this objectively and really think about every situation and not just one term that keeps getting brought up over and over. Let's think about the best thing to do in all situations. In the aftermath of all of this, we have largely been left out of the conversation. We didn't have any input into SB1, and some of that does affect us. A lot of it is a camp bill, you're right, and there's a lot of great stuff in that bill. The ladders on the cabins, I'm installing a ladder on the side of my carport. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. The Loma stuff, I don't necessarily agree with, but I think more time should have been spent on it. Let's do these things right, and I know that there's more coming. I just want to make sure that it's thought through, and I want to get the best new rules and the best new legislation out there to keep everyone safe. I mean, we're just individuals who live on the river. We shouldn't have to hire a professional PR or lobbyist to be heard in all this. And we really have been largely ignored until we met Miss Garrett. She was wonderful. She's smart. She's thoughtful. She is really, I don't know where you found her, but she's run a great process in all of this. I respectfully ask you to consider the people that have to live with this stuff day in and day out when you pass these laws. And listen to us. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Roberson. Members, any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for being here.
Members, any questions? Very sorry for your loss. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, Ms. Johnson, please proceed.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Charlie Johnson, and I'm here with my husband, Michael. I'm speaking on behalf of our family of 4, our daughter, Anna, age 11, and our son, Craig, age 9. Our daughter Anna was at Camp Mystic on July 4th. She was in the Jumble House cabin, and as you heard in the account yesterday, she left her cabin on foot in the 3 o'clock hour, spent the night in the rec hall, and was helicopter evacuated out. The facts laid out yesterday confirmed our belief that her successful evacuation came down to a matter of minutes or less, and this is not lost on us, and it's one of the many reasons why we're here today. When I got the call to participate in this investigation from Ms. Garrett, I'll be completely honest with you, my husband and I were both nervous. We were nervous for several reasons. One, for exposing our family to more trauma. We're doing our best and everything we can now to ensure our 11-year-old daughter stays protected. Second, we were also nervous about how our messages would be perceived across multiple groups at an incredibly sensitive time. For the Heavens 27 families sitting behind me, they lost their daughters, and we're speaking about our daughter's survival. We are incredibly sensitive to the grief and the pain that these families have to live every single day. To the broader Hill Country community and those who experience devastating loss of life, we recognize it's outside of the scope of this investigation, but we certainly pay our respects to all families that lost. And for the youth camp community, as you'll hear shortly, we've done a significant amount of work to support camps implement safety best practices across Texas and now nationally. We've earned this community's trust, and we want the committee to hear about the work we're doing with the camp industry. While we were nervous initially, we're here today because this tragedy is now part of our story. And like so many of you said yesterday, we can't bring lives back, but we can and we will do everything in our power to make sure something like this never happens again. In the week following July 4th, my friend and now business partner sent me this quote from Fred Rogers. He said, "When I was a boy, I would see scary things in the news, and my mother would say to me, 'Look for the helpers.' You will always find people who are helping. To this day, especially in times of disaster, I remember my mother's words, and I'm always comforted by realizing that there are still so many helpers, so many caring people in this world." I wish I wasn't sitting in this chair right now, but I know that there's no other option for me. This disaster became part of our story, and we are choosing to take action. We're choosing to be helpers to the families that are grieving and to a community that cares for millions of kids annually, so that nobody ever has to sit before a committee like this one and have the same conversation. There's two things that I want to share with you all today. I'm going to briefly share Anna's story, most of which you heard yesterday, and then I'm going to switch gears to a very different conversation, and that's to the forward-looking action we're taking with the Safety Navigator that is supporting the youth camp industry to implement safety best practices. On June 29th, we took Anna to the bus drop-off location in Houston, and she happily boarded with her second-year bus buddy and cabin mate, Greta Toronzo. The girls were excited and nervous. They were happy to see each other. They exchanged bracelets and were giddy about their second summer at camp together. We loaded them up on the bus, and they were gone. After drop-off, Michael and I logged in at least twice a day or more to catch a glimpse of her smiling faces and all of the girls in the photo feed. It was the highlight of our days, and over the course of that week, we saw happy girls enjoying the magic of summer camp. But on July 4th, everything changed. I woke up early, checked my work emails, and headed out for a walk with a friend. At 8:02 a.m., the Jumble House mom's text thread started dinging. "Really bad flooding. Has anyone heard anything? The girls are safe. They're on Sky High. Our girls are all safe. They were taken care of." And then the photo came through, the one you saw yesterday of the girls walking through water to the rec hall, and that's when I knew something was wrong. Then the text that changed everything. The first one, "They aren't all safe. My daughter's missing." And then the second one, at 11:15 a.m., Anna's bus buddy, her cabin mate, her first camp friend, Greta, missing. The horror continued every minute of every hour for us until my husband picked up Anna at the elementary school after she was evacuated by helicopter. Michael and Anna FaceTimed me immediately. We all cried. We told her we loved her. And she asked where her friend Greta was. That question from a 10-year-old girl, safe but not whole, That question is what drives me every single day. When Anna returned home the next day, she began slowly talking about what happened. She was 10 years old at the time, and the way she talked about it was very matter of fact and in short bursts. We listened on her schedule and at her pace, and her account is as follows. She woke up in the middle of the night to storms. Girls in her cabin were scared. When lightning flashed, she could tell the water was rising by the sight of the canoes outside the cabin window. They were told to stay in their beds until the director instructed them to get to rec hall. Her account included instructions to grab her things, like pillows and blankets, and go. She grabbed her things and went. She does not remember anyone else being with her when she did. No adults, no counselors. This is when it became very clear to me that this was not an orderly evacuation, it was chaos. In fact, they were not evacuated. Instead, they were left to navigate the darkness themselves. 10 years old, 3 a.m., darkness, rushing water. No child should have to navigate themselves to safety under these conditions. Anna spent the night in the rec hall. She said girls were singing and praying. They were upset about not knowing where their friend was. Some had to use the restroom, some got sick, and she could tell the water was rising when the lightning would flash. Then the water went down and the sun came up. They moved out of the rec hall and walked to Cypress Lake, where they waited in the dining hall. They changed clothes. They heard very many false stories about where their friends were, and then she was evacuated by helicopter and bus to the elementary school. Anna got on the bus on June 29th with her buddy and first camp friend. She returned home via helicopter. Greta went home to heaven with 26 of her camp sisters. I shared this story with Casey, and I repeat it again here today, so the appropriate parties in this committee can review the facts and assess what happened and make a decision. And we, as a community, can take action to ensure this never happens again. There's no rule book on how to deal with disasters and tragedy. As a family, we spent July and August making sure Anna was okay, making sure we were okay, and navigating our new normal. We went to funerals. We stayed connected to families who lost their daughters. And in those early weeks, I thought daily, how can we help? And then in August, we watched what the Heavens 27 families did, turning unimaginable grief into courageous advocacy and leading the charge on new laws designed to improve safety best practices at Texas camps. In their darkest moments, they were the ones showing up as helpers. My cousin and I came to the Capitol the night the Senate passed the laws. We felt deeply the intention of the laws to ensure that camps are both safe and fun. We heard the pleas from the families, and we left that night asking ourselves, what happens next? Who is going to ensure these laws are implemented effectively in a way that drives true safety best practices? Who's going to support the implementation to make sure leading safety practices are adopted and not just compliance boxes ticked? We could have taken a wait-and-see approach, but if you meet us, you'll learn quickly that's not our style. We saw families grieving, we saw communities shaken, and we saw an industry deeply impacted. I referred back to Mr. Rogers, in times of disasters, look for the helpers. And then we started creating answers to some of those questions. Our answer is a nonprofit organization called the Safety Navigator, led by myself and two co-founding partners, Marley and Ted. The idea is simple. We've activated a network of professional safety experts, all volunteers, to support the youth camp community and make sure kids are safe at summer camp. Safety best practices exist in many industries today and have for decades. Camps don't need to start from scratch, and safety should be supported. Nobody should have to design these things on their own. I've spent 20 years of my professional career in oil and gas and mining and business roles, but I've been surrounded by safety experts. I've been surrounded by a deep safety culture and world-class systems specifically designed and built to protect people. These are the types of resources we're bringing to camps. Before we launched this effort in January, we tested the concept with 3 groups. First and foremost, our number one priority was the Heavens 27 families. We told them that we saw this as a step 2 to the work they led to pass the new laws. They pushed the laws, we would support the implementation. Then we went to the safety professionals across various industries. We told them what we wanted to do, and we asked for help. We did not get a single no. We have volunteer representatives supporting our efforts from high-risk industries like oil and gas and mining, major sports arenas, former military and special forces officers, and individuals with local and state emergency management experience, and the list goes on. This is a powerful group that keeps growing. And finally, we went to the youth camp community. We've done a lot of work to build trust in this community, and for good reason, they had questions. We were outsiders 6 months ago. Outside of being a camper as a kid and sending my child to camp, we were new to their industry. Unfortunately, bad actors turn up in times of disaster, and so we spent a lot of time sharing who we were and what we wanted to build, and we asked camps to come to the table to help us build it. To their credit, they have. We have amazing camp leaders now from across the country supporting our efforts to build a best-in-class safety resource that will support camps in all environments, all sizes, and regardless of financial. The platform is open access and it's free because every camp operator should have access to safety best practices, and the limiting factor cannot be money. One conversation at a time, we answered the camp's questions respectfully and honestly, and the momentum started building. One of my favorite responses from a camp leader captures it well. He said, "You're new to this community and you're going to need to have a lot of these conversations. But I get it. One thing I know about safety is you can never be good enough. The value of the network you're building is clear and I'm in." This particular camp operator had good safety foundations in place. But he said, "I want to make sure that I don't have any blind spots." In December last year, we ran a co-design workshop with 40 camp leaders in our safety network to create a blueprint of what we were about to build. That was a major milestone for us. Another major sign that we had in December that's quite personal for us is we made our first trip back to where this all started. We were in the hill country, and on our way out, we pulled over to the memorial site on the side of the Guadalupe River and paid our respect to the 27 girls. As we were leaving, we received a message that our 501c3 nonprofit designation had been approved by the IRS in less than 1 month's time during a government shutdown. This is one of the many signs we've received loud and clear from the heavens above, and no doubt one of the strongest. Today, the Safety Navigator is a free, open access platform. It includes more than 30 templates that camps can download and customize for their specific camp environments. The priority template for us in Texas this year was the Emergency Action Plan for all of the reasons discussed today and yesterday. This template was designed by a group of safety experts and a collection of camp leaders. We also have an interactive risk assessment tool that helps camps across the country understand what their major risk and hazards are. It's not always floods, it might be tornadoes, wildfires, etc. And last week, we launched a safety and emergency action plan training series designed for camp staff, counselors, and campers to not only plan, but to practice the plans. Lastly, the platform includes the option for camps to request direct access to our network of volunteer safety experts for one-on-one supported conversations. In less than 3 months, we have close to 600 camp users actively engaging with the platform. Last week, as I mentioned, we launched our training program across 3 camp locations in Texas. We had over 100 camp staff in the room in person. And on our final day, our live stream connected with another 200 camp staff across 40 states, 2 Canadian provinces, and we had 1 participant from Germany. It's one thing for me to tell you it's working. It's another for you to hear it from camps directly. I have 2 quotes from last week. "The training was fantastic and made such a difference in helping me understand how to make our emergency action plan trainable. What you have built in such a short amount of time is seriously impressive." The second, "For me, the biggest win was getting more buy-in from our team on the importance of safety and how simple it can be. On the 3-hour car ride home, my colleague was telling me everything he wanted to start including in our EAP. You broke through, and I know my camp will be better because of it." Our work isn't about making sure that documents are filed and in binders or that the boxes are checked. This is about transforming a culture of safety in an industry that serves 26 million children a year. This is not a compliance exercise. We are not inspectors, certifiers, or accreditors. We are leading and supporting a transformational change, and again, from the position of the helper. Our team doesn't feel like we chose this mission. We feel like the mission chose us, and we're answering the call. We've formed privately, quickly, and have done a lot with a little. But we're now asking this committee for help. Imagine what we could do with the power of the state of Texas behind us. Imagine what Texas could do to lead this effort nationally. This started as a classic Texans helping Texans story, but we are now growing a national movement, and Texas has the opportunity to lead it. 26 million children attend camp every year in this country, millions of them right here in this state. They deserve more than good intent. They deserve systems, tools, and trained people standing behind every camp gate. To this committee, we are simply asking for a conversation about how the power of the state can get behind the movement that's already working. To the Heavens 27 families, we see you, we honor your girls, and we are all in on this mission with you. To the camp community, we are your helpers, and we're just getting started in this work together. We didn't choose for this disaster to be part of our story, but we are choosing every single day to be part of the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate that. And 2 words of thanks to begin with. Thank you for answering Ms. Garrett's call. And I know that sharing all of that and being a part of that story that you didn't ask to be a part of was difficult to do, but it's incredibly important. So thank you for doing that. Thank you also for answering the call to be a helper. This is the kind of work that we need to focus on looking forward. And as I stated earlier, I'm not interested in check boxes. I'm interested in changing the culture of the way things are done so that people are safe and kids are safe. And that's the work you've dedicated yourself to, so I want to thank you for that. In your time, I know you've just been operating a short period of time. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. A lot of people have said yes. A lot of people have leaned in with you. Have you had any hurdles to where you're at now, trying to get up and running and helping camps out? Are there hurdles that we need to hear about as well?
Starting something this fast is always challenging, but our mission is so strong. The safety community, as I said, has jumped in with us. We did not receive a single no from a safety person. The deep passion that these experts have for what they do rang very clearly, and they connected with our mission. We were new to the camp community, as I mentioned, so we spent a lot of time last year building that trust and respect, and we have it. And there is an openness from the community to lean into this work with us. And I think there were comments yesterday asking the camp community to listen. Many are, and many are wanting to improve the foundations of safety that they have today. We are a team of 3, and so our hurdle is scaling this nationally. We need funding. We need state support with resources. Resources like the ones that were discussed earlier with Chief Kidd, emergency management coordinators, folks within the state that have access to resources and people that can help us amplify this movement. That's our greatest hurdle so that we can move this across the nation quickly.
What, in the work you've done so far, what interactions have you had with state agencies as you've started to deploy some of these resources to these camps?
We have talked to individuals from state agencies that are supporting us as individuals, but we have not been able to have formal conversations with state agencies to this date, which is why I'm here asking for help.
And that's why I'm trying to drill down on which agencies?
Any of them.
Anybody?
Yeah.
So you have individual people that are within agencies discussing things with you, but essentially not a top-level coordination.
Yeah. And that's what we're asking for, is a meeting with the appropriate officials.
I'm glad you asked, because we're going to get an answer for you, and I assume it's going to be another yes. Thank you.
Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, have you reached out to the Mystic group? And if so, what was the response? Because clearly, based on their first round of applications, if that's your work, they didn't get the message. It seems to be a very incestuous kind of culture with camps that they want to keep everything close to the vest. But have you had conversations with Mystic about your services, your plug-in and access? And if so, what was the response?
Representatives from Camp Mystic contacted us, as did many others from the camp community, which once word started getting out about what we were doing. They contacted us, and we spoke with them early this year and shared with them what we were building with our platform. Our platform, as I mentioned, is open access to the public, and it's free of charge for anyone. What we told the Mystic representatives in that meeting was that they, as everybody else, have access to the platform, but due to open investigations and active litigations, we could not provide any direct support beyond what is available on the platform.
So to be clear, your platform would have been a help, though, in filling out the new requirements of the Heavens 27 bill.
There are templates like emergency action plans that are available on the platform that anyone can download and use to be submitted.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. Right. Well, I've got one quick statement real quick. I just want to echo Speaker Moody's statements, and we're here to help you on your missions. Do not hesitate to reach out and ask.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Johnson, first of all, thank you for, I was just looking on your LinkedIn. It appears that you have given up your corporate career, successful career, to do this work.
That's correct.
The Safety Navigator, free safety platform built specifically for youth camps. One of the things that, and I'm fairly confident that you'll have that meeting that you're looking for with state agencies, but I think too that maybe you could help us with maybe minimum standards in terms of what it would look like. We need to revisit possibly how they verify certain things. We've found out that certain things in the inspection process, and I'm not sure where the breakdown was. I thought Representative Gomez did an incredible job of highlighting the lack of capacity to nail down who was responsible. Was it because it was not under perjury that Mr. Edward Eastland signed the document, but we don't know where is this mysterious emergency plan that nobody can find? If they did do drills, how did they verify those drills? And so all of those things that we need to find. And so I think look forward to working with your group. And so I appreciate the fact that it's free of charge. And so it can be for any kind of camp. It doesn't have to be a summer camp. It can be after school camp, inner city camp, anything to that effect, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have a quick follow-up.
Senator Hughes. Senator Corpus.
What agencies do you need to meet with? Just name them right now.
TDM, TEEX, and dishes.
And one more question. How do you fund yourself?
We are a nonprofit organization. We have successfully raised close to $250,000 since December. We have an active raise now to get the funds that we need to sustain this and scale this. But funding would definitely be another hurdle, one that we're working on now.
And follow-up, TDM, TEEX, and dishes all at the same time or separately?
Separately for separate reasons.
Okay, great. It'll happen.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. All right, Mr. Cordell, please proceed.
Afternoon. My name is Fletcher Cordell. My daughter Olivia was at Camp Mystic in the hangout cabin on July 4th. Happy to talk about that. Appreciate the opportunity to also echo a lot of the comments that have been shared with Ms. Garrett and her team and how they've approached and their sensitivity. It's very impressive, as was watching their work on the feed yesterday. And there was a lot of discussion at our house about showing up for same reasons everybody else probably has, which is protecting your daughter. But I also think that a big part, if not the main part of being a father, is showing up. And so I'm showing up. And before I talk about her experience, I want to read something I wrote that inspired by Heavens 27, if that's okay. All right, ladies, need you. Well, what to say? What do you say? Hello, how are you? How was your day? It's an odd thing to feel this connection when distance and pain blur love and affection. And it does leave me reeling and haunted and healing and feeling the feelings that hang in the air, the tension, the fear, the dread, the despair. So here are some words. You can take them or leave them. We all love our angels. We love and we grieve them. And we look to the sky and ask, why, God? Oh, why? Why did you take them? You didn't stop it. The thunder, the rain. So why so much pain? We're hurting, oh God. We hurt and we miss them. Help us to understand, what was their mission? Are you that callous, that heartless, that cruel? But then who am I to question his plan? A mortal, a father, a man, a fool, to question his providence and dispute what he wants for us, to pray, to love, to live and let live. And then one day, after hitting my knees, I asked once again the question of why for these girls that we miss. The answer, I don't know, but maybe it's this. And this isn't a lecture. These are my thoughts, my attempt at conjecture. Later that day, the Coast Guard was approaching, flying to rescue and hoping. But the weather with malice was refusing to leave, and you cannot find what you cannot see. And so the flight time required, which normally takes 2 hours, was extended, upended, and turned into 7. And I wondered, was there another mission that day, invisible, undetected, but well underway? Where are they? Where are they? The crew members asked, flying feet off the ground, hearts beating with fear. And right when it seemed they might not succeed, hey, follow us. Our friends are over here. It's more of a suggestion than an answer to the question, but it's one I happen to believe. How many angels are needed to part heavens? Well, what do you know? It's exactly 27. I never asked Olivia directly when we picked her up from the reunification center, and we were driving to my sister's house in Austin to spend the night. And it was, of course, as everybody knows, raining again, and dark, raining, mentally struggling to focus on the road. So I had my AirPods in on silent mode because I just didn't want to be fortunate enough to have my daughter survive, and then I blow the whole thing being reckless and driving. So I couldn't hear the conversation in the back of the car, which was my wife and my sister and Olivia. And so I learned later, there was obviously a few questions and answers that were exchanged back there. But my job was my job right then, which was to get us wherever we were going safely. And then in the days that followed, I didn't ask her either, because I knew that the time would come. And I also never wanted her to confuse her dad with an inquisitor. And I didn't want her to think that I confused her as a survivor, not Olivia. I have my story, she has hers. They merge at some point, but daughter and dad first. As long as that's in place, we can handle the survivor, parent of survivor thing together, however she needs. Our day started, similar timelines, putting on bathing suits to go do July 4th things. And the texts start coming in, and like a lot of things, they're meant well. People get in, hey, have you, a lot of rain, glad everybody's okay. Oh, wait, they're not, just kind of, and then it crescendos into bathing suit off, load the car. About the time we got the email from Mystic, that was very brief and to the point and desperate. And that feeling of an institution, whether it's Mystic or a hospital or the Capitol saying, help us. We are bad shape. And it outlined the situation, as you've probably heard. If your daughter was at Cypress, she's accounted for. If your daughter was on Senior Hill, which is in Guadalupe, but up, she's accounted for. And then, it didn't name the flats, didn't have to. It just said, if you have heard from us this morning, then you know that she is not accounted for. And if you haven't, then she is. So we got in the car to leave. And even reading that letter, it was just so mind-blowing for a lot of different reasons. I mean, to go in from getting ready to go to the pool to, what do you mean? Flood, washed away. Saw the same picture. And realized this is not just a problem, this is biblical, literally. Read the Bible many times as you want. That ain't in the playbook. So we get in the car to head south, to head to the hill country. Didn't know where at that point yet. I can't remember the exact time the reunification stuff came through. Maybe that was like 2 or something o'clock. So about 11:30, we load up. I ran back inside. I forgot my phone charger. And I grabbed it out of the closet, connected to our bathroom, and I started to walk back to the car, and I stopped in the bathroom and looked in the mirror, and I just looked up, and this guy is alone and scared. And how am I going to do this? Meaning, show up, get in the car, drive, be strong. And so I got on my hands, I got on my knees on the floor mat, put my elbows on the vanity, and prayed. And the first prayer was, thy will be done, not mine. Because I knew that would help me execute if I could turn the outcome over. And I did say selfish prayers after that in the car. But I had to lead with the one that said, don't know. And a lot of times when I talk, it's like about Mystic to people because it doesn't take a break. And that's okay. As part of the survivor part of it, it's like, it's easy for me to say, and it is, and it isn't. A lot, it isn't. This collision every millisecond of every second of every minute of every hour of these like atomic particles of gratitude, and heartbreak, and guilt all the time. And you can either take that and have a red button and push it and say, I give up, it's too much. And you can do what atomic energy can do, which is destroy. Or you cannot. And it's hard not to hit the button, because the button, like all instinctive decisions, makes you feel good at the time to get mad or to let it go, but it's not healthy, and it's not the right thing to do for your daughter. And to honor those that lost their daughters by not showing up, by doing the wrong thing. So many people, my connection to Mystic is cosmic in a way that is hard to explain. I grew up, I went to Rio Vista for 2 summers. Camp's not really my jam, more of a sleep-in Doritos situation. I like air conditioning. My dad went there, my uncle went there, but I do remember the Mystic Dance. That was the standout. I can pause archery, let's go dance. Mary Seal, I still remember her name, pen pal, first girlfriend. And then in 1994, I am at the Fiji House, where I went to college at Texas, and I'm in August of 94. And I meet a fellow named Richard Eastland, who I had known of, and he had known of me because my uncle is his godfather. So we both grew up, two separate worlds, never met. Oh, yes, you have a godson named Richard, right? And, oh, you have a nephew named Fletcher, right? And our uncle wanted us to meet face to face. Makes sense. And so we did at the Fiji House, party before, pledgeship starts. And 30 minutes, had a nice chat, and that was the last time I saw him until the 7th of this past July. And later that week, I met another fella, Cullen Childress, who was my pledge trainer. And of course, his brother and Chloe's father, Matt, and got to know Wendy. So here I am. Cullen is I feel like I know Chloe because I know her blood, and I talk to Chloe a lot. She helps me through stuff. She is a machine. I've never met her, but I know her because I know her blood. I mean, Cullen was a huge part. I mean, you're 18 years old. You spend 10 months together with simulated hardships, learning how to stay a unit and how when one fails, they all fail. You stay together. And that while it may be good to be one, it is great to be many. Matt was so kind, so kind. So then in July, on the 7th, I went down to Mystic. That was a Monday, I believe. I tried to go on Sunday, but the highways were still flooded. And I went because Olivia, when this was 2 days after the first letter home from camp, which was the reunification center, of course, was the first jolt of horror, people as close as these ladies are to me that checked in and got a different update. Either, I presume, she is still unaccounted for, or she's accounted for, but we need to go talk about it. And people I know that I saw a day before or 30 years before. And we never heard Olivia's name called by the yellow shirt microphone man. I counted scuff marks for hours on the floor of that gymnasium. The crazy thing is that when we got that email and it said something to hang your proverbial hat on because we had not heard from Mystic, i.e. she's accounted for, it sure seemed awful early to have everything locked in and loaded. I would certainly understand, even with all best efforts, that it might not be 100% accurate. So no phone call is positive. We're driving south. It takes forever. The closer you get to Ingram, the harder it is and the longer it takes to get to Ingram, because now I got to ask guys in Suburbans next to me, how do you drive across a river? And we take turns. Dads helping dads. You go first, stay on the upside, I'll go next, all that nonsense. And then the phone rings. I'm like, shit. Here we go. And we're on somebody's yard. We're not even on a road because everything's closed. Some rancher somewhere's got my tire skid marks on them. We pull over and answer the phone, and this lady says, are you, may I speak to the parents of Olivia Cordell, Molly Cordell, Phillip, my first name. And yes, this is her speaking. And she said, well, have you heard from camp about your daughter today? Don't want to. And she said, well, I just want to let you know she's standing right here next to me. And we said, can we talk to her? She said, yeah. She gave us the phone. And it's the only time in my life with any of my children where when we talked on the phone, it did not sound like her. I don't know if it was the stress in our ears or in her voice, but it's the only time I've ever said, Olivia Cordell, like ours. I mean, just didn't sound like her. And we went to the reunification, we sat there and never heard her name called. One time, when the roll call at reunification, the fellow was reading and says, got to an Olivia, but he was having trouble reading the last name because he was getting handwritten notes to read from. And so after about a couple decades, it felt like he got to the last name and it wasn't ours. Well, unbeknownst to me, my wife, showing up in her mom way, went over to the other building where the girls were held when they were ready to be reunited to go home, because we had gotten a call technically. And so I'm just sitting there like this, just again trying to see how high I could get in the scuff counting, time passing. And I can see Molly kind of coming up towards me, the silhouette of your wife, you peripheral vision. And so I looked up thinking, I don't know anything is going to be what I'm going to tell her. And before I got to her head, there was Olivia right in front of her, eclipsed by her mother's silhouette. And until that point, I didn't think we had her. And that's when the guilt started right there, immediately. So when I say collision of gratitude and heartbreak and guilt, it is instantaneously. And then you feel guilty for feeling guilty. But what this experience has affirmed in me is I'm so grateful that years ago, before this happened, I decided to try and be the best version of me that I could be as a dad, as a husband, and as a fellow, to help people. And my story has helped people. And I'm so grateful they've told me that. When I say my story, I mean the things that I used as resources to help me through that day and the days since. Faith, connection, love, honesty, feeling feelings, that you can get through stuff. And on the 7th, when I went back down, when I went to Mystic itself to look for my daughter's charm bracelet, which was a mission that was not going to be successful, and I knew that, but I needed a mission. It didn't matter what I was going to look for. She felt bad that she had lost her charm bracelet because she left it out on her trunk. So here's my daughter. She's feeling guilty for losing her charm bracelet. Here we go, Academy. It's muck boot time. I'm getting in the car. Goodbye. And go get her things. And I'm in her cabin. I'm taking a break because it's hot. I mean, the drive down there and around there is, of course, prehistoric, biblical, zombie, World War, whatever. It's unbelievable. And about 50 yards, I'm out on the stoop, about 50 yards away, because hang out, set back a little, there's a guy walking, looked like another dad or something, walking. And he goes, "Hey, do you need any help?" I said, "No, man, I'm looking for a needle in a mud pit. It ain't happening. You good? You need anything? Your daughter good? Your daughter good? Yeah, okay." And so he starts to walk up to the cabin to introduce himself. And I've got, sludge and dead fish gloves and things going on. I was like, But then I saw him get closer, and he goes, "Hi, I'm Richard." And I said, Richard Fletcher. So 30 years later, since 1994 at the Fiji house, here's Richard. And he is walking along the camp that day with what's happened to him and his family, lost his dad and lost these girls. And he is approaching, at the point, strangers and say, "Can I get in the mud with you and help you with whatever it is you're doing?" And that says something about a man or any person. It sure stuck with me. And the questions when I ask myself about whether it's parents of Heaven's 27, the Eastlands, everybody in this room, and Edward Eastland in particular, who saved my daughter. There's 3 links in the survival chain for Olivia. Edward Eastland drove, I believe, his pickup truck down along the river to the cabins. I don't know how many visits he made. I just know that he got down there and my daughter sat on the wheel well of his pickup truck at 4 in the morning in a flood, and I believe he reversed, she told me reversed a straight line all the way back to the main buildings. At 4 in the morning in the dark, rearview mirror, I imagine, was a little full of 15 or 20 little girl heads. It's a tough gig. And I can't even imagine. I said, Richard, Edward, how do I thank him? He goes, man, he ain't thinking about the wins. He is thinking about the losses. Thanking is not something he's down for right now, and I understood. And then I went to Marble Falls to buy a metal detector, not because I thought I'd find a bracelet, but because I could donate it to the camp. So I came back. I didn't see Richard. As I'm messing around with a metal detector, I then see Richard. So this is a couple hours later. They said, Richard's out surveying property. Well, I found out what that meant. And I watched Richard in a buggy as I'm near hangout doing, nonsense with a metal detector. And I see Richard in what looked like a, ranch car, whatever, with parents, one set at a time, driving them down past Bug House, down to the Grove area, spending a lot of time down there, coming back. That dismount and that pain, and I realized at that moment what surveying the property meant. And I watched that for an hour before I had to go, one after the other. And I watched, Richard couldn't see me because of where I was standing. I watched him get in his car between each one, bawl his eyes out, and then rally and show up and do it again. So where I'm standing, here's an example of how my life is affected, a practical example. I don't own any other blazers besides this one, but I have had anxiety all day because it happens to be a certain shade of green. I have a bracelet that my daughter made me. It's a green bracelet. It doesn't say Mystic, but it's for them. I took it off because I don't want to upset anybody. So it's hard, even with my daughter living. It's nothing. My worst day is nothing like their worst day. The Heavens 27, not even close. I just don't want to add to people's pain.
Thank you, Mr. Cordell. Appreciate your testimony. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here.
Members, any questions?
All right. Mrs. Hoffman, please proceed.
Thank you. I don't have a nameplate, so my name is Catherine Hoffman. There may have been a little miscommunication, but my name is Catherine Hoffman. I am here on behalf of my daughter, who was in the Twins 1 cabin at Camp Mystic on the night of July the 3rd and survived the flood. Thank you for having me here today. Over the last 9.5 months, I have begun each day with 2 overwhelming emotions. I feel absolute and utter gratitude that my daughter somehow survived that night, but it is always weighted with the heaviness that others did not. I offer my daughter's experience to shed light on the suffering of the survivors, while also very respectfully acknowledging that there is no greater loss than the death of a child. The following is a testimony of her story, the broad structure of which she told my husband and I on the night of July the 4th as we drove home from Ingram Elementary. Some of the details have emerged since that time, but they are all details that she has specifically recalled directly to me. She awoke following a startling boom of thunder sometime in the 3 o'clock hour on the morning of the 4th, frogs hopping through ankle-deep water that covered the floor of the cabin as a soul counselor calmed 12 little girls with reassuring words and favorite stuffies. The water continued to rise. Girls moved from single beds and lower bunks and crowded in on 3 top bunks, one of which was my daughter's. Perched on the higher beds, water spouting through holes in the wall, 12 girls yelled for help. They were trapped. The green screen door forced closed by the pressure of the water pushing across the porch. The girls continued to shout, though this time my daughter counted down 3, 2, 1 to give a signal for the girls to scream in unison. She thought, maybe they can't hear us over the roar of the water, and if we shout together, we will be louder. Still, they were locked in. Even if help came, they could not escape until the water pressure equalized and the door opened. The cold water inched up toward the ceiling of the cabin and the airspace closed in. The bed started to tip, and her counselor signaled it was time to leave. My daughter navigated through murky water, over a number of floating trunks, and through bed frames, finally swimming underwater through the door which, with the water higher, could now open. She bumped her head on the top of the wood frame as she exited and grabbed onto one of the stone porch pillars outside of the twins' one door. When she looked back at the door from the pillar, it was closed. The current was strong, and she lost her grip and was swept away into the darkness. She screamed, and after taking water into her lungs, she knew she had to swim. She did not fight the current. She recalled later, "Mommy, the current was a 10 out of 10, and when it would go down to a 9 out of 10, I would do my biggest stroke." She could see very faint lights that showed the cabins and navigated her way to a square stone pillar on the porch of Tumble Inn. She grabbed onto the pillar, the water pushing at her back. She maneuvered her body to the leeward side of the pillar, which, by the way, I did not know what the leeward side meant. She recalled this on July the 4th, and I had to ask my daughter, "What is the leeward side?" And she told me she learned it in school. Sheltered from the current that heaved trunks and mattresses against the opposite side. She could hear someone screaming from a tree and would scream back, but it was difficult to communicate. More than just say help. A truck with its lights oriented toward the cabins rested against a nearby tree and gave a bit of light. She clung to the pillar and watched as mattresses with crickets, bedside lamps still turned on, and alarm clocks passed by her. The water continued to rise. She scooted up the column until her chin scraped against the sharp edges of the top of the cement pillar, her head bumping up against the roof. The water continued to rise. As she recounted on the night of July 4th, "Mommy, when the water reached my neck, I thought I was going to die. I thought of my best friends at school and corgis so I could die a good death." Thankfully, she managed to hold on until the water receded. As she recalled, it was like someone had pulled the plug in the bathtub and the water started to go down. She said, "When I could finally touch my toes to the porch, I went like this." She gave me a heavy sigh, and she said, "I thought I might live." This was one example of many times, I'm not sharing the full story, that she thought she would die, and has told me she thought she would die specifically in this story. My daughter carries tough memories with her. Often in the late evening, when the burden of these memories becomes too much, the weight of the thoughts spills out. "Mommy, she was just a few trunks behind me. I should have saved her. I should be dead instead. It was my fault." And in the shock at her words, I pause. I take a breath. And then I reply, faking the calm for the sake of my daughter. You did the right thing. Children are not supposed to save other children. You were all trying to survive in the water, and it was not your responsibility as an 8-year-old to save others. Her questions continue. Then whose responsibility was it? We called for help and no one came. Why didn't anyone call 911? Her questions are the ones that I have too. How do I answer? And on another night, Mommy, we had a fire drill today at school. I don't think it is likely that we would have a fire, but I am really glad we practice. I know exactly where to go and what to do. And after a pause, she asks, why didn't we do a flood drill before the flood? My mama heart sinks with her question. What do I say? It is with deepest respect and gratitude that I thank, and everyone should thank, the Heaven's 27 parents and the quick action of lawmakers in the passage of the Camp Safety Act. Thank you. On September 5th, you gave me the gift of powerfully healing words that I can offer my child during these gut-wrenching conversations. Reassuring words that I can speak that help to rebuild her sense of safety and security stolen from her on the night of the flood. It is an incredible testament to these families that during their lowest hours of unfathomable suffering, which I cannot even fathom, I am close to this tragedy and I do not understand their grief. It is so deep. They pushed for legislative change so that no other children die. No other parent has to experience the deep void that they feel, and so that kids who survived the unimaginable on July 4th have the possibility to be brave and go forward. With the reassurance that laws are in place to keep them safe. Thank you. I can now tell my daughter with full confidence that this will never happen again. And so I do, and this is what I say. I do not have all the answers from the night of the flood, but the parents of your friends helped to pass a law that now requires all counselors in cabins to be able to communicate and requires camps to practice evacuation procedures in the first days of camp. So this cannot happen again. The new law would have required you to evacuate way before the water got to your cabin, and everyone would have survived. And she says, I really wish that had happened, Mommy. I miss my friends. I wish they hadn't died. And I say, me too. And after a long pause, she says, Mama, tomorrow can we write the Rangers? I want to tell them to work hard and not give up trying to find Seal. I replied, yes, we will do that tomorrow. The pre-bedtime conversations that used to consist of birthday parties, books, math puzzles, and excitement about performing at school assembly have been replaced with the darkest, heaviest moments that then become the burden that I carry as a mother. I have given some specific examples of tough conversations to give you a window into my daughter's challenges. These conversations are not the full picture. There are moments I choose not to share today. My daughter endured many points during her story that she thought she would die. She helplessly watched others struggle for their lives. This type of an emotional burden is heavy for any human, much less an 8.5-year-old girl. When considering future legislation, it is imperative to consider the cost of this collective emotional trauma. I tuck her in. Before going to Mystic, my daughter would choose between Taps and Twinkle Twinkle for her bedtime song. And now we just sing Twinkle Twinkle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoffman, for that very powerful story. Members, do you have any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank everyone for the bravery that it took to come up here and share your story today. Thank you. Particularly for Ms. Charlie Johnson. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service. If I'm not mistaken, you might already have someone vying for you in the Texas Department of Emergency Management. I think you have an old acquaintance or friend there who's very excited to meet with you, and we're looking forward to working together.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls the next panel: Casey Stewart, Carrie Hanna, Mallory Luddle, and Allie Naylor. I'm sorry, it's Mallory Lytle.
Hannah Naylor.
Here, I got her. Can we hold her?
Mrs. Stewart, would you like to begin?
I'm going rogue for a second. I did prepare a statement, but anytime I've publicly spoken, I always talk about the importance of hearing from the survivors and the families and the trauma and the impact crater. Glad we have that term now. Most of those were really, really insightful and hard to hear, and I'm glad that they were shared. So thank y'all to the survivors who are speaking out in support of the trauma and the help that is needed for the families and the victims that survived. So, chairs, vice chairs, and members of this joint committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My testimony has changed a bit in light of what we heard from the Eastland family today. I haven't seen y'all yet, so thank you for making eye contact with me for the first time in almost 10 months. I thank you in advance for your indulgence. There's a lot to address. My name is Casey Stewart. I am here on the behalf of myself, my husband, Will Stewart, and our youngest daughter, Millie, who I would never succumb to an environment like this. But most of all, I'm here to speak for our oldest daughter, my precious Seal. I didn't even bring a photo today because I know that each of you know who she is, and you have seen this photo, and it continues. Tomorrow will mark 10 months since I hugged and held my 8-year-old daughter for the last time. 10 months since she spoke her last words to me. Don't worry, Mommy, I'll be okay. But we all know she was not okay. No child in Bubble Inn Twins 1 or Twins 2 could have been. The horrors that Seal and the other children and counselors endured that night, the darkness, the thrashing, the desperate fight for breath and survival, play on an endless loop in my mind. It is a place no mother should ever have to imagine, and yet one I cannot escape. Our family will always live in two halves, before July 4th and after. And in conversations with friends, I don't even have to say July 4th. It's before and after. Since I testified before you in September, I cannot believe that I am here again today with the same desperation I had over 7 months ago. Seal is still out there, somewhere in the ruin of that river, and our families are still pleading for answers and accountability. On April 20th, a week ago yesterday, the same day that each of you had your Camp Mystic site visit, I was also in Hunt, Texas. It was raining hard. A stark reminder, I hope, of the reason of why you were all out there. I stood along the banks of the river, calling out to my sweet baby spirit, asking her to help us bring her home. Yesterday, Inspector Garrett raised the issue of the lack of incident command in the first 24 hours, which certainly merits investigation and change. We know those first 24 hours, as Chief Nim Kidd said as well, and we all know are the most important critical hours. That said, my family has only endured this purgatory because of the valiant and dedicated efforts of the state of Texas to find Seal. So I do want to thank each of you, Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows, and especially Nim Kidd, and the Texas Rangers that have sacrificed so much over the last 10 years. Feels like it, but also not. Last 10 months. So, why are we here? We know a lot of why, but Camp Mystic was licensed by this state and entrusted by this state as a for-profit business whose business was taking care of and protecting our children. The Eastland family swore to you and our families that Camp Mystic was safe, prepared, and ready. And now, we all know that they lied to us. Up until today, when Representative Meyer, you pressed them for that answer. You had to explain multiple times what you were asking, but I'm glad that you finally got the answer. No, they were not prepared. So thank you for that. Those lies of safety, preparedness, and readiness caused the greatest mass casualty event involving children in the history of the state, more than Uvalde, more than Sandy Hook. The Eastlands admitted under oath that they abandoned my daughter. They abandoned all of our daughters. They left Seal with an impossible and unforgivable choice. Drown in her cabin or fight violent floodwaters in the dark in a blind, desperate effort to save herself. The Eastlands can blame no one but themselves for the planning, training, and equipment they chose not to invest in. You've heard plenty by now of the Eastland's evacuation plan. The Eastlands cavalierly insist, hey, we had a plan, you just didn't like it. Well, excuse my language, but damn right we didn't like it. Their so-called plan killed our daughters. 7 inches of rain, 12 inches of rain, 4 inches of rain, it does not matter. Shelter in place was a death sentence camouflaged as safety. Dick Eastland enforced a culture of obedience so powerful that their staff, including the directors of the camp and his children, were afraid to assist helpless children if it meant defying Dick's orders. The titled director demands diligence, not deference to dad. The Eastlands operated on obedience, faith, and complacency, and called it a plan. They rolled the dice each year and waited for the river to prove them wrong. And ultimately, while our children waited for rescue that would never come, the family obligated to protect them was improvising, sleeping, or saving themselves. And still, none seemed to know where Richard was that night, but boy, was he an authority today. The Eastlands have proven themselves incapable of protecting children. They made decisions for themselves that they admittedly denied for everyone else. The Eastlands are trying to bully their way into a license to operate camp in just a few weeks. And they told you today that they will appeal and keep operating if you deny that license. The Eastlands claim Cypress Lake is higher, it's different, it's unconnected, it's safe, but it's the same ownership, the same leadership, the same staff, the same culture, the same poor judgment. The state of Texas cannot, under any kind of scenario, certify to a parent that this family is qualified to ever watch children again. Nothing the Eastlands could do will eliminate the fundamental failures that killed my daughter, the reckless and incompetent judgment of the Eastland family. You can install sirens, you can promise you will do better next time or do the next right thing, also a song from Frozen 2. You cannot install judgment. You cannot retrofit character. If the operators stop being fit or possibly were never fit, the premise of any license collapses with them. The Eastland family could transfer this entire camp to the arid desert of Big Bend with nary a drop of water in sight, and it would not make a difference. No camp will be safe for any child as long as the Eastlands are associated with it. This committee may think it has no bearing on that decision, but you do, and you should. DISHES has asked you for your findings. Nothing should stop you or the state of Texas from preventing future tragedy. Isn't that why we're here? And isn't Camp Mystic, the Eastland family, in open defiance and violation of the very laws you helped pass in our daughters' names, as evident in their much discussed 11-page deficiencies letter from DISHES? They cannot even be bothered to comply with the most basic requirements for licensure, submitting incomplete and outdated documents, calling it a mistake, an administrative oopsie-daisy by the guy who runs the kitchen, as if safety and compliance should not be their utmost priority, especially while under an active criminal investigation. Senator Kolkhorst, thank you for addressing the Eastlands' failures to report deaths to DISHES. Not within 24 hours, not by the date of our hearing a couple weeks ago, and not even now, today. When Mary Liz was asked about this in court, it was the first time she had even read the law that governs her conduct. She was the health officer. It was her job to know. It was her job to report. She did neither, and still hasn't. She is defiant and blames the camp for not reporting the deaths, the camp of which she is a director and owner. There is, however, one child she perhaps hasn't had to report yet, and that's Seal. The Eastland family markets its camp as a Christian ministry, a camp whose walls and songs and traditions all testify to the same thing, that the adults in charge are serving something higher than themselves. But the way the Eastlands have chosen to treat my family has been callous, absent, false, and demeaning. I expected that the first name on their lips every morning would be the name of the child not yet brought home. But I didn't hear Seal's name from them until I publicly demanded that they acknowledge her and that she was still missing back in September. I expected a ministry to minister to the families it had broken before it ministered to itself. My family was forced to file for an injunction to stop them from further destroying evidence so we can find out what happened to our daughters. We just want answers. We deserve that. It took 4 days of hard-fought testimony. It took a judicial order twice to command them to stop. And even then, they've appealed it. And at one point, one of Camp Mystic's own lawyers in front of me in open court approached my attorneys and told them they were going to burn in hell. The lawyers of a Christian ministry camp told my lawyers that they're going to burn in hell for trying to help me find my daughter and learn the truth about what happened. And when questioned about it, the lawyer, Thomas Wright, said, "Oh, did I say that?" And he turned around and smirked. You can see it all on the video. He was proud. So, in just a few weeks, we'll be back in court. Lord knows what we'll see. The Eastlands want to move our case to arbitration, a closed-door proceeding to further shield themselves from public scrutiny and oversight. This, despite their promises of transparency and wanting answers and having nothing to hide. Sure. The Eastlands family's desire for truth rings as hollow as Britt Eastland's quote last week and again today, in which he stated, "The last thing we want to do is create any more pain for our parents who are grieving heavily." It certainly seems that way, Britt. So to the Eastlands, I don't know how to do this. Do not insult me by pretending that reopening is anything more than your family's attempt at self-preservation. Do not degrade me by pretending you care about safeguarding or reducing my pain. Do not ever tell our families that one day we will be happy that you opened camp this summer. You have no right to contemplate or presume our happiness. How dare you? Shame on you. You stole our happiness on July 4th. I had to leave this chamber when I heard that, so I didn't scream out loud. They believe that invocations of faith and ministry will shield them from consequences. But when a camp's response to the death of 27 children is to reopen, rebrand, and raise money, that is not a ministry. It is a business. You heard them loud and clear. Despite your pleas for them to take a step back and reflect, learn, and heal, Britt Eastland defiantly told you that, God willing, they'll be able to open this summer and make $3 to $4 million by doing so. And apparently one day I'll thank him for it. Off script also. Considering the camper to counselor ratio, I went to camp there 10 years and I was a counselor for 2 years. And I almost always had 3 counselors. And what never seemed to be asked or addressed is it's almost $8,000 to attend camp for 1 month. And if they pay a counselor $1,000, well, let's just get another $8,000 in the pocket instead of paying a counselor for $1,000. Even the youngest ones who need the most help, as admitted. That's my anecdote on that. So, Britt, I got lost from my anecdote. After you, God willing, you'll be able to open. Britt, it's not God's decision. It's apparently yours. Walk away. Tend to your flock. Own your trauma. Your own family that is clearly broken. Cut the bleeding and stop the agony of our families. And if the Eastlands won't do the right thing, I ask this state to do it for them. None of them are equipped. How many more deaths are enough? So these days, I'm almost finished, or maybe not. These days, I find myself considering Seal's legacy, how she'll be remembered. It is not what I imagined for her, and certainly not what she imagined for herself. But I cannot bear the idea of Seal remaining known as Seal Stewart, age 8, unaccounted for, the only mystic camper who is yet to be recovered. I haven't shared much publicly about Seal, who she was, what she loved, and who she wanted to be. I've been consumed with her recovery and fighting for accountability for what happened to her, not with telling the world about her. And frankly, I cherish every memory of her life and want to keep it close to my heart. But Seal's legacy is not a statistic. It is not a weather event. It is a parent's worst nightmare, but she was my daughter. And her absence is like the sky spread over everything. Seal would never want our pain to be the only thing that survived her. She was extraordinary. She was loved, and she was stolen from us. A hummingbird's heart beats 1,000 times a minute, its wings flapping so fast that they hum and vibrate. Seal moved through the world like a hummingbird, quick and bright and nimble, always in motion and hard to pin down even when she was standing right in front of you. Like my daughter, a hummingbird's life is often tragically short, but both burn bright while they're here. Full speed, full color, and far too brief. She was brave in the loud way that little girls are brave when they think nothing in the world can hurt them, because the adults who love them have promised them that nothing will. She was my twin, and not in the way that mothers sometimes mean. Something intrinsic in her was wired the same way in me. The same temperament, the same humor, the same lovable defiance. She felt things at high volume. She loved with the same ferocity. I recognized her the way you recognize your own reflection. My family and childhood friends delighted in hearing my parenting stories about Seal and how hard it was to parent myself. I will spend the rest of my life walking past mirrors and seeing the woman she should have been. And what was taken from us at Camp Mystic wasn't only her body, it was all of that motion, all the places she was still going to go, the whole long life she was owed. She was music, laughter, and play in our lives. That's what's missing from our home now. And the shape of that silence is agonizing. Neither a storm nor a river took her from us. The Eastland's complacency, hubris, and choices took her from her family, from her life, and from her future. You have to look at what happened and decide whether it counts. We can never give meaning to what happened, but we can all work together to give it purpose, to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. I am not here to ask you to do anything that is not already within your power. I am asking you to use it, protect it, and strengthen it. Camp Mystic's license should not be renewed. If a child dies at a Texas camp this summer, it will not be because we lack the information to prevent it. It will be because we did not act on it. You can't rely on the Eastland family. They are defiant and blame everyone, but account to no one. Clearly, this family will not walk away willingly. They think they are above the law. So we need the state of Texas to make a decision we need the state of Texas to make a decision. We need the state of Texas to make a decision the Eastlands refuse to make. We must get this right. This time, now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. Incredibly powerful, and we, the state of Texas, will not rest until we find seal for you and your family. Members, questions? Chair recognizes Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Stewart, I'm so sorry for your loss. To everyone on this dais, I'm so sorry. I thank you for your bravery in that. You mentioned something that I hadn't heard before. You're stating that Camp Mystic is asking to push these issues into arbitration? They're alleging there's a mandatory arbitration clause in this?
Yes, I believe that's the week of the 13th and 14th of May, a mere 2 weeks before their first session to start.
I'm so sorry that you're continuing to go through this. I'm appalled. I don't believe that was the purpose of arbitration or the intent ever to allow that to happen. I don't believe it would serve the public interest or the welfare of the future camp attendees in the state of Texas to hinder and prevent this information from coming to light. So thank you for letting us know about that. That's something that we can definitely commit ourselves to looking into.
That'd be great. And to add to that, we have sat through 4 full, well, counting today, 5 days of testimony. Each day, I think, can't get worse than that. Yet each day, it is worse. I have no idea what else they want to hide, other than what they haven't told us. But it's clearly necessary and a public interest, like you said, that we get all the facts, the information, so we can prevent anything like this happening again. So thank you for your support in that.
Members, any questions? No questions, Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. I appreciate all of y'all's bravery in being here, telling your story. We all know how incredibly tough this is. Y'all are so strong. It's just amazing to me, for sure. All right, Mrs. Hannah, please proceed.
Thank you for taking the time to be here yesterday and today. We appreciate you listening to us, and we are grateful to Ms. Garrett and her team for trusting us here. My name is Carrie Hannah, and I'm here on behalf of my husband, Doug, and our 3 daughters, Hadley, Harper, and Hunter, and all of our 27 families. Our beautiful, magical, and brilliant daughter, Hadley, was not even 8.5 years old when she died on July 4th. She was a gentle soul who was a friend to everyone, and her heart was always bursting with kindness. She loved to give hugs, play with her sisters, friends, and cousins, and teach her friends gymnastics at recess. Hadley was the biggest ray of sunshine, always smiling, singing, dancing, or doing cartwheels as she went along her way. She lit up every room with her smile, her laughter, and her love, spreading her joy to those she met. Our angel, beautiful on the inside and out, observant, compassionate, caring, kind, silly, smart, full of love and life, a vibrant ray of light. Hadley was our family's biggest cheerleader and the glue that held us together. She was the hardest worker and always set out to accomplish her goals. But her future was stolen when she was left in her cabin due to complacency and neglect. Where was the duty of care? Now our family is shattered and forever changed. All of our lives are changed. Instead of properly mourning the loss of our beloved Hadley and trying to help our other 2 daughters grieve, we are here, fighting for answers and accountability since we were given no information about that night or her death by Camp Mystic and the Eastlands. I was a Mystic camper and counselor for 14 years, starting in the summer of 1990. During my time at Mystic, I was Work in Eastern, M-Girl, Cup Counselor, Tribe Coordinator, and an Ag Award winner, all extremely high honors. I say this to show you how deep my love for Mystic was. Some of my best friends are girls I met at Mystic over 30 years ago. I wanted nothing more than to be able to have girls and send them there each summer. The thought of them enjoying summers on the Guadalupe River, growing closer to God, making lifelong friends, learning new skills, being away from technology and the stress of the school year was a privilege I hope to give them. Last summer, our oldest daughter, Harper, was starting her 3rd year of camp in Jumble House. Hadley was in Twins 2 for her first summer. Harper was excited to show Hadley the ropes, and they often spent time throughout the year working on their activity schedule for when they arrived at camp. I was lucky enough to chaperone the Mystic Dallas bus on June 29th. I went to see Hadley at her cabin before I left for the airport to say goodbye. I don't remember if I gave her a hug or kiss. She seemed happy and I was relieved. Leading up to camp and even the night before she left, Hadley was worried about being away from me for a month. She was my mini-me and best friend. I promised her she would be safe and okay. I told her camp was the safest place she could be and she would make new friends and learn new skills. Words Dick echoed to me as I left camp that day. The last time I ever tucked my child into bed, I lied to her. She not only wasn't safe, but she died because of reckless action that came too late. Unfortunately, 5 days later, the camp of my dreams turned into a living nightmare I can't wake up from. Usually our imaginations are worse than the truth, but in this case, the truth is far worse than our imaginations. Hadley, Harper, and all the campers should have woken up on July 4th and celebrated the holiday with their friends. Instead, Hadley waited in her cabin for hours while the lightning and thunder boomed. It filled with water around her, and then she was sucked out of a window by the raging water. Mere feet away were stairs to an upstairs 2-bedroom apartment. That higher ground could have saved her life, all of their lives. Hadley was strong, so strong. I thought if she could just hold on to something, she would be okay. Instead, she and 2 other little girls were knocked out of a tree and died. In total, 5 of the 12 girls from her cabin died. Unfortunately, the little details my husband and I know have been given to us by fellow 8-year-old survivors that have been brave beyond their years and ultimately should not be the ones providing us with this information. Our precious, hilarious, kind, caring, silly, loving little girl who always wanted to help others died because there was no plan, because the PA systems were not used, because there were not enough adults helping, because no one in authority heeded the warnings, because the sweet 18 and 19-year-old counselors did not have proper training on these types of situations. Every counselor on the flats was put in a terrible and hopeless position. And let me be clear, I don't blame a single counselor for anything that happened that night. These were sweet 8 and 9-year-olds, soon to be 3rd grade girls. who were never told where they could possibly go in an emergency. They were told to stay in place unless someone from the office told them otherwise, a rule that proved to be fatal. No one in leadership arrived at Hadley's cabin until it was too late. To the best of our knowledge, the water started rising a little after 1 a.m. on the 4th. I woke up at 7 to text after text telling me that 2 little girls, one from Hadley's cabin and the other from Twins 1, had been found downriver by a neighbor and asking if I had heard anything. The answer was nothing. A while after Doug left for camp, I received a call from a friend in Paris, France, telling me Hadley was unaccounted for. She couldn't provide me with any other information. When I talked to Mary Liz Eastland later, she said Hadley and 26 others, plus Dick, were unaccounted for. Again, I didn't get a straight answer on what that meant and if I should drive down to camp myself. I finally left for Kerrville around 5 p.m. after spending the day without any information or news. On Saturday, July 5th, I made Doug drive me out to camp. We had gone 24 hours with basically zero information from the Eastlands or law enforcement, and I needed to yell for Hadley and all the missing girls. At Hadley's cabin, we found her pajama bottoms hanging from the outside of the bathroom window. We learned later those were the bottoms she had been wearing that night. We had a meeting at the church with officials at 10 o'clock the night of the 5th and were once again without answers. We were told to come back the next morning at 7 to give DNA and that there would finally be some information. I personally asked if there were children in the morgue whose parents had been identified. I'd originally heard this in the media. The answer was yes. There were 5 little girls whose parents were in the process of being notified and 1 unidentified. It turns out it was our sweet Hadley Rebecca. The only way the Rangers knew for sure it was her was after I told them she had alternating green and yellow nail polish on her fingernails. Hadley was found around 2 p.m. on Saturday. For 18 hours, we held on to hope that she would be found alive. The child laying in a makeshift morgue could not have looked more different than our beautiful girl. It is a sight I can't get out of my mind. It haunts me day and night and is all I think about. I think about how much she suffered and how scared she had to have been when her cabin was being taken over with water and once she was swept out into the cold and dark. It kills me I couldn't help her. I'm constantly asking myself how things could have gone so wrong. The overwhelming lack of foresight, awareness, pre-planning, training, and response in this situation is mind-boggling. This is not the first flood, and it certainly won't be the last. How did things go so wrong? Hadley could very easily have been one of you if she had been given the chance to grow up, advocating to make her city and state a better place. She dreamed of being a Longhorn and would have worked hard to accomplish that goal. Now it has been stolen from her because of what feels like complete disregard and disrespect for the lives of 27 girls. And yet, we are grateful our oldest daughter, Harper, survived that awful night because it is truly a miracle she is alive. Harper and the girls in her cabin were woken by the storm. They were calmed and told to go back to bed by their counselors. From what we have gathered, again, not from any camp leadership, was that around 3 a.m., a fellow 10-year-old from Tumblin 1 came and told Harper's cabin, Jumble House, to run to rec hall. There was no orderly evacuation. There was no walking in a single file line with the counselor in front and a counselor in back. In fact, one of Harper's cabin mates and friends, Greta Toronzo, died because she was never safely evacuated. Once in Rec Hall, a 100-year-old structure, the water rose quickly and the girls were forced to move to one side on the second floor. The balcony is very narrow and usually off limits for campers. There, girls were getting sick and peeing on themselves. At one point, campers were told to throw anything they had brought with them over the side because the water was nearing the bottom of the balcony and their feet. From the time Harper left her cabin to the time she was reunited with Doug late on the afternoon of the 4th, Harper did not know where her little sister and best friend was. For my daughter's privacy, I won't go into details about how things are in the 9 months since losing Hadley. But it is a constant struggle for both of our girls. I will also say, I'll go off the cuff like Steve, there are major storm warnings going on in Dallas right now. And this whole day, I have been concerned about Harper and how she's handling this, because she is terrified of weather. And her dad and I are here instead doing this instead of being with her. Between 1994 and 2005, the memory book shows 3 counselors in Twins 1, Twins 2, and Bubble Lynn. 2 of our own Heavens 27 moms were Bubble Lynn counselors as ETs, with at least 1 senior counselor. From 2013 to 2024, Twins 1, Twins 2, and Bubble Inn had 3 counselors in each cabin, except for 2020 when there were less campers, shorter terms, and 2 counselors. And in 2024 when Twins 1 and Twins 2 had 2 counselors. In 2013, Twins 2 even had 4 counselors, as did Bubble Inn in 2015. These 3 cabins usually had first-year counselors called ETs. ETs weren't supposed to be left alone in any cabin at night without a co-counselor. And there should be 3 counselors, 1 being an experienced counselor if there were 2 ETs in a cabin. As an ET, you are a new counselor and will be a freshman in college the following fall. ETs take a class with Tweety or Mary Liz throughout the term where they check in on how things are going in the cabin and do a devotional. I do not remember them receiving any extra training during orientation. I remember orientation mostly being about homesick campers, the tribe training rules, and lessons on how to hit a deer when you return from your night off. There was also a lot of talk on the rules and expectations when you had your days and night off. I don't remember safety talks. As tribe coordinator, from my recollection, I only had a walkie-talkie when I traveled between the 2 tribe hills. Our family mourns the loss of an amazing daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece, cousin, and friend. We mourn for the loss of camp friendships that never will be, not just for Hadley, but for her sisters and friends as well. Camp must be a place where parents can send their kids free from worrying about their safety and leadership while they are there. Campers, counselors, and every staff member should be trained in what to do in an emergency. We ask this of our daycares and our schools. Why are we not holding camps and leadership to these higher and safer standards? Finding the truth and being held accountable should matter more than the Eastland's desire to carry on. This camp should not matter more than the precious children who perished. Tradition and good memories do not trump the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Ms. Lytle, please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Mallory Lytle. My husband, Wade, and I currently reside in San Antonio, Texas. We have 2 daughters, Kellyanne and Emmeline, who mean the absolute world to us. My oldest daughter, Kellyanne Elizabeth Lytle, was a second-term camper in the Twins 1 cabin. Kellyanne tragically died at Camp Mystic on July 4th, 2025. She was only 8 years old. My husband and I did not receive a phone call from the Texas Rangers until a week later, informing us that Kellyanne's body was finally recovered and positively matched our DNA. Kellyanne was a cheerleader, a softball and soccer player, a Girl Scout, a beauty queen, a high-achieving academic student, and a true leader. She was a perfect daughter, a beloved granddaughter, a protective big sister, a fun-loving cousin, and a loyal friend to everyone. Kellyanne had the kindest soul, the whole world ahead of her, and her beautiful life was stolen from us. I was a Mystic girl. I attended Camp Mystic as a first-term camper for 9 years. This camp meant everything to me. The memories and experiences that I had as a camper, I wanted to share with both my daughters. My sister and my entire extended family attended this camp as well. When I brought my 2 daughters home from the hospital, I immediately signed them up to attend Camp Mystic. I never knew signing that Mystic application was signing Kellyanne's death certificate. I was a first-year camper in Camp Mystic in 1995, and was placed in the Twins 1 cabin. I requested Kellyanne to be in that same cabin. We had many discussions with Kellyanne leading up to camp. She was excited to go, but also extremely nervous as a first-year camper. I had multiple conversations with Kellyanne about her protection and safety at camp. She asked me specifically about rainy days and thunderstorms. I always reassured her that counselors would be trained to help her and that leadership would know what to do in any type of emergency. I believed that, I trusted that, and I was wrong. When we were thrilled when we received Kellyanne's cabin list to see that she would be in the same Twins 1 cabin that I started in. The cabin list that leadership mailed to parents prior to camp did not provide any information related to counselor assignments. I trusted and paid tuition to Camp Mystic to do their due diligence in creating a safe environment to protect my child at every level. They failed every camper, every counselor, and every family who trusted them. On June 29, 2025, my sister and I dropped our daughters off at Mystic together. As excited yet scared as Kellyanne was being a first-year camper, she got out of the car with a big smile on her face and told me, "I'm gonna do it." After saying our goodbyes, I got back in the car and my sister and I proceeded to pull up to the next station and saw Dick and Tweety Eastland. Dick called us by name and walked over to the car. I was overwhelmed with emotion and started crying and repeated, "Please watch over my baby. Please watch over my baby." Dick asked me, "What cabin?" I said, "Twins 1. It's Kellyanne." And then Dick said back to me, "We got her." Those words will haunt me for the rest of my life. Camp Mystic did not have her. As her cabin filled with floodwaters, she was left to fend for herself and wash miles downriver to die the most horrific, gruesome death. Camp Mystic created an unsafe environment that just knocked on wood with its safety standards and rolled the dice with our daughter's life. After the tragedy on July 4, 2025, there was many alarming things that came to light. When I was placed in the Twins 1 cabin in 1995 with 12 campers, we had 3 counselors. Kellyanne was placed in the same cabin with 12 campers, but only had 2 counselors. I also learned that both Kellyanne's precious counselors were brand new first-year counselors. They had no prior experience being a counselor. As I look through 10 years of my camp memory books, Camp Mystic always had 3 counselors placed in the younger Twins 1, Twins 2, and Bubble In cabins for all the 3 terms. At what point did Mystic change this practice and reduce the number of counselors in each cabin without alerting the parents? Not only did Kellyanne have 2 inexperienced counselors, but I also later learned that one of her counselors was a minor, less than 18 years old. This meant while one counselor goes on her night off, Kellyanne and her 11 other cabin mates were staying in a cabin without any adult supervision. That should alarm every parent in Texas. 13 children left in a cabin alone. This is by no means any fault of the counselors, but Camp Mystic creating an unsafe environment for their campers and counselors that was all unknown to parents when we dropped off our daughters with the Eastlands. It is shocking to learn the unsafe protocols that Camp Mystic permitted over the last 30 years since I was there. How has time gone by with every school and every daycare tightening their safety standards, but Camp Mystic has only lowered their safety standards from when I was there in 1995? No logical-minded parent would have ever allowed their child to attend Camp Mystic if they knew all the red flags where leadership had cut corners to maximize profits. I want to be very clear that Kellyanne's counselors, who are babies themselves, were heroes that night. They too were put in harm's way, waiting on camp leadership to tell them what to do in an emergency because they were never trained other than to stay in place and wait for further instruction. No loudspeaker announcement was made or, to our knowledge, ever attempted to communicate with these poor counselors during a critical period of time that would have saved lives. Further, counselors were not equipped with walkie-talkies, cell phones, landlines, radios, or any form of communication to reach out for help or guidance. Kellyanne's cabin was a short walk to the rec hall building, a few feet from a hill to higher ground, and a few steps from an external staircase that led to a second story above the commissary, right in front of her cabin, where Mystic staff remained safe. Kellyanne had places to go to survive, but she was left in a death trap. She died because camp owners responsible for protecting her failed to prepare, failed to communicate, and failed to act. A total and complete failure on all levels. Additionally, cabins on Senior Hill were stranded and cut off from the camp for hours without any resources or communication. When the brave counselors broke into the riflery range to access a walkie-talkie, they were met with silence as they yelled for help. These counselors and campers were also abandoned and had to fend for themselves. Furthermore, we were told that there was a night watchman protecting campers at night. It was shocking to later learn that the night watchman's shift ends at 2 a.m. Who was monitoring the camp from 2 a.m. until morning while the entire camp is sleeping on a typical night? There are still so many unanswered questions from July 4th. Why are camp directors not heeding to a life-threatening flash flood warning? Why were girls being told to put a towel down as water is coming into their cabin? Why were not more adults instructed to evacuate the girls immediately? Why was a working loudspeaker never used during an emergency? Why didn't any camp director not call 911 until almost 7:30 in the morning? I trusted Kellyanne's safety to the Eastland family, expecting them to uphold the highest safety standards, and they failed. Kellyanne's life and the lives of her Heavens 27 friends were meant for so much more than proving the incompetence and negligence of Camp Mystic and teaching them about common sense safety. For the Eastland family, as the camp directors and owners who I have known my entire life, almost my entire life, I am heartbroken that you have not only destroyed our lives, but that you've destroyed your own, as well as taken away every beautiful memory and magic of Mystic that many have held so dear in their hearts. Instead of transparency, accountability, and wrapping their arms around these families during our time of unimaginable grief, the deaths of our daughters have been nothing more than an inconvenience to Mystic's rush to reopen camp. Kellyanne did not die because of an act of God. She died because of a for-profit camp that became complacent and maximized profits over safety for years. Camp Mystic failed in staffing, training, preparation, communication, and emergency response. Camp Mystic has taken zero responsibility for the deaths of these 27 amazing girls. Laws and thorough safeguards must be put in place to ensure that camps cannot cut corners on safety and then escape accountability when children pay the price. I am here today because my beautiful daughter, Kellyanne, should still be alive. No other family should endure what these 26 families have. As a former Mystic girl, I pray that no one will allow the nostalgia for Camp Mystic to absolve them of their duty and responsibility to protect and care for our children. I sincerely thank this committee and to the investigators for taking their time to meet with our family and thoroughly and objectively investigating the tragedy that occurred on July 4, 2025. Every story about Kellyanne always comes back to her kindness and willingness to help others. We are now tasked with carrying on her legacy and ensuring that every child can go to camp and feel safe and protected. Last and most importantly, to my precious baby, Kellyanne, it is an honor and a privilege to be your mother. You made me so proud every single day. Keep smiling and dancing in heaven, and I promise when I get there, I will wrap my arms around you, and this time I will never let go. I love you, sweetheart. Love, Mommy.
Thank you, Mrs. Lytle. Excuse me. Members, any questions? Thank you for your very powerful testimony.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. God bless you.
Mrs. Naylor, please proceed.
My name is Allie Naylor. My husband, Cole Naylor, and I are the proud parents of 3 beautiful girls. Our oldest daughter, Virginia Wynn Naylor, was a second-term camper at Camp Mystic in the Bubble Inn cabin. Wynn, along with 24 young girls and 2 teenage counselors, was killed on July 4th, 2025. Wynn was 8 years old. Wynn was a bright light. She was kind, and she was inclusive. One of my favorite Wynn traits is that she always gave everyone and everything her all. Her grit, her determination, her fight was unmatched, yet she was gentle and loved deeply. She was resourceful. Her creativity and imagination blew Cole and me away. She was, and always will be, our little girl. On July 4th, 2025, at 7:28 a.m., my phone rang, and a text quickly followed at 7:30. Not from Mystic, but from a family friend. This was my first alert of the Guadalupe River flooding. As the minutes turned into hours, the text messages and phone calls became more alarming. A picture of girls walking through ankle-deep water towards Rec Hall was circulating. And then it came. At 9:29 a.m., a Bubble Inn mom called me and said, "I talked to Mary Liz Eastland. Bubble Inn is missing." At 9:30, the Bubble Inn mom group text received a screenshot of communication with Mary Liz Eastland. It read, "We are searching for Bubble Inn. They were with Dick, and we have not found them." I couldn't think or type a response. I was frozen. All dads were quickly added to the Bubble Inn text group. Mary Liz Eastland was also added to the group. At 9:44 a.m., Mary Liz Eastland sent her first message to the group. We are searching for your girls. Yes, the entire cabin. I think they are together.